Hello, everyone. Hello, Sam Terry. Don't worry, I did notice you weren't there, Sam, but it's all good. I know you're not here right now, but I hope your modding is going well. But I always love to see you. Sarah P. Grumps. Sarah P. talking to me now. Not sure if she's speaking to me or not. I think I upset her yesterday. So welcome back, Sarah P. Welcome everyone, and thanks for joining. Please hit the like button, subscribe to YouTube, and hit that notification bell on the way in. Please, thank you very much. I think the majority of people have joined now, but thank you very much if you've joined the community and become a blue wedge or a tackle. Neither one matters. It's whatever you can afford. I really, really appreciate that. If you haven't joined Discord, let me know. I can send you a link. And that's Jonathan's domain. I will warn you, there's now a lot of deer killing and deer meat on there. So just to pre-warn you, there's a lot of deer stuff at there at the minute. And apparently there's going to be lots of squirrel stuff coming up as well. So no idea. But you're more than welcome to go there. Also, we've got membership. I turned a few videos last night to members only, like the disaster stream last night. I put that members only so you can see that disaster yourselves as members. Check out the official Alternate Corner merch store, please do. I don't think I've sold any for ages now, but you know, as I say, it's there. It doesn't cost me anything, so please feel free if you want to buy anything. It's there. If not, it's not a bother. It's all there. I need to buy something. I've not bought anything. These are from another site that I had, but the same thing, same concept. If you'd like to support the channel, consider a donation. Yes. Stream elements, the alternate corner tip, never required, but always appreciated. Absolutely, not everyone can afford it, so that's absolutely fine. But yeah, that pays my Christmas. Hey, wonderful people, missed you. Emma, you were up late last night, weren't you? You were up late last night talking with Jonathan. Jesus. Don't know what's going on. Hi, Evolve. How are you today? Hi, Katie. Hello, Emma. Hello, Katie. Hello, Thierry. Hello, Emma, Katie, Thierry. Morning, Thierry. Hi, Sarah P. Sarah P is here. Grumps, you here? What's going on? I didn't see you yesterday evening. I hope you're well, Sarah. Morning, Thierry. Hello, Emma. Katie, how are you, Katie? Yeah, they came back with questions asking. Yeah, I did hear part of a verdict from a guardian. Yeah, we'll go and check that. We'll wait for them to kick off, and then we'll go back and check it. Not a problem. Recovery, great, thanks. Hey, Sarah P. Thierry. Good, Katie. Nunya. Hey, y'all. Sarah, Kate, and Emma. All good, lad. Just had a busy day at work yesterday. That's fine, as long as I didn't piss you off. Well, I was trying to piss you off, I'll be honest, but it was all love, I wasn't sure. I thought that you'd know it's all love, but I just wanted to check. Thierry, really, thanks. Hello, Nunya. We were busy on Discord last night. I saw. Huh. We started with this morning.
Good morning, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 20.
We'll start with this morning, Nunya, and then what I'll do is I'll skip back to tomorrow then and see what they discussed afterwards. So we'll do that.
1 CF 885 may have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Randy Sitzberger, J.J. Crawford, and Abby Nikolai for the state.
Good morning. Jessy Kurczewski is here with Donna Kukler and Pablo Galaviz.
All right, good morning, everyone. I just want to advise that we're still missing one of the jurors who are in the 12. I was told he was not feeling well yesterday, and when they tried to get a hold of him, did go to voicemail. I believe it's 27. I'm going to give him a few more minutes, and if we don't hear, then we'll send a squad to go check on him.
Oh, okay.
Once I have all of the jurors, though, I will tell them they can start again with their deliberations. They've been advised they can't do anything until all jurors are present or the court otherwise tells them to begin because of other circumstances. So with that, we're just in a holding pattern. And like I said, I'll give him till about 9:15, and if we don't hear from him, can't get a hold of him, then I'll have a squad go to his home. All right.
Okay.
We're in recess then.
Okay, let's leave it for a second then. You piss me off every day, kidding. No, I wasn't sure yesterday. I was in a bad mood yesterday. No, I wasn't in a bad mood because of Sarah P. or anybody in particular, but I just couldn't get the stream to work. It was really winding me up. Genuinely winding me up. I was like, I tested it all, but it wouldn't work. And everyone was commenting there, Nunya, Sarah P. I was like, right, I'm cancelling chat. I cancelled chat, lost all the chat. I had a nightmare. So, it's all good. Okay, thanks. Sarah P. didn't have to put. I tried to word things where I didn't give well. No, it's all good. It's something to do with they changed the wording of one of the thingy for the murder thing. That it was no financial thing. It was something about they grant. We'll see it, guys. There's no spoilers. It's all good. It's all good. There's no spoilers. Wasn't anything massive. I don't think, was it? Unless I missed something. Emma, if you're sick, you may have gone to acute care to get
Then I've
checked.
just been advised everyone is here and accounted for. I will let them know they can begin their deliberations. We'll, of course, let you know if any questions or when a verdict is reached. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is from today, so he made court. He's ill, but he's there, so fair play to them. We will now go back and look at yesterday's and take that. The mic looks, I know, but I'm putting here because he said to do that. Jonathan did, so I'm sure I'll piss you off on a regular basis too. So no, you don't. I'm always thankful of you. Always thankful of you, Sarah P. Hello, Laurie's daughter. Laurie's daughter. Hello, Laurie's daughter. Can't track everything you want, frustrating. So they've been 7 hours, 9 minutes. Okay, 7 hours, 10 minutes then. Actually had to add, talking to a coffee, I know. Actually had to add, they had to add something about money, didn't they? 100,000, 25, 10, and something else. The first charge to, okay. Kind of big deal depending on how you look at it. Yeah, I suppose. Depends how you look at it. He wasn't fun of any of us yesterday. We had fun in chat and I got very stressed. I did get stressed, you're right. He did get stressed, but only because it should have worked and it didn't work. Okay, hello, lawyer's daughter. Well, something to do with there's something to do with intent. Okay, I think. Oh, the wording of intent, wasn't it, or something? Yeah. Okay, we'll go through it all. It's fine. Hi everyone. Hi Nancy. Hello Nancy, lovely. Hello Nancy. Right, I will stop screen. I will go over to that one from yesterday and play that. Oh, there's a sentence in today as well. Of the Spanish teacher killer. Okay, one's been charged already. Well, hey, hang on, we've got Stranger Danger. Watch yourselves, Stranger Danger in the chat. Stranger Danger in the chat. Emily is in the chat. Let's go, Emily! We love Emily. How we doing, Em? So I'm just trying to find something here. Then I'll give you more attention. Where are we at here? That's 3 weeks ago. Live. So we're going back to the This one. Right. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I got it here. I need to go back a little bit, I think. Right. Right, Katie, don't worry. Get your Red Bull. I present. Share screen. Here we go. So Emily asked a question, and Emily, I've not seen Emily for ages. And on jury questions, yeah, you're right, Terry, good thing. Well, but we love you, Dilla. Thank you. Maybe you should have been a comedian. I thought I was. And hi, so I think majority of people here have guilty for all financial crimes, and I think it's a bit of a split with the murder, first degree murders. I think some people think it's second degree or manslaughter, but not murder as such. So, yeah. So I think it's a bit split here, but I think everyone is guilty on financial charges. Um, but as I say, I think I think I would say, if hazard a guess, I would say 60% think murder guilty, 40% not. Um, Oh, hello, Dundee. Welcome back, Dundee. I've seen Dundee for ages. Hope you're well. I hope we get a lot more people that we haven't seen for ages. It's always nice to see new people, not new people, old people coming back. Lovely. Right, let's have a look here now. Oh, there she is, my beautiful queen. Right, this is the first time they break and they discuss it. It's only a short one, this one, I believe.
All right, I'll just go on the record. There's one question. I know we don't have Attorney Kukler, but all other appearances are the same. Juror number 24 is our four-person. What is the purpose of the financial question for count 2 and count 3 that follows the if, quote, guilty, quote, verdict listing? And my proposed answer is as follows. Answer the question only if you find the defendant guilty. Any purpose of doing so are matters for the court alone to decide. And I've shown that to the attorneys, and Attorney Kukler's walking in. But for the record, Attorney Nicolai, do you agree with the court's response?
Yes.
Attorney Galaviz?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I think if you looked at it all, Emily, I'm still on the fence on the murder charge. I'm still a little bit on the fence. I can understand why people say guilty, though. I can't understand that. Financially, I do think she's guilty, I'll be honest with you. But, yeah, I don't know. I think I would murder for a lesser charge, probably I would look at. Not for first degree, I don't think. But, you know, I know I'm on my own on that one
Please
as well.
scan everything in. You'll have it shortly.
Right, but I'll tell you what, this judge has been a treat. Right, that's all that was that, whatever it was, I don't remember where it was. Next one, when we get to it.
We are in recess. We'll have a copy for the part.
Okay, this is the next one. Right. Yeah, it's Katie's on the fence, right? I think definitely manslaughter. I don't know, with murder, I don't know. I think guilty on the murder charge, but did the state prove all the elements to get a conviction? I don't know. That's why I think she's culpable, but I don't know it's first degree. I don't know. Guilty, but from the evidence, I would go financial only. There we are, financial only. I think there was lesser charge for murder. I think it fit in, but I don't think there is. It's the amount of the jury's questioning they don't agree with the state on the over 100k. Sounds like they did include less amounts, so they're writing in. Which surprised me, the defence wanted it in. But then they might look at that and go, well, it's better to have a lesser charge than to have the 100k charge. Oh my God, Katie, that sounds lush. We don't get that. Sounds. What's Katie got? What's Katie got? Katie's got Red Bull, watermelon Red Bull. Whoa, we don't have that. I lean towards not guilty for almost everything unless there is video proof or sole confession. I just hate the state that much. I think they've proven the financial stuff, and I'm very much a defense guy, but I believe they've proven all that. I think quite clearly in my mind, and she did admit that she knew about the Visine and that she drank it and she gave her some as well. So I think she is culpable, but again, not first degree in my opinion. But we got people coming back today. Watermelon. I like watermelon as well. Maybe her mum and neighbour, but they benefited and neighbour hated her. Hi, Dawn. I've not seen Dawn for a little bit either, so welcome back, Dawn. Just after. Hi, Dawn. So here we got Emily and Dawn today. We've not seen either one of them for a little bit, so it's lovely to see you both. It's always nice to see old faces. And, obviously there's some new faces here, but they're not here. Danny, Hens, Perry, there's loads of people. Jonathan's not here. Jonathan's skinning deer this morning. He said, I'm going to skin some deer, but I will be listening, he said. I can't watch, I'm busy. That is fine. Right, I think this is the 100k thing. Argument. So we'll see.
Great. All right, good evening, everyone. We are back on the record. You're good. Appearances are as they were before at 5:34. The jury had a question, and obviously we needed to assemble everyone. I did have a copy of the question printed off and placed on each counsel's table so that you would have a little bit of a head start, if you will, to look at the question and provide input to the court. But the question is as follows: may we please have a definition and elaboration on the term, quote, practically certain, quote, listed in the second element under count 1. And of course, count 1 being the homicide charge. The two elements that have to be proven are: 1, the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan. There's a definition of cause that's provided right in the jury instruction. And then the second element is the defendant acted with the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. There's a definition of intent to kill, but it's that definition that includes the phrase, or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. And so that is the question. Did a very brief search with my law clerk. We're finding, just very briefly, a federal case interpreting some Wisconsin law, but it's a civil case. I don't know if either of the parties have had an opportunity to find anything that's helpful in this situation, or if there's any particular requests on how the court addresses this with the jury. Anything from the state?
Judge, the only thing we've been able to find in relatively short order is jury instruction 923B, and specifically in the comments, I believe under comment
Yeah,
1,
this is
there's
yesterday.
at least an elaboration part where it gives an example of what practically certain is under, as far as I can tell, what is sort of a generic arson situation. But that's what we've come up with in the last 5 minutes or so. As far as the juror's request for elaboration, I don't think it's got a solid definition provided in that comment section, but at least
Here we are,
has an
Dawn. I
example
like her as well.
of what the legal term practically
Beautiful
certain
she
means.
is. I'm going to fast forward
Can I
this a
have that
little
number
bit.
once again?
Sure, it's 923B under the criminal jury instructions.
How about from the defense?
Yes, we also took a look at 923B. I think in this particular case that the answer that should go back to the jury is you should rely on the instructions as they've been given to you. I'm not asking that long form be given. It wasn't given. And I don't want to change the definition in the instruction midstream. Court gave the shorter instruction. That's the longer instruction that they're talking about there. I think that the jury should just rely upon what they've been given.
All right, so I don't have
Oh, was-
923 at my fingertips. It's not coming up in my normal search that I'm able to do on Word. I only have one of my volumes, so I will need to go grab my other volume from upstairs so I can review that. Let me just tell you where it is. You go, make sure you take this. Oh, that'd be great.
So I don't show Dandy. We'll see what's your rules here now.
Great. Sit the judge.
It should be, I know, but it should be. Just in case you're keeping, because mine's on the back. Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, she's been well studied and shown.
The case that my clerk Ryan was able to find is a federal case addressing Wisconsin law. Looks like it was a decision by Judge Randa. Boomsma v. Star Transport Inc. 202 F Sup 2nd 869. Let me give that to you again. 202 F Sup SUPP 2nd 869.
I think she's long-winded. She is long-winded, but she wants to set the record right every time, do you know what I mean? So, in a way, it's a good thing. At least you know where you stand.
All right, thank you.
Schroeder, but he's retiring, isn't he? What, was he next week or the week after?
It's an email from Attorney Crawford, so I have it.
Hmm. But what was Schroeder like 10 years ago? Or 15 years ago as a judge? Was he, and that's what I'd like to know. He might have been a really good judge back 10, 15 years ago. I think he's lost his mind now, so he's rubbish now. So, but back in the day, he might have been alright. We just don't know. Well, I don't know anyway. Yeah, well, if she's like this now, she'll probably get worse. I hope she realises she gets worse. If she does, and just retires. Retire on top. Don't just carry on. But I think people like Schroeder and Judge Newman and all them, they love power. So they like to be a judge and be known as judges and stuff like that. So I think they enjoy the power that comes with it. I'm not saying he's not, but I just thinking this is what I'm saying about. I hope they retire where they should retire, not carry on like Schroeder did, where he shouldn't never have. She might have. You said that at the start, didn't you, about her breathing?
Can you send me 923A? I don't know if it's helpful or not, but it's referenced in the notes.
Yes, we are looking for that right now.
Well, that one I was able to pull up.
I need to watch Brooks. I've not seen it.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Somebody.
the remainder of the standard, or at least the instruction that was
Somebody.
used in this case as well. So,
I think there's this, and I think there's one more. I think. I mean, geez, this one goes on forever, doesn't it? Oh no, that's it. This is the only one. They're working through it. They work through it for like another 35, 40 minutes.
yeah, please send that to me.
Oh, so I presume they're just going to discuss this. Well, it's just so slow.
So when looking at the elements that the state has to prove, of course, the first one, as I referenced earlier, is the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan. There is a definition of cause that's provided, and then the second element is that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Lynn Hernan, and then intent to kill is further defined. I agree and would acknowledge that the phrase practically certain is not something that's defined further in the jury instructions or really in any case that I could find other than that federal case, which I really haven't had I don't know if anyone else has read it. It is a civil case, so my gut says it's distinguishable. There's a different burden of proof. There's an example given in the jury instructions for, I guess, why that language is included. It's to really broaden the definition of intent, meaning there's more than one way. The example given, as you read, was the arson case where the arsonist has the intent to burn a building down, perhaps hopes that everyone escapes, but if someone doesn't and dies, that is where that language would be included, and a jury could find intent to kill, because in that scenario, even though the intent was to burn a building down, burning a building down with people in it, that conduct would be practically certain to cause the death of another human being. Now, how I respond to this to the jury, I think, is to simply say the jury, and I'm kind of on free flow thought here, but something to the effect of, the jury must rely upon the definition of the elements of the crime that has already been provided to them. No further definition or explanation of practically certain will be provided to them. Any objection from the state to that?
No.
How about from the defense?
No, that sounds good.
All right, I'll work with Madam Reporter to read back off the record what I just said, so I get that down verbatim. I'll certainly write it out, show the parties. I believe we may have another question coming out shortly as well, so it is right next to me, so don't go anywhere.
Okay.
So this one has a time of 6:08. So this one is in respect to count 2. If the jury find that money was stolen, but the amount was under $100,000, do we still deliver a guilty verdict, but then answer no to the follow-up question? This is one that I've actually thought about ahead of time, and I think we may need to, if they answer no, then the jury should be asked, was the value greater than $10,000 but less than $100,000, since it's really, we all know that the purpose behind asking that is the classification of felony for sentencing purposes, if there is a conviction. And I think I will have Madam Clerk work on another verdict form with instructions that answers this question with the consent of the parties.
Why do we have to? Because the question is either it's under 100 or it's over 100, right, Judge?
Well, no, the special verdict question says answer only if you find the defendant guilty. So I would refer back to only answer the special verdict question if you find the defendant guilty of count 2.
What's the special question again? Could you read it?
It has to
out
do with
loud?
the value. It is.
I know that. I'd like to just know how it was phrased.
Sure. It is in the jury instructions that you have as well in the verdicts that were emailed, but it will say as follows. That's okay.
Put the 3 options in there. Was the value more than 100? Was the value more than 10,000? Was the value more than 2,500?
So the specific question in count 2 is if you find the defendant guilty, answer the following question, yes or no. Was the property stolen more than $100,000?
That's what she's been charged with, right? Over 100.
Correct. I don't think a no answer to that precludes them from answering a follow-up question, which was the property stolen more than $10,000. Obviously, that is something that would concern the court at the time of sentencing, and I'm going to need to know that. And I think the defendant has a right to have that special verdict answered by the jury unanimously, and not for the court to decide later on.
Thank you. When I'm looking though at the pattern instruction for 1441, there's, on the special question, they offer 4 options to the jury on the pattern instruction. Was the value more than 100,000? Yes or no. Was the value more than 10,000? Yes or no. Was the value more than 5,000? Yes or no. Was the value stolen more than 2,500? I mean, I think if you're going to make other options, then they should be offered all 4, because
I thought about that too.
The class changes.
Correct.
Right.
What's the state's position?
I think that's probably best to just include all the classification levels in the question, and that probably avoids other questions going forward.
All right, let me work on that. That'll take a little bit of time with Madam Clerk.
Hi,
If
John.
you want to answer the question, though,
Welcome back, John.
that first reminds them I just wonder if the original question should have been theft of movable property as charged in count 2 and then the special verdict, but be that as it may, that's not how it went. So I understand why the jury is
Hi, Mary.
asking that, since they're
That sounds lovely, except the pork. I'm not a big fan of pork.
give me that. I think you gave me that number. That's 1441.
Everything else sounds nice, though. Hello, Josie. They've only just come into court today, Dandy. About 10, quarter of an hour ago. We'll just see what this is, and then we'll actually discuss it now with them. Good morning, Sam. I am. Hello. It's weird, right? We've got a lot more people coming in and saying hello, but we got somehow less viewers on my screen. I don't get that. Don't get it. But whatever. Well, both sides seem to be in agreement with everything, so. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. Ba, ba, ba. All right. Yeah, I agree, Terry. I agree. But we are where we are now, and both sides have agreed. So I don't think the defense would have agreed unless they wanted this. Do you know what I mean? Still on verdict was Sam, yes. Backstreet back, alright,
For
Backstreet's
record,
back.
then I worked with the parties at sidebar. It's not technically a sidebar. I had Madam Reporter working on getting me what I said about the first question that we were addressing. And that was, may we please have a definition and elaboration on the term, quote, practically certain, listed in the second element under count 1. My response, based upon our discussion earlier and confirmed by Michelle, the court reporter, I tweaked it just ever so slightly, but I thought this read a little better, is as follows. The jury must rely upon the definitions provided in the jury instructions. No further definition or explanation of, quote, practically certain will be provided. And that's my initials, 6:37 p.m. And then the verdict forms, Madam Right. Oh. And I just wrote out in response. You can hold on. I'll write everything together. The following verdict forms are being submitted to you on counts 2 and 3. Please use these sets rather than the ones originally provided. And again, there's a not guilty on top of a guilty for count 2, a not guilty on top of a guilty for count 3, and then for both charges we put the various valuation special verdict questions so that they are not just given 1 or 2, but all 4 under the statute. And that's with the approval, both things from the state?
Yes.
And from the defense?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll make sure these go back. And then Madam Clerk and I, if you would go take those back, please. There are more exhibits that are being requested. Haven't had an opportunity yet to pull them. But first exhibit listed is 501. That's a lab report. 619. Which is
Yeah, but all 4 are included.
a demonstrative exhibit used by Ms. Eisenhart, and that's the handwriting analyst. Somewhat funny, as we were joking, not really at sidebar.
I think that's
Look at my
the
handwriting
preferred
anymore, not
method,
because of
though,
testimony, so
to
it's
get
really
all
fitting.
4 in.
In addition, 522, which is part of item 20 from the handwriting. I don't know what 64 is, but then 503 to 508 and 519 to 515 to 519, those are all portions of the handwriting. I don't know if it was everything requested. Anyone have, I'll have to look at my notes, was 64 something that was marked maybe for identification?
No, we never referred to it in the trial, so I'm not sure.
All right. Any objection to any of the exhibits requested, other than, of course, I'll let them know 64 was not an exhibit used in the trial? From the state?
No objection from the state.
No objection. Could I have a copy of that note?
Yep, we'll get that momentarily. I'll actually write my response and then. Actually, let's copy it.
I'd like to
It's
take a
easier.
look to make sure that I agree it says 64 on there.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
Hello, Sherry. Say hello to Jonathan for us. Jonathan is busy slicing and dicing. I hope he's having fun, Sherry. I hope you're having fun as well. Out there. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Pizza Hut. Right, let's get this down. I am who I am. Who I am. Right, hang on. Alright, okay, it's gonna be a long day. Did you all watch the Spanish teacher killer thing? They sent us in today, but let's get this first. Present, share screen. Here we go. So they've been deliberating for 7.5 hours so far. They Right then. Sorry, I've got to fix my thingy here. Oh no! Oh, no. I knew that was going to happen as well. I got so many wires tangled. Oh. Okay, there we are. Right, let me go and check Rumble then, to see if anyone's in Rumble. Oh. No, no one Rumble, but I'll give it a like. Good morning, Sam. There's a big difference, Katie, isn't it? Big difference there. 10 years, 40 years. Oh, right. Let's have a gander. We were going to watch the Ivan Sambrama trial, but the audio was too bad for some people, so we decided not to do that one. Whilst we wait, and then so I was wondering. I'm not sure what you guys want to do. If you want to watch the what do you call it? The Spanish verdict. Whilst we wait. Oh, let's take a look here. Or do you want to do some court hopping? Do you want to do Judge Boyd? Oh yeah, Donna Adelson, she was arrested last night, wasn't she? That's breaking news last night. I got a text message like 3 o'clock in the morning about that. I was like, no way am I getting up for that. Hey, 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 goodbye. Okay, hang on. Two. Mike, Bills suck, my friend. Couldn't believe they suck so bad. Against the Broncos, man. Jesus, what's going on? The one yesterday was the one in the hedge, but um, we tested it last night. The volume was just too low for some people. It was okay for me, but for some people it was just too low. So I'm not going to play that because a lot of people couldn't stand it. Now, obviously, there will be other trials like that, but I wasn't bothered about playing it anyway. Um, here we go. Right, can we hear this one? So, Iowa teen Jeremy Goodell is scheduled to be sentenced this week for the murder of his Spanish teacher. And the former students beat the teacher. So, oh yeah. Him and two others beat their teacher to death over a bad grade. Both teens pled guilty. Miller was sentenced to life in prison. Hello, beautiful and inappropriate. How are you? How are you? So I think hopefully this is just one day sentencing. Let's just watch this for a bit, shall we? Whilst we wait for the verdict. Obviously, our main thing here is the Jessy trial. But whilst we're waiting, might as well just play something. If this is too boring, we'll move on. But it's good to have you, Mike. It's good to have you. But tell the Bills special teams that we need to get 11 on, not 12. Right. Let me get this one. Hang on. I got my thing between my legs now, so hopefully that'll be alright. Okay. Hello, Richard. First time viewer. How are you, sir? I hope you're well. I don't believe you've been here before, Richard. But yeah, we're watching this until the verdict for the other one comes. But welcome, Richard. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing. You carry on, guys. Gee, I could skip this. What am I doing?
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you. to go, counsel?
State's ready.
Ready, Your Honor.
I'll have you turn your mic on. We are on the record in the Iowa District Court for Jefferson County. It's case FECR 005143, State of Iowa versus Jeremy Everett Goodale. Mr. Goodale appears personally with his attorneys Nicole Jensen and Alan Cook. The State of Iowa is represented by Assistant Iowa Attorney General Scott Brown and Jefferson County Attorney Chauncey Molding. The record in the file reflects that on April 18th, 2023, the defendant pled guilty to murder in the first degree, violation of Iowa Code Section 707.1 and 707.21a. The court did order, after accepting.
So this guy and his friends killed a Spanish teacher over a bad grade. His friend has already been sentenced to life in prison. I don't remember if it's with parole or without parole, but this one now is being sentenced today.
Accepting that guilty plea, a pre-sentence investigation be prepared and submitted. And on behalf of the state, either Mr. Brown or Mr. Molding, did you receive a copy of the PSI?
Your Honor, the state has received and reviewed a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report and has no changes or objections to its use.
And regarding the pre-sentence investigation, I did note in the sentencing memorandum filed yesterday that the defense did have some corrections. Is that correct, counsel?
That is correct, Your Honor. We have received and reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report. We reviewed that with our client, and we noted 3 changes on the PSI that needed corrections in the sentencing memorandum filed yesterday.
Anything additional than what it was added into the record in the sentencing memorandum?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Cook, do you know of any legal reason why judgment and sentence should not be pronounced at this time against Mr. Goodale?
I do not, Your Honor.
Mr. Molding?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Goodale, do you know of any reason, legal reason why I shouldn't sentence you at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Regarding sentencing, starting with the state, what presentation of evidence or argument would you like to present at this time?
Judge, the state intends to call 3 witnesses for sentencing this morning. Trent Valletta, Ryan Kedley, and Julie Kinsella. Our presentation will be similar to that was done previously several months ago in State versus Miller. We have a number of exhibits also to offer into the record, I believe, by stipulation when it's time.
And are you ready to call your first witness?
Judge, we are, but before we do that, we have a brief record to make regarding exhibits, if that's okay.
Yes.
We have provided the court and the defense with a list of exhibits. They are State's Exhibit 100 through 134 inclusive. They are, just to summarize them briefly, there are a number of photos that relate to crime scene, a live photo of Noema Graber, several autopsy photos, as well as some Snapchat records and a video an edited video of an interview that was conducted back in February by Agent Ryan Kedley of the defendant, Jeremy Goodale. We would offer State's Exhibit 100 through 134 at this time.
Has the defendant and the defense had the chance to look at these proposed exhibits?
We have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
So, State's Exhibits 100 through 134 will be admitted. I don't see them on the EDMS system just yet. So, if you're wanting me to view them while you're examining your witness, I would probably need a hard copy or for those to be filed pretty soon.
Our plan is, our presentation will be similar as it was last time. The exhibits will be displayed on the screen, so you should have access to those. If you don't, let me know. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Those are admitted.
Our first witness is Agent Trent Valletta.
Agent Valletta, please raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Whenever the state is ready.
Agent Valletta, can you please state your name for the record?
My first name is Trent, Trent, and my last name is Villeta, V as in Victor, Ileta.
And how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you been a DCI agent?
17 years.
Okay. Any prior law enforcement experience?
Yeah, I was a police officer for about 11 years before that.
Where at?
Most of it was the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and then I did a couple years in Coralville, Iowa.
And in the course of your career as a DCI agent, have you worked homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Do you know approximately how many?
No. I'm guessing between 5 and 9 death cases a year for 17 years, something like that.
And do you work a certain area of the state?
Originally, yes. Originally, I was assigned to the western third of Iowa, and now I'm in Zone 4, which is basically the southeast part of Iowa.
And there are other agents that do what you do in the state, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have 4 zones. We split the state up basically. I think it's almost by population now, and there's roughly 25 of us.
Back in November of 2021, were you assigned to work the disappearance and the death of Noema Graber?
Yes, I was.
When did that occur?
She was reported missing on October 3rd of 21. We got a call for assistance from the Fairfield Police Department that evening on the 3rd.
On November 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you first learned of the disappearance of Ms. Graber, what did you do?
So the DCI, we are an assist agency. We assist smaller departments that don't work a lot of violent crimes, major felony cases. We will come in and assist them. So we kind of have a procedure when we get called out. First, the request for assistance is made by the department to a supervisor in DCI who assigns the case to a lead agent, a case agent, which would have been me in this case. And then I will contact the requesting agency and kind of get a brief summary of what's going on my way down to the area.
So when would you have responded here to Fairfield?
I think I got here somewhere between 9:30 and 10 p.m.
And so at this point in time, can you just generally describe for the court what the circumstances were of Noema Graber's disappearance?
Sure. It'd be November 2nd. She was reported missing by her husband, Paul Graber. The Fairfield Police Department it wasn't November 2nd, it was November 3rd. She was last seen alive on November 2nd. The Fairfield Police Department throughout the day of the 3rd conducted a very thorough missing persons investigation, checking pattern of life, that sort of thing. So when I originally got the call, they had just located Noema Graber's body in a park in Fairfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered as State's Exhibit 100. This is State's Sentencing Exhibit 100. Who is this person?
This is Noema Graber. I believe it's her school picture.
It's the photo that was provided by her family.
Yes.
And what can you tell us then about what you learned concerning the last time Noema Graber was seen and what the circumstances were of her disappearance?
So she had a kind of a pattern of life where at 4 p.m. she would go to a local park and do a walk around the park. It was kind of well known. So Fairfield Police Department was able to determine pretty early that she had left school at 4 p.m. on the 2nd. And then they were able to determine that she actually had entered the park. But when they went to check the park, her vehicle was not there and they weren't able to locate her.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was there any confirmation that she had left the school independent of someone seeing her leave?
Eventually there was video located of her leaving, and I believe it was shortly before 4 p.m.
All right, so she was known to walk at what park here in Fairfield?
It's Chautauqua Park.
Is that a park here on the edge of town?
Yes, it is.
So when was Noema Graber actually reported missing by any family?
It was the morning of the 3rd.
And who was that would have reported her missing?
Paul Graber, her husband.
So as a result of Noema Graber being missing, Paul Graber reporting her missing, what steps did law enforcement take that ultimately led you to her body?
Sure. Like I said before, the Fairfield Police Department's did a very good job of missing persons investigation. They kind of followed her daily activities. They determined at some point during the day that she was probably last at the park. They don't have her leaving the park. So they started a search of the park. That is how they eventually found her.
And Chautauqua Park is a fairly large area, is that correct?
It is. It's got a long walking path, but it's pretty wooded. It's just a scenic park.
And as a result of that search of the park, was Noema Graber ultimately found?
Yeah, she was located kind of deep in the woods off the walking trail.
Okay. I'm going to show you an overview of the park, State's Exhibit 101. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. What does this exhibit generally show us?
Okay, so the orange or red little marker that says Chautauqua Park, that's kind of the center of the park. The line around that's the actual walking path. And then when you go to the upward center of the screen where it says body location, that is where she was found.
Right, Thanksgiving, right? I'll pause it for a second. What happens over Thanksgiving? Do I stream? I don't stream on Thursday, right? Because you got Thanksgiving dinner, so I'll be making Thanksgiving dinner, so I can't stream on Thursday. But like, what happens? I don't really know what happens. Do I take Thursday, Friday off? What do I do?
That's right by a railroad bridge going over a stream.
Okay. And I know the topography of this map does not really come through on the satellite photo that we have here, but how would you generally describe that area where Noema Graber was ultimately found?
So when you see the arrow that says access to railroad tracks, it's like a maintenance or truck path that would take you back to the tracks. It's not a well-kept path. It's basically grass. But you can actually exit off the trail into that grass, and then you have to walk back quite a ways along the tracks themselves to actually get to where Noe McGraber was located. But again, she was in the woods, kind of at the bottom of a deep slope. So there was not easy access to her body.
Let's look at the next photo, Exhibit 102. Eventually here, in this case, were two suspects developed in her death?
Yes, it would be Willard Miller and then Jeremy Goodale.
All right, and what does State's Exhibit 102 show us with regard to where they lived here in Fairfield?
Yeah, it's representing the location of the residences and kind of the distance between the residences and Chautauqua Park.
And generally speaking, what is the distance from the Miller residence to the location of Noe McGraber's body in Chautauqua Park?
Yeah, I think we kind of agreed that was roughly a mile, so it'd be easy walking distance to the park from his residence.
And would Jeremy Goodale's residence be similarly located?
Yeah, it would have been just a little bit further away, but roughly a mile.
Okay, and this map here shows those locations in relation to Chautauqua Park, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
After finding Noe McGraber's body, did law enforcement have any suspects?
Yes, they did. The way the body was discovered, it was obviously a suspicious death. She had been concealed, which was something that she couldn't have done herself. And Fairfield Police Department is just one of those police departments that has a good kind of feel for the community, and they had pretty quickly developed a few students who had made threats towards Mrs. Graber.
And did that include Jeremy Goodale and or Willard Miller?
The one that they had at the top of their whiteboard was Willard Miller talking about making Mrs. Graber disappear.
So what, after Noe McGraber was located, what were your next steps in the investigation?
Okay, so she was underneath a tarp with a wheelbarrow on the top of her and then a railroad tie on top of that. Part of my responsibilities as a case agent is to determine what resources are needed as far as evidence collection, that sort of thing. Just from myself going out there along with a couple other people, we could tell pretty quickly we'd need our lab response to help with evidence collection. And then, of course, I had other agents coming down. Really, the first hour or so was pretty fluid as far as the investigation goes, where we just have to develop leads and assign the leads, figure out how to manage the crime scene. So usually.
So they just zoomed into the judge. The judge is back up on the bench. So I'm jumping in here just in case. We'll leave it for 5 minutes. If nothing happens, we'll go back and then back and forward. But they did come back and they did zoom in on the judge, but then they would zoom back up to this then afterwards. So I think my plan for Thanksgiving is I'm cooking dinner on Thursday, your American style dinner. So I'll probably take Friday off and I'll be streaming on Saturday for the Matt Moore stuff. So I'll take Thursday and Friday. Well, Thursday's going to be big content anyway, but so Thursday, anything I make, photos and stuff like that, will all be on Discord. And Friday, just take a day off. Here we go, they're back. I did say. Do they play the phone? But the later rap is it the later one? Is it? because we got Detroit and somebody, then Dallas and somebody, and then probably 49ers. You spoke what? Like, I got you, Dandy. That'd be quite nice, I reckon. It can't be hung jury because if it's a hung jury, they just go back. Should just send them back.
149 and 150. The parties.
Sorry, hang on. I didn't hear. Here we go. I'll watch it the next day. I'll watch it on Friday. I'll watch that on Friday then. Friday morning.
On the record then. All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. At 9:45, the juror, four-person, handed a note to the bailiff requesting exhibit 149 and 150. The parties have already seen it. I pulled out those exhibits. You saw my response. I just wanted to wait to get the approval, but just simply saying exhibits number 149 and 150 are attached. Approval from the state.
Yes, thank you.
Approval from the defense.
Yes.
All right, so it'll be officially 10:11, my response time, and we will let you know when there's an update. Thank you.
So exhibits.
So on the first evening that you were involved in the investigation, did any witnesses come forward that provided any identity as to who may have been responsible for Noe McGraver's death?
Yeah, so when I had arrived, Fairfield Police Department had a whiteboard, and they had several names. Like
Jonathan!
was at the top.
Jonathan!
Mrs. Graver. What we had discovered was another student named John Burnett had showed up prior to us getting there, claiming to have information as to her disappearance. We called him pretty quickly back, and when he came back in, he said that he had information that would show who killed Mrs. Graver.
Before we get into John Burnett's information, at this point in the investigation, at the time that he had showed up at the law enforcement center, had the vehicle that Noe McGraver drove, had that been found?
No.
Okay. So did you then speak to John Burnett?
Yeah, so I assigned two of the agents that were there, Ryan Kedley and Richard Vale. We were basically, like as I said, trying to get our feet on the ground, but he appeared to be a good first start, so they started talking with him. He had come into the police department with his girlfriend Kaylee, so we didn't know if we'd have to interview them separately or not, but that's kind of how it started with John Burnett.
And what exactly was it that John Burnett provided to you and other investigators that assisted the investigation?
Yeah, he brought in screenshots of Snapchat which were from Jeremy Goodale, and they were very
Catch the Jonathan.
descriptive.
Tarsan.
Basically describing the murder of Mrs. Graver that Goodale and Miller had committed.
Okay. And did these were screenshots of text messages he had provided you, or screenshots of Snapchats?
Yeah, and forgive me, I'm not a good social media descriptor, but it's my understanding with Snapchat that once you open the Snapchat that is sent to you, it'll disappear off your phone. So the only way to actually say the Snapchat is by screenshotting it or taking a picture with your other phone, because as soon as you leave it, it'll delete. So he had received a couple, John Burnett had received a couple of disturbing Snapchats prior that he didn't save. When he realized that these were important, he started saving the actual Snapchats to provide to the law enforcement.
And we will talk about this a little bit later, but ultimately were some of those Snapchats captured and able to have been saved by law enforcement? Yes,
Both through search warrant and then by actually taking pictures of John Burnett's pictures.
Is it accurate to say that John Burnett, the information that he provided, helped break this investigation and helped to solve Noe McGraver's murder?
I would say that's almost an understatement. It was pretty much everything to the investigation, and it was relatively early.
At some point after John Burnett's interview, were you able to determine the location of Noema Graber's van?
Yes, he had said that in a conversation, it was either by phone or a previous Snapchat that he didn't save, that Goodale had told him that Mrs. Graber's van was at the end of a dead-end road. Again, the Fairfield Police Department, knowing the community as well as they did, had a good idea what road that was. Middle Glasgow Road. It was just a road that the kids would go to hang out. So Lieutenant Kinsella drove out there and located the van in a few minutes.
Okay, I want to show you an overall exhibit here, 103. What does this exhibit show us?
Okay, so it's kind of a zoomed out picture of the east end of Fairfield. The arrows show basically where the vehicle is located. That it's just a long dead end road is Middle Glasgow. Her vehicle would have been then kind of off the road, driven into kind of a patch of trees, somewhat concealed, but the police were able to locate it pretty quickly.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to 106, if I could. Back of that one. Sorry, 105. What does State's Exhibit 105 show us in relation to the van?
Yeah, so that would be the basically the path that you would have to drive off the road to hide the van. If you look up in the top left corner, it's kind of hard to see because it's dark, but you can see the rear tail lights of the van and license plates kind of hidden in those trees there.
And then we have State's Exhibit 106, which this is a closer view of the van, correct?
That's correct.
And that is Noema Graber's van, is that right?
Yes.
I assume the van was searched, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Now, in relation to the van and the location that we've just looked at here on the map and a little bit closer here in 105 and 106, was there any other video, surveillance video, or anything of that nature that was located that would have helped determine who was involved and where the van would have, how it would have been used?
Yeah, there's lots of video involved with this case. Regarding the van,
They're doing this for the sentencing period, that's all. Just to see if he gets life with parole or without or something. That's why, essentially. And because they were minors, so the other guy who got jailed was with him, got life in prison.
up at its location in particular, the last house, I think, was Ryan Ford's house, had a camera that basically shows the van going past, and then later on two what we described as male subjects. We couldn't really see who they were because it was from a distance, walking away from that location. But he's roughly, I don't know, 300-400 yards away from where the van would have been located. He would have been the first house that if someone was leaving that area, that those people would have went by.
Okay, and you were able to confirm that through a witness as well, is that correct?
Yes, they had a friend, and I have a hard time saying his last name. His first name is Sane, and he was actually not involved in the case, but was called by Goodale to be picked up out on Glasgow Road. And so the video will actually show the boys that were walking down the road and the vehicle that came to pick them up.
Was that individual, was his name Habib Sane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And he would have been the one that would have gone out to pick them up on the road after they would have left the van in this location that we see here in State's Exhibit 106.
Yeah, that's correct. And that would have been, I think, shortly before 5 p.m.
This would have been on what date?
on the 3rd.
All right. Ultimately, Agent Billida were search warrants conducted of both Willard Miller's home and Jeremy Goodale's home.
Yes, they were.
When would those have been executed?
They were later in the day. There was quite a bit going on that night. I think it was roughly 6 a.m. Would have been on the 4th that the search warrants would have been at the residences.
And at this time, did you have some idea as to what the cause of Noema Graber's death was?
The one thing you kind of learn pretty quickly when you examine bodies is types of injuries kind of become readily apparent, certainly like bullet holes, stab wounds, that sort of thing. When I first looked at Noema Graber's body, I didn't really observe any other injuries except to what appeared to be to some sort of massive injury to her head. Generally, from my observations, that would be like blunt force trauma to the head. You can never really tell what by what, but blunt force trauma. So we had an idea that it was a homicide, and it was probably through some sort of object hitting her very hard.
Okay. So whenever you say blunt force trauma, would you have been looking for objects that could have caused that type of injury?
Yes.
Would that have included a baseball bat?
Yes.
And did you find a baseball bat at either one of the residences of Miller or Goodale?
We had, and I think it came through John Burnett again, that baseball bat that's showed here in Exhibit 104 with like flames on it was the object used in the blunt force trauma.
And this exhibit that we have up here that shows the bat, where is that location?
That would be in Willard Miller's room.
All right, so let's go back to the park if we could. So did you and other officers thoroughly search the park along with your crime scene team?
Yes, we did.
And were other things found that would have been related to Noah McGraver's death?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to walk through a number of photos here. The first one here is State's Exhibit 107. What do we see here in 107?
So that's the path, and as you see kind of at the bottom of the roadway there, that's a law enforcement vehicle. This would be kind of looking down towards the entrance to the railroad tracks, that maintenance road.
This would have been accessible to anyone that would have been entering the park, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 108. Well, let's go back to 107, one more question. Is that a trail that leads down to the area that we're getting ready to look at here in Exhibit 108?
Yes.
Okay. So 108 is now on the screen. What does Exhibit 108 show us?
Okay, yeah. So with the previous picture, you would be looking down towards this area where you see the crime scene tape. That's the actual entrance into where the railroad tracks are located. And basically in the middle right-hand side of the picture, that's kind of where we first start seeing blood evidence.
Okay, and what can you be further descriptive of that? What did you exactly see?
It kind of, again, you don't want to make huge assumptions, but it really looked like there was a major event there because there's a large amount of blood in that area.
Where would that have been specifically in this photo?
Yeah, it's kind of the right center of the photo. I don't know, if you go all the way to the right and up to the middle. Yeah.
That's fine. No, that works. And the yellow tape that we see, where does that take us if we go beyond that?
So yeah, once you walk past underneath the tape, you're walking towards the railroad tracks.
Okay. State's Exhibit 109. Is this the area just a little bit more to the right of the previous photo?
Yeah, and yeah, yes, this is what I was trying to describe as if you would have kept going to the right, you're kind of looking right at where probably the assault happened. Large amounts of blood still on the leaves and grass, kind of in the center of the photo there.
And Exhibit 110, is that just the opposite of 109?
Yes, so you'll be standing at basically the crime scene tape looking up.
Okay. And then 111?
That would be just continuing down the path, looking back towards the path to the railroad tracks.
And then 112?
So this would be then, again, just moving further back. You're still looking at the crime scene tape. This will give you a better, though, representation of kind of how wide the area was that we're kind of talking about where everything happened.
All right. So in these exhibits that we've looked at, 108 through 112, I know we're going to play a portion of Jeremy Goodale's interview later in our presentation. But in relation to that interview, does this area generally match up with what he tells officers later as to where Noah McGraver was first attacked?
Yes, it does.
And going back to Exhibit 109, I'm sorry, 110, this area, there appears to be going back uphill, is that right?
Yes.
So you're standing at the bottom of a hill near that entrance to where we see the crime scene tape, would that be true?
Yes.
Are you visible to anyone else in the park? If anyone else would have been in the park, would you have been visible to them?
You would have had to be relatively close to see that area.
Okay. And this that we're looking at, this path, is it a paved path, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And it's a walking path, is that
Yes.
right? So it's not made for vehicles?
Yes, it's only for law enforcement vehicles.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But people can't just drive there normally?
Correct.
I know, but that's a walking path. All right, let's go back to, okay, so we'll go to Exhibit 113. Right. So this is what I would describe as the pathway or entrance into the railway tracks area. Would that be true?
Yes.
Is that gray berm that we see in the distance there, is that where the railroad tracks are located?
Yes, the gray is actually the gravel on the berm.
Okay. And is this a path that you could drive a vehicle back into if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Is there, I know you have crime scene tape up, that obviously wasn't there before. Is there any other restriction to getting back in that area? Is there a gate or fence or anything that blocks your way?
No, and you could really access it from the woods as well.
Okay. In relation to this particular location, where would Noema Graber have been located?
So as you're looking at the crime scene tape, she would be off to the right, roughly, I don't know, 150 yards or so.
Okay. Fairly well concealed, is that accurate?
Very well concealed, yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next photo, Exhibit 114. What does this show us?
So now we're on the other side of the crime scene tape, and we will, it gives a better representation of kind of the path that would eventually lead us towards Noema Graber's body, but you get a better view of the railroad tracks and then, of course, the path itself.
Okay. Exhibit 115.
Again, now we're on the other side looking back towards the crime scene tape.
This is basically just the opposite direction of Exhibit 114, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And then 116.
So now we're kind of, again, we're on the other side of the crime scene tape, and now we're looking down the railroad tracks towards where the bridge is and where Noema Graber was located.
The railroad tracks are to the left, is that right?
That's right.
And 117? That's the opposite of 116?
Yes.
All right, now in this area that we see in a series of photos that we've just looked at, was any blood located that would have belonged to Noema Graber?
Yes, the lab team was able to recover a few samples along the way of in the grass of blood.
Okay, 118 shows us what?
Now we're on top the railroad tracks. You can see the bridge, and we're getting relatively close to where her body was located.
Okay. The bridge you can see is the darker area on the railroad tracks up there to in the left corner.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Is this terrain rocky?
It's very rocky, yes.
All right. Is it hard to walk on just normally?
Yes.
States Exhibit 119, what does that show us?
So now we're on the railroad tracks themselves. We'll be looking down towards the location where Noema Graber's body was located.
And remind us again how you first were able to get to this location. How did you know to come here?
During the search of the park, the police were able to, they basically did a grid search. What kind of stood out to them was they saw a red object in the woods, which later turned out to be a wheelbarrow. Once they got close to the wheelbarrow, they could see essentially a shoe, looked like a foot in a shoe underneath a tarp.
And this area, you just found Noema Graber's body in this area because of the grid search, is that correct?
That's correct.
Not because of anything Jeremy Goodale or Willard Miller informed you of, is that right?
That's right.
All right. So Exhibit 119, is this a steep embankment if we go down this area to the trees?
It's very steep, and then the gravel is, excuse me, also very loose. It's just thick woods. It's not an area that people would go to.
And can you see at least a portion of the red wheelbarrow here in 119?
I think you can. I think the next picture would be a little better for that, but I think that's what that was supposed to represent. You can start to see some of the scene.
It's in the center of the photo, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Exhibit 120 is
Yes.
a closer view of that area, is that right?
That's correct. And that you see the wheelbarrow with the railroad tie on top of it.
Okay. The dark object, I'm sorry, that's across the red, what ends up being a wheelbarrow is what?
It's a railroad tie, so it's pretty heavy. This probably would have been laying by the tracks there.
Okay. So was this the area then that you found Noema Graber's body?
Yes.
All right. Exhibit 121, what does that show us?
Okay, so again, a much better representation. So we actually moved down off the railroad tracks past the wheelbarrow, and now you're looking up towards the railroad tracks. And this just kind of represents on how the attempt was made to conceal her with. Now you see the tarp, you see the wheelbarrow, and the railroad tie.
Okay, so the tie, the tarp, and the wheelbarrow are all covering or concealing Noema Graber's body?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And did you ever approach this area and then start to uncover these items?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so States Exhibit 122, What does that show us?
Again, that's just a close-up of the tarp, the wheelbarrow, which you can see is broken, and then the railroad ties above those two.
And is Noe McGraber ultimately found wrapped under this tarp?
She is. If you examine the picture closely, you can see the shoe taken out underneath the tarp.
Is that to the left?
Yes.
At least the bottom of the shoe is what it looks like to me.
Yes.
Okay. And 123?
So 123 is now we've removed the wheelbarrow from Noe McGraber. This is how she was wrapped up in the tarp.
Okay. Is this with the wheelbarrow taken off of her? Is that right?
Yes.
And the railroad tire has been moved somewhat. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Before we show the next couple of pictures, these are actual body photos of Noe McGraber. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And we'll show you Exhibit 124. What does that show us?
So this is when you remove the tarp. This is basically how she was discovered, how she was represented when we found her.
And the blue material that's at her feet, what is that?
Those are her pants.
Okay. And she still has a bra on, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 125 is a closer picture, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then was her more items removed where you could see the blunt force injury, at least grossly see it at the scene?
Yes.
We'll show you Exhibit 126. And what are we seeing here?
Again, so this is just based on experience. My initial suspicion as to looking at this picture would be some sort of object had hit Noe McGraber in the back of the head, which would have caused that injury.
Okay, we'll leave the photos here for just a second. Noe McGraber's body was autopsied, is that right?
Yes, she was.
Okay, and who did that?
Michelle Cavalier.
And who was that person?
She's a pathologist that works for the Iowa Medical Examiner's Office in Ankeny.
Jonathan means he's cutting up deer meat. Jesus, Jonathan. That's a good point.
So during the investigation, after locating Noe McGraber, making some determination that Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale may have been involved in her death, during this investigation, were you ever able to develop any type of motive for why either one of these men, Miller or Goodale, would have wanted to harm her? Yes,
the Snapchats that John Burnett provided us from Jeremy Goodale were pretty definitive. That he basically says Mrs. Graber failed the wrong students. So it became pretty apparent that the murder was due to grading issues.
And the grading issues related directly to which one?
It related to Jaden Miller, Willard Miller, who had just had a meeting, I believe, that day with his mom and Noe McGraber regarding him failing her class.
Were you ever able to make any determination as to whether or not Jeremy Goodale had Ms. Graber as a teacher?
Yes, and I believe that he did pretty well in the class. I don't think that he had definitely the issues that Willard Miller had with Mrs. Graber.
Concerning Jeremy Goodale's involvement with Noe McGraber's death, were you able to determine how the two of them were connected?
Yes, so about 2 weeks or so before the actual murder itself, Willard Miller had approached Jeremy Goodale and basically asked him if he would be willing to help him kill Noe McGraber.
And Jeremy Goodale later confirmed that, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember how long before Noe McGraber's death that initial conversation would have taken place?
Yes, it was roughly 2 weeks.
Concerning Jeremy Goodale's connection to Noe McGraber's death, was a search done of his phone and Snapchat records?
Yes.
And were you able to find any information that connected him directly to the death of Noe McGraber?
Yes, and the Snapchat records themselves would have confirmed what John Burnett had provided to us.
Just by comparison, while we're getting this on the screen, did you have any similar type information from Willard Miller, from his cell phone?
From Willard Miller's cell phone, we were able, there wasn't, I guess, Snapchats, but there was information on there that would implicate him in the murder.
But not Snapchat records, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, State's Exhibit 127 is here on the screen. What does this exhibit show us?
Yeah, so this is what John Burnett provided us, one of the Snapchats that he had captured. This is from Jeremy Goodale, and it's Clorox, and basically the caption says "time to hide a body."
This came directly from Jeremy Goodale's Snapchat account, is that right?
Yeah, directly from Jeremy Goodale to John Burnett, yes.
This was from John Burnett?
I believe he provided this to us.
Okay, that's fine. All right, State's Exhibit 128. What does this show us?
So this again is from Jeremy Goodale to John Burnett, and this is just a picture of Goodale with a mask on with a hood, and it just says, point of view, POV, you're my Spanish teacher, and this is the last thing you see.
The way that he is dressed with a hoodie and a mask and what also looks like possibly a stocking cap, is that right?
Yes.
To obscure his face, is that correct?
Yes.
Later in his interview to police, did he confirm that he was dressed in this way?
Yes.
All right. And specifically, do you remember him saying that he had lowered his mask right before Noe McGraver was struck?
Yeah, that sounds correct, yes. I believe he said that.
And we'll get into that detail later, but that would match up to what that we see here in this Snapchat image on 128.
That's correct.
All right. And 129.
Okay, so 129 is, again, it would be a Snapchat picture of a green tarp. You see like a rope in there, and it's someone holding on to a shovel.
And the caption here?
It says, "No, I'm actually ready. Here we go."
Again, this came from Jeremy Goodale's Snapchat, is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think our last one here is Exhibit 130. What is this that we're seeing?
So this would be the wheelbarrow that was eventually found on top of Noe McGraver. You see a shovel that was used to try to dig into the ground, but the ground was frozen, was really hard. And then there's like a lantern, and inside the green bag there's some other things that may have been used to try to conceal her.
All right. Jeremy Goodale was brought in for questioning, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
All right, and while he was at the police station, was there a conversation that was recorded between him and a family member?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was his sister. I'm not sure of her name, but I believe it was his older sister.
All right, and were you able to listen to their interaction?
Yes, we were.
What was it that Jeremy Goodale said directly as it relates to Noe McGraver?
Yes, the conversation is they basically acknowledged they knew they were being recorded, so they were trying to talk soft, but we were able to hear them. She had asked him why he had done this, asked if it was something to do with video games. He kind of basically just tells her, he goes, "I have no remorse that I did this, and I don't regret doing this." Really denies any video game influence, anything like that.
And this would have been what date?
That would have been, essentially, it would have been early morning on the 4th.
Of November?
Yes.
2021?
Yes.
During your investigation, were you able to determine if there was any evidence of planning of the murder of Noe McGraver by both Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale?
Yes, it seemed to be quite a bit of planning, actually.
Can you summarize that for us?
Willard Miller had created basically a murder list of items to get to commit the murder. Both Goodale and Miller had conducted surveillance on Noe McGraver to try to determine her pattern of life, to know where she was. And they seemed the night of the murder to have all their supplies ready to go.
On the day that she was murdered, did he provide you information that he had followed her and attacked her in the park?
Yes.
And by that I mean not only Jeremy Goodale, but also Willard Miller, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Was there another witness that confirmed both Miller and Goodale's location in the park?
Yes.
Zoe Fintel, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name correct, is that right? What was it that she was able to tell you?
She was Jeremy Goodale's girlfriend at the time. She had met Jeremy at the park roughly 4 p.m. or so. She saw Jeremy with Willard Miller at the park, and Jeremy Goodale basically told her to leave the park. And as she was walking away, she saw Jeremy Goodale walking towards Willard Miller. And if I remember correctly, I think they were walking kind of towards the location where the attack eventually happened.
And would this time that she would have been there been consistent with when Melanie McGraver would have been walking in the park?
Yes.
Just a couple more things to kind of clean up here. The bat we talked about earlier, was any DNA located on that?
No.
Was it looked for?
Yes.
And the bat, I think you may have said this earlier, Jeremy Goodale describes the bat, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Is that consistent with what we saw in the photo?
Yes.
All right, and then lastly, the autopsy, which we did mention that Dr. Cavalier did, what was ultimately determined at autopsy?
It was determined Noe McGraver was the victim of homicide due to blunt force trauma to the head.
Just a second. Agent Bill, thank you, that's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Agent Bleda, do you recall the age of Jeremy Goodale at the time of this incident?
I think they were both 16 at the time.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you talked about locating the body of Noe McGraver without any assistance from either Mr. Goodale or from Mr. Miller. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
When law enforcement retrieved Mr. Goodale from his residence and brought him to the law center, his dad came with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And whether it was you or other law enforcement, somebody from the state spoke with Mr. Goodale's father, and Mr. Goodale's father essentially lawyered up for him.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
And anything else from the state? All right, thank you. Agent Bellota, you can step down. State ready to call its next witness. Okay.
At this time, the state would call Special Agent Ryan Kedley with the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat.
Good morning, Agent Kedley.
Good morning.
For the benefit of the court reporters, could you state and spell your name?
Yes, my first name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N. My last name is Kedley, K-E-D-L-E-Y.
Agent Kedley, how are you employed?
I am employed as a special agent within the Iowa Department of Public Safety's Division of Criminal Investigation.
Are you co-workers with Special Agent Bellota that we just heard from?
I am, yes.
Same division?
That's correct, yes.
How long have you been with DCI?
For approximately just over 16 years, and the last 9 years I've been specifically assigned to the major crime unit within the DCI, posted to the Quad City office, which is a part of Zone 4, which Agent Villada noted during his
Not a
testimony,
surprise,
which
Mike.
encompasses
Not a
East
surprise.
and Southeast Iowa.
What type of assignments does the DCI's Major Crime Division handle?
So we are by nature a request agency. We handle major felony level investigations that some rural county and local agencies don't typically have the resources for. So typically we will help investigate murder investigations, bank robberies, sexual assaults, kidnappings, and then also officer involved shooting investigations.
I think Agent Valletta was asked how many homicide cases he's handled in his career. How many would you say you've handled in your career?
I would say since approximately 2014, somewhere in the range of 55 to 75 death investigations.
How did you get involved in the investigation into the homicide of Mrs. Graber?
Yeah, so on the evening of November 3rd, I was contacted by my immediate supervisor, Special Agent in Charge Richard Rahn, R-A-H-N, who had advised that the Fairfield Police Department had requested DCI assistance with a missing person death investigation out of Fairfield. And he had requested that I report to Fairfield along with Agents Villeda and Vale, which I did so. And while en route to Fairfield, I was advised that Agent Villeda would be assigned as the lead investigator on this particular case, and I would be assigned as an assisting agent.
And Agent Valletta has walked us through the initial stages of that investigation. What part did you play in the initial couple of days of this investigation?
My primary role was in conducting interviews. Initially, upon arriving, I was briefed with other investigators.
No jury back. I've got the screen. It's just normal. I'm not sure where you're getting that from, Dandy, but I don't have that. It's not on my screen. Speaking of firing coach, did you see? Yeah. No, but he's going to be like this. All that money he gets. Wow. Do you know what I mean? I do wonder who they're going to replace him. But he should have been fired last year. But they paid him so much money. Yeah, he's really guilty, yeah. So I'm not sure which one's which. They both said, I believe both said guilty. One's pleaded, the other one hasn't. Or something like that. This is just sentencing. Just sentencing.
Investigators on the status of the investigation to that point. Shortly after receiving that briefing, I had been assigned to conduct an interview of John Burnett there at the police department, during which Mr. Burnett provided us with the aforementioned screenshots of text messages from Snapchat, which led us in the direction of Mr. Goodale and Mr. Miller.
Did you conduct the search warrant executions on the residences of Miller and Goodale?
So for me, I was actually assigned with the execution of the warrant at Mr. Goodale's residence. Myself, Lieutenant Kinsella of the Fairfield Police Department, along with other officers. From the Goodale residence, I rode with Lieutenant Kinsella, Mr. Goodale, and Mr. Goodale's father from the residence to the law center locally, where the execution of the warrant on Mr. Goodale's person would take place, and then subsequently an attempt would be made to conduct an interview.
You conducted interviews at the law center that morning, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Who did you interview?
After the interviews of John Burnett and his girlfriend the previous late evening, the following morning, on the morning of the 4th, I had an interaction with Mr. Goodale and his father during the course of the execution of the warrant. I then conducted an interview of Mr. Miller, and then subsequently an interview of Zoe Fintel.
Following those interviews, arrests were made and charges were filed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
What was charged?
I believe murder in the first degree against both Goodale and Miller.
So that would cover your involvement in, let's call it, the initial stages of this investigation, right?
Yes, that's correct.
In the subsequent months, there were further developments. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to conduct what we have referred to as a proper interview with Jeremy Goodale?
I did, yes.
Could you walk us through the circumstances that led up to that interview?
Yes. So I believe it was late February of 2023, earlier this year. I had been in communication with state prosecutors as well as lead investigator Villeda on the potential of a proffer agreement being reached between defense and prosecution. And as part of that agreement, there would be a potential interview that the defendant, Mr. Goodale, would sit for, and I was requested to conduct that interview.
Is it fair to state that the circumstances of this interview arose from Mr. Goodale agreeing to cooperate in the prosecution of his co-defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
And this interview was conducted to develop information that would assist in that witness status?
Yes.
Was this interview, where did it take place?
This took place in a state juvenile detention center in Montrose, Iowa.
Was the defendant in custody at the time?
Yes, he was.
And who was all present?
This interview was attended by Mr. Goodale, myself, Lieutenant Kinsella of the Fairfield Police Department, and 2 legal representatives of Mr. Goodale's defense team.
And this interview was audio and video recorded?
It was, yes.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 133 is in evidence. It is a video of the full proper interview between Mr. Goodale and law enforcement. At this time, the State would like to display an edited version amounting to approximately 32 minutes of that approximately 2.5 hour full proper.
Any objection to that? No, Your Honor. Okay. Try to get it set up here.
I'm going to pause the video for a moment here. Agent Valletta, do you recognize the scene that we're looking at here?
Not at the moment.
All right, how about that?
Yes, so I recognize this as being the video recording of the proffer interview of Jeremy Goodale conducted on February 23rd of 2023. I am sitting directly across from Mr. Goodale, dressed in orange. Beside Mr. Goodale to his immediate left is defense attorney Mr. Cook, and then to my immediate right is Lieutenant Kinsella of the Fairfield Police Department, and then also pictured there in the lower right-hand corner is also Mr. Goodale's defense counsel.
And that date timestamp of February 23rd of 2023 at or about 1:45 p.m., that matches your recollection?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to restart that so we can get the audio.
I checked my phone. I remember hanging out with him.
And let's talk about in the lead up surveillance. What kind of surveillance do you guys do?
So it would have been on Monday, November 1st. I would have been hanging out with John and Braden, I believe his name was. I was more an acquaintance with Braden. Introduced me to John, but I would have been hanging out with John and Braden at the state park. And then I checked my phone. I remember I was supposed to go do this surveillance of Chad. And so I kind of said, I told him, hey, I gotta go do something. Braden, can I borrow your bike so I can get there faster? And he said, sure.
And this would have been in the afternoon?
It would have been around somewhere between 2 and 3.
Okay.
In the afternoon.
Braden's like?
Braden's bike. And I left him my skateboard as assurance. So I biked from O.B. Nelson Park to Fairfield High School.
That's where you met him?
Chad was already inside meeting Miss Graver over Mrs. Graves or exit school where he get caught up.
This is Monday?
This is Monday.
Okay. Okay. And so you're standing out waiting for him?
Yeah.
Okay. And then from there, where do you go?
From there, he came out, and I guess he said she had some other stuff she had to finish before she would leave, and so he went over to the bike rack, which was farther away from where her dad was. At the time, I didn't know what car she drove, and he goes and leaves and gets on his bike, and I'm still standing near the football field, actually, like coincidentally, a few feet away from her van. And I begin to walk my bike up over to see what's going on with Shaden. And then that's when I see her come out of the school and get to the van. And then I followed it to try to on the bike.
Okay. Did you acknowledge her when she came up? Did you guys see each other and say hi, I'm Miss Graver, and anything like that?
No, okay, she's on.
Okay. Okay.
And then Shaden caught up with me when we were at the park.
And how does he catch up with you?
so he biked there when he saw that I was going. And then I think we watched her walk the trail once around, and then we just left.
Okay. And where are you watching her from?
On the trail itself.
You're on the trail? Are you 50 yards behind her?
About
Are you
walking our bikes along the trail.
Okay.
Like a distance.
Does she ever look back and do like that, anything of that nature? So as far as you can tell, you guys never made eye contact. She found out where you're back there.
I can't remember if it was the day of or if it had been on Monday, but we did end up bumping into her and saying hi. I'm not exactly sure whether that was that day or the day of, but yeah.
Okay. Just hi.
Would have been hi, how long you waited to keep walking.
Okay. You both did. Okay. And are you and Jane in the day before during the surveillance or the day of smoking weed, having drank, anything of that nature?
Well, day of, I was at the park with Zoe beforehand, and her and I were smoking weed together at the Prosecutors.
Okay. Anybody else besides you two just smoking weed?
No, just the two of us.
Okay. But beyond that, you weren't doing psychedelics or heavy drinking, anything of that nature? Okay. All right. And did Jane ever indicate to you of why is a 4-day weekend good as opposed to a school night?
I always just assumed because we wouldn't have to be at school, so he could have time to make the preparations.
Okay.
And we knew she would be at school, I guess he knew. And so we went off that knowledge that we would have time to prepare beforehand, and we wouldn't have no issue with that.
Okay. And so going into November 2nd, what is the agreement? You've done your surveillance. Presumably you've discussed what equipment you're going to need at different times. What ultimately is the plan? Going into it, before you get there, before it actually starts happening, in your words, what's the plan?
Hit her with a bat and drag her off the trail.
Okay.
Do you have an area picked out?
He had that already picked up, and I found out when he dragged me off after I said goodbye to Zoe, and I followed him to where he already had all his equipment laid out.
Okay. And what's that equipment? What we just described before? Okay. And you had it laid out already? Okay. What kind of things is he saying? Is he saying like, I'm gonna fucking kill that bitch? Is he not saying anything? Is he describing to you what you two are going to do? I mean, it's pretty easy and straightforward to say, we're gonna hit her, we're gonna drag her off, but I imagine that there's a little bit more color in the conversation.
I discussed how, or he said he would just walk up behind her and hit her, and I said, well, okay, I guess I can stand a little farther up the trail and look out and make sure no one's coming from this direction.
Okay. Like in front of where she's walking.
Yeah, that direction.
Okay.
In front of where she's walking, is that close to the parking lot, or are you talking that long stretch?
Close to the
Does it look familiar in terms of her walking path?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not going to be completely accurate, but just for my frame of reference, since I'm a Fairfield guy, can you put an X generally where about she would have been walking at that time?
Well, she's been walking along here.
Sure. Yep.
And then roughly, you pretty much see right around here is the access trail. So he would hit her around probably here.
Okay, up there. Then where are you positioned at? Don't mark it, but where are you positioned?
A little farther off.
A little farther in. Okay. And then he's hiding somewhere in the tree area? Okay. Okay. And so you're kind of keeping a lookout here, and he's probably keeping a lookout down that way? Okay. Okay, thank you. Would you mind just putting your initial right next to that X? It's not going to be perfect, that's okay. Thank you. Okay. But no other options were discussed, like he never contacted you and said like, God, it'd be nice just to have her on the sheer, or it'd be nice to catch her, in the vehicle, anything of that nature? No, okay.
You say you have equipment laid out. What equipment is he laid out?
It would have been the screwdriver, hammer, baseball bat, water, pocket knife.
And then were you instructed to bring the equipment yourself?
No.
Okay. And then so the plan is he's going to already saved the body?
At that time, we were going to hide the body and have it come out that we could try and make it look like it was a suicide of some sort of layer of drugs. That just didn't seem right. It didn't seem like it would work here.
If the plan is to maybe hide the body or maybe it's discussed to have it saved so it looks like it was hit by a train, is there any further discussion about, like, sooner or later her body's going to get found and they're going to start, people are going to start asking questions. Is there any discussion about, like, we should run away, maybe a suicide type situation, anything of that nature? Like, beyond November 2nd, what's the plan?
I guess in our Americans, we kind of assumed that nobody would ever find her. Okay. And stuff that would have her. But, so after we had, after he had hit her, I told him, like, holy shit, make sure you got it, make sure it's done. So then he hit her a couple more times, and then he dragged her off. Pretty sure I did that by myself. Dragged her off, and he was looking along the trail. He already put his back already at it with the rest of his stuff. And then I dragged her back to pretty much where the equipment was at. And I heard something gurgling coming from the skirt, and I grabbed the bat, and that's when I made sure that she didn't have to continue to live in that state.
Okay. And so at this point, if you don't mind, one of the things that sometimes I like to do is just kind of open it up for an open hearing. And by that I mean I'm going to try to shut up long enough for you to just explain your recollection of things, how they went down. I'm sure I'll probably have some follow-up questions when you're through, but sometimes it's just kind of like putting it all on the table and it gives us some perspective on what we're looking at. So if you wouldn't mind, just beginning, you're with Zoe, you're smoking weed, and at some point I assume change shows up. If you wouldn't mind taking it from there.
Sure. So I just knocked Zoe's pipe off the table and broke it, and her vape had died. She was getting ready to go home, and I said, yeah, that's great. And that's when Shady came to the park, and I said, hold up. There was back there, and I think he said, like, what was that? Was that noise? Did you hit her again? I said, yeah, I did, and then we grabbed her and we moved her towards like a strip of woods that separates the path from the access trail. And then that's where we left her. I found her car keys. I handed them to Shaden. We didn't find her phone. So the bag of water was like leaking, and I didn't want to bring it into the car. And so I took the bag of water, and I walked to the end of the parking lot, drove down a storm drain, and then checked it out of the van, and came by and picked me up, and I jumped into the van, and we drove off to a spot I knew about where I figured might take a while before anyone found the van. That would be the end of middle of Glasgow.
So dinner tonight, not sure if you can see it. This is what we call cowl. It's like chunks of veg and potatoes and chicken.
And he drove the van behind the trees that was found. And then we started walking. And originally we were thinking, like, well, we'll just walk it. It's a long way to walk. Then I was like, probably called a beat. So I pulled out my phone, used the last couple of percent battery that it was on to call a beat. I called the place before he did that. Told him where we were at, and I asked him if he could come pick me up. I told him somebody had ditched some chicken there after we smoked, and then we came by and picked us up. And he was already there for soccer. He told his dad, so he said that he could just drop us off just off the park. Pretty sure he shaved Shaden had left his bike there, and so he had to go get his bike. And then he dropped us off there, and then I went home pretty short. And take a minute to remember exactly what happened after that. Yeah. I believe I would have went home after that. And, went home and took a shower and ate something, took a nap. After that, I was pretty exhausted. Me and Shaden had agreed to meet up at 12 o'clock at his house to finish disposing. We was buried in a different spot. Midnight? At midnight. Okay. I did get something wrong when we moved back. Sure. I was missing something, but after he dropped us off, I actually went to Shaden's house with him, and he handed me a small green bag with a tarp inside of it, and he said, like, make sure you can bring this out of your house with you when you sneak out tonight, and I'll meet you at 12.
Mm-hmm. Does it be here, this conversation?
No, this is after he dropped us off. Me and Shaden and watched him just talk to his house, and then he says this to me, he says, right, take this, make sure you can bring it with you at 12. Mm-hmm. And then 12, I snuck out of the house. He had left his wheelbarrow in his driveway for me to come grab and move for him. And I just grabbed the wheelbarrow. I think I had a shovel with me, put that in there, threw the tarp in there, and then I pushed the wheelbarrow down in front of the high school to Chautauqua Park. And when I got there, Shaden was already there, and he was using a flashlight to scrub the blood that was left on the trail from where we had hit her and dragged her. And we kind of just away and wipe away any blood that we found, pick up any blood that we used, trying to disguise any trail to the left. And then we found Miss Graver's body. We moved it into the wheelbarrow and then rolled it along to where we eventually decided we moved far enough, and then we rolled her down the side of the tracks and placed the top over her body. The wheelbarrow was kind of falling apart and it had blood on it, so we tried to pick the wheel off of it so it looked like a piece of trash, and we left that on top of the tarp. And then I went home. Actually, I walked to Shady's house with him, and he grabbed a pack of seltzer of his, grabbed that, and we went to my house. We proceeded to get drunk, and then he left and went home, and I passed out in my bed. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah. And the next day, Wednesday, there was school. Went to school pretty tired. After school, hung out with John and Zoe and Katie McGuire, John's girlfriend.
Where did you hang out?
Originally, we hung out at Logan Klein's house. And then we moved locations over to John's house where we had a small fire. And then I think it was starting to get dark at that point. My dad came and picked Zoe and myself up. We dropped Zoe off at her place, and my dad drove us home. And then I sent several text messages to John, explaining to him what happened between me and she and his trigger. And like 4 in the morning, I was arrested.
Okay. Thank you. That's a lot of good detail. Just a couple follow-ups. Once she walks down that path and you and Shady give each other the head nod of here she comes, and you're giving the head nod basically all clear, did she need to be distracted in any way, or did he just run up, pop her without her ever knowing anybody was behind her ever, or did he have to get chased to her, or how would you describe that?
Very vivid image. He had these big yellow work gloves on, and he kind of quietly just walked up behind her, long strides, taking her slow gait, and then he just swung really hard. And at that point, I was kind of walking towards her trail because I knew we were going to have to move her pretty quickly. And then he just snuck up behind her with that.
Yeah. And anytime, if you're watching, I mean, because I walk on wood trails or jog on it, typically I can feel if somebody's coming up behind me. Was there ever like this in the moment before, or did she get hit square in the back because it was assumed she never saw it coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
When she saw me, I was standing on the trail and walking towards her. I had a face mask up, bolted down, and I guess she was just looking at me when he walked up behind her.
I would assume for her being out there by herself to see an individual with a mask in front, that would be be startling. Did she stop?
No, and that's kind of why I pulled the mask down. Just didn't want to start her.
Oh, okay.
That's the only reason I took the mask off.
Okay, got it. Okay, you had mentioned before about how once you and Shaden make your way from where Zoe was, or once you meet up, you see all the equipment light up. At one point, you actually cross paths with Ms. Raber and you exchange pleasantries. About how long was that interaction time? Are we talking a few seconds?
Where's that area?
That would have been on the trail in front of the parking lot.
Right where the arms come down, where they have the blocks. Remember at November 1st, they put the arms down so you can't drive around. And you kind of have to walk around those arms and then you make the right to start on the trail.
Yeah, it would have been between those arms.
And where the trail turns off to the right to get on it.
Like if you were to go from the parking lot and just walk straight to the trail, that was a roundabout where it was.
Once she struck, and when you said he was square in the back of the head, base of the skull, top of the head,
Square in the back.
square in the back. And is this Shaden coming up with one hand on the back and striking, or was it two hands as if he's playing softball or baseball? Okay. And shortly after that first strike, that's when you guys go into concealment mode. Is that fair?
Right after that, I told him probably should make sure it was done.
Okay.
And that's when he hit me with knives.
On the trail. Before you guys move her, he hits her once, she goes down, you come over, make sure she's done. Two more. Is she lying on her face? On her face. Two more shots to the back of the head? Back side area of the head. Okay. And then that's when you two, at the conclusion of those two shots, that's when just you start to move her and he is lookout.
I think he originally started helping me, and then I was on my own dragging her, and then I wasn't really sure where he was at. I just went.
Okay. Okay. So, once you see her drop after that first initial hit, you go up there and you make the indication or issue the direction that she like make sure she's not breathing, and then you say that he follows up with two shots. As you're moving her, she's opening and closing her hands. You say that by now we're committed, we're in this, and you feel the need to finish the job. About how, and again, I'm not going to hold you to the exact number, but about how many times do you strike her to finish things off?
5, more or less.
Approximately 5. And was there something about her body movements or lack thereof that made you think, I'm done at 5, as opposed to I need to do 5 more?
Well, after 5, it kind of just felt like it was too much. It was like I didn't want to have to touch the bat to begin with, and then she was still alive, and I was waiting for a moment because after I heard that breath, I waited for a moment to see what Shaden said. He was going to come around, and then he did. And so I picked up the bat. It was on 5, and I was saying, okay, could be.
And how did you end up with the bat in your hands?
Because he left it back there when he was standing on the trail. He had it with him. After I dragged the body, he probably did drag it with his pistol. No. I think after I dragged the body, he went back there and set the bat down, and then went back out on the trail while I finished moving her a little farther to the axis.
Special Agent Cudley, does that accurately reflect the interview you conducted with Mr. Goodale?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Agent Cudley.
Court is back, guys, so I thought I'd come back. Hello, Mexi. Sexy Mexi. Orange, there's nothing orange. The orange bit is bloody carrot, you guys. That's clear water. Carrots, swede, parsnips, potatoes. And these potatoes are solid. They're just boiled, though. I just boil it once and it's solid. Hello, hello, hello. Mexi. Sexy Mexi. Right. white potatoes what I use, but they're not like, that's solid. Oh, right. Carrots. Yep, carrots are lovely. Hello, Mexi Sexy. No, it's literally, it's basically water. That's all there is, it's water. So this is very, very thin. And I've got a bit of bread. Dunk the bread in. And a bit of cheese. You ladies, you love a bit of cheese, don't you ladies? Bit of cheese. Mild cheese though. I don't like a chewer or anything like that. You know, daily wash, mild. So I'm not sure what's going on, but everyone's back. Is the court mic muted? No, I can hear it. Yes, Nunya. It's muted. It's muted, Nunya. They don't play the mics until everyone's in. Nunya, come on, you know that, Nunya, come on. Also, if it wasn't muted, I wouldn't be speaking, do you know what I mean?
Very good. We are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. At 11:11 a.m. is when the bailiff received the question. It's the time on the form says 11, but Jen Walschlager is very specific. Each time she gets it, she doesn't even read it. She turns it over, writes the time that she gets it. 11:11. I sent the text to the parties to let you know we have a question. They're asking for a number of exhibits, 136 to 143 and 145 to 148. Within those numbers are some exhibits that have already been provided, and then 164. I had them out on the table. Each side had an opportunity to look at the question and look at the exhibits. Approval from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Approval from the defense?
Yes.
All right, then I'll just write my response, and it's 11:23 a.m. And I'll list out the individual exhibits since some were previously provided. I don't want to be misleading on the form. For the record, what I have attached is 136, 137, 138, 139, 140. They should already have, I believe, 142 and 143. Madam, can you verify?
140 and 141.
Thank you. So they have, and then 145, 146, 147, 148, and then 164. All right.
I'll need you probably next week, Jonathan, to set my settings in my new stream. So I don't get it. You'll have to do that for me. I've set it all up. Well, I thought I did, but I think I've messed it all up now. So, well, one thing I'll say, at least they're taking it seriously. At least they're looking at everything. So, yeah. You know, 60 would feel like £60 and now 200. You are right, Thierry.
I'll just show my response to the parties if you just want to walk up, just so you can see what I've done.
Walk on, with holes.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. We'll let you know when we have an update.
Never walk alone. We'll never walk alone. It's all good, Andy. We're not joking. It's all good. With
As Mr. Moulding described at the beginning of your testimony, this was roughly 32 minutes of what ultimately was about a 2.5-hour proper interview with Mr. Goodale. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 2.5 hours, yes.
Through Mr. Goodale's proper interview, you were able to confirm several of the state's suspicions as far as the nature of the act, and Mr. Goodale also provided the state with new information that the state didn't previously know. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
For instance, Mr. Goodale indicated to you that Chayden had brought not only a baseball bat, but a screwdriver, a hammer, a bag of water to disable her cell phone if there was one, and gloves for both Mr. Miller and for Mr. Goodale.
Yes, all correct.
At one point during the portion of the interview that the court saw this morning, you had, I'm certainly not quoting you verbatim, but you asked Mr. Goodale what the plan was after the act. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall his response basically was improvisation? They didn't really have a plan after the act itself.
That was his response, yes.
Okay. Did the evidence that you observed in your participation in this case sort of support Mr. Goodale's assertion that there really wasn't a plan after the act had occurred?
Well, to an extent, some of the tools that he brought with him, what the pair brought with them, seem to contradict that there was some sort of plan after the fact in terms of disabling phones, using water to do that. But in general, it seems consistent yet that there was some level of improvisation post-assault.
And as far as the plan itself that they did have for the act itself, Mr. Goodale described to you that the plan was for Chayden Miller to sneak up on Miss Graber, and Jeremy Goodale was acting as the lookout. That was the initial plan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Agent Kedley, in the 2.5 hours that you interviewed Mr. Goodale, do you have any evidence or information during the course of your investigation that indicated that Mr. Goodale was not being anything but honest and forthright in the 2.5 hours that you interviewed with him?
No, I don't.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Agent Kedley. You can step down, and we'll take our 15-minute morning break at this time. We are back on the record after our morning break. State of Iowa versus Jeremy Everett Goodale, FECR 005144. And Mr. Moulding, you had indicated, or Mr. Brown had indicated another witness. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Your Honor. At this point, the state would call Fairfield Police Lieutenant Julie Kinsella.
Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please have a seat.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Julie, Julie, Kinsella, Kinsella.
Lieutenant Kinsella, what is your profession?
I'm a police officer for the city of Fairfield,
How long have you been with the city of Fairfield?
29 years,
Thinking about retiring anytime soon?
in about 11 months.
Who's counting?
Not me.
I'll just jump right into it. How did the Fairfield Police Department become aware that Mrs. Graber had gone missing?
Mrs. Graber had what?
Gone missing.
Paul Graber, her husband, had reported her missing.
What were the circumstances of that report?
Paul said that he had been in Texas visiting his brother over the weekend and his son Christian, who had flown back into the States. He said he got back on Monday night. On Tuesday, he had a doctor's appointment in Iowa City. He came home Tuesday night, didn't see Noema Graber. His wife assumed that she was at Mass. So he said he was very tired and he had gone to bed. When he got up the next morning, the school had called him. He didn't see his wife, and that the school had called and said that she was a no-show, no-call at work.
According to Mr. Graber, would that type of no-show, no-call been an unusual pattern for Mrs. Graber?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, is it unfortunately accurate that when a spouse goes missing, the husband is often considered a first suspect?
Yes.
Was Mr. Graber ruled out as a suspect in this case?
Yes.
How so?
His alibi was confirmed later on. The second thing about Mr. Graber is when we called him back for an interview at the law center, Paul Graber was in a boot. Just the exertion of physically walking from the parking lot to the law center was taxing on him. The terrain of the murder scene, he wouldn't have been able to, either carry Noema Graber or even walk along that trail in his condition.
We'd previously reviewed photographs of the crime scene. It's a relatively steep embankment there.
Yes.
Pretty rocky.
Yes.
Mr. Graber physically would have had difficulty navigating that terrain.
Yes.
Okay. So it was reported as a missing person.
Yes.
At a certain point, it transitioned into a homicide.
Yes.
Could you discuss that transition?
As soon as we went to the park and we located what we assumed was Noema Graber's body, then it became, once we had a body, a missing person, and transitioned into a suspicious death.
About what time was that body discovered?
Approximately 7:32 p.m.
And this is early November. Is it pretty dark when they find the body?
Yes.
And so when was positive identification made for the body that turned out to be Mrs. Graber?
Not until the following morning when the DCI lab processed that crime scene.
Okay. We're here in the case of State versus Jeremy Goodale. How long did it take between the body being found on the side of the tracks there and Mr. Goodale being taken into custody?
Approximately 10.5 hours.
And Agent LaValletta has kind of discussed the investigative steps. Were you there and present during the course of the acts and events that Agent LaValletta discussed?
All except for the processing. Once the DCI agent started processing different crime scenes, I'd been up for 26 hours, so I'd gone home at that point.
Were you able to develop a theory as to Mr. Goodale's motive of the killing of Mrs. Graber?
Yes.
Could you discuss that?
Chaden Miller was basically flunking Spanish. He wanted to go to Spain that summer to build his college resume. He couldn't get into the exchange program without a passing grade in Spanish. So he came up with the idea of killing Mrs. Graber because she was flunking him in Spanish, and asked Jeremy Goodale to assist him.
What was the relationship between Chaden Miller and Jeremy Goodale?
They'd been friends since grade school.
And it's your understanding that this was Chaden Miller's idea?
Yes.
And Jeremy Goodale was asked to assist?
Yes.
What did Jeremy say when he was asked?
He said yes right away.
So, to the extent the motive existed, it was mostly Chaden's motive, correct?
Yes.
What was Jeremy's reasons for assisting or following through?
To quote his words, he didn't want to, quote unquote, be a pussy.
By backing out?
By backing out.
Did you interview Mr. Goodale along with Special Agent Kedley, where he disclosed and discussed his part in the homicide?
Yes.
Was the defendant's Snapchat account ascertained by law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that account name?
The Snapchat, Jeremy Goodale's was Dark Wolf and some numbers.
What was his pattern of life there on Snapchat? Was he pretty close to the chest with information, or did he talk a lot?
He talked a lot.
Who did he talk to?
With the Snapchat regarding the murder, he talked to both John Burnett. He talked to Ben Bauer, who on Snapchat was Ben Bauer and some numbers.
and he talked to Mr. Awesome Dude, which was later determined to be Jack Girl. And Jack and Ben were gaming buddies of his.
Not local.
Correct.
Would it be fair to state that Jeremy made some sort of a confession over Snapchat to his gaming buddies?
Yes.
Okay. We previously reviewed State's Exhibit 128. That's the photograph of what appears to be Mr. Goodale stating, point of view, you're my Spanish teacher, and this is the last thing you see. Are you familiar with that Snapchat?
Yes.
How did that develop?
It was obtained through the Snapchat search warrant and the results that were provided by Snapchat to us.
So these were provided from Snapchat themselves and not from his phone or another means?
There were pictures on his phone too. They
Okay.
were the same thing.
But they were verified by Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. It's possible you've already talked about this, but did the defendant have any other communications via Snapchat that aided in your investigation of this case?
I mean, other than the people that we've talked to, no.
Okay. Turning to the arrest of the defendant, was he held pending charges in the Jefferson County Law Enforcement Center?
Yes.
Could you walk us through kind of what that setup is like?
So it's an interview room. It's obviously recorded and both audio and visual.
Are there notices that are provided when you enter the room as to its audio and video recording status?
It's posted on the door
Okay.
in both interview rooms.
There's 2 interview rooms?
Yes.
Who were held in the 2 rooms?
Jaden Miller was held in the first interview room, and then Jeremy Goodell was held in the furthest one to the west.
There was a law enforcement interview of Jaden Miller that morning, correct? The morning of November 4th?
Yes.
Was there an interview done of Mr. Goodale?
No.
And that was because he invoked his right to not make statements?
Right.
That being the case, did the defendant make any statements or admissions while in the interview room at the Fairfield Police Department?
Yes. At one point, he's talking with his sister, Jacqueline. She asked him if he's in shock, how he's not freaking out. He said he's not in shock. He says doesn't feel any guilt, and he feels no remorse.
Let's turn to the impact of the community of Mrs. Graber's murder. In the immediate aftermath of her death, what actions were taken by the Fairfield community from a public safety perspective?
We obviously had a high presence in every school. We worked with the school to get mental health counselors to the school. We worked with the community to get mental health counselors provided to anybody in the public that would need those, or refer them to places so that they could obtain services. Trying to reassure the public that we had caught the 2 individuals that were involved in this murder, and reassure them that it was safe for their students to go back to school, and it was safe to go back and walk in the park if you chose to do so.
Was there fair to say that there was a substantial amount of rumors floating around about this?
Yes.
Were schools canceled at any point?
Yes.
For how long?
A day and a half, I believe.
Did the police department participate in any safety planning with the school system?
Yes, it's an ongoing thing that we've continued to do.
And this is a change from prior, correct?
Yes, we had a school safety plan, like a response plan, if we'd have a major event in the schools. But as far as like going through teaching, run, fight, hide, those things were reiterated, trying to work with the schools to train new faculty members on what to do.
Are these safety concerns coming from the school system, or are they coming from law enforcement?
They're coming from the schools.
Have you noticed any uptick or in the calls relating to student behavior coming from the schools?
Yes. Typically, we get one or 2 calls a month. Now we're getting 1 or 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls a week. If any kid has behavioral issues, they make a statement, "I'm going to kill you." The schools call us.
They used to not.
I think a lot of times they would try to handle it in school if they had those things. I mean, if it's somebody with behavioral issues and they know it's a behavioral issue, they would try to handle it that way. But now teachers are scared to teach, so the teachers are making the complaints directly to us, or going through the school channels and making the complaints.
What makes you say that teachers are scared to teach?
Because of the results of Noema Graber being killed by 2 students.
Noema Graber was killed because she was giving Jaden Miller a bad grade.
Yes.
And that's impacted teachers across the community?
Yes.
That's impacted teachers across the community?
Yes.
Could you, in your experience, could you just lay out the effects that her death has had on the city of Fairfield and the community at large?
I'd say immediately it was very difficult for our community. It was difficult because Fairfield's supposed to be a place that you raise your kids. You know, it's supposed to be a safe place. Nobody locks their doors. Everybody knows everybody. You know, we are known for a very pacifist community. As a result of Noema Graber's murder, people were scared to go out. People refused to walk in the parks. Parents were scared to send their kids to school. Teachers were scared to teach in school. I think the general public felt a lack of security was ripped from them as a result of this murder. It's not a reflection of who our community as a whole is. And I think for everybody, they suffered some kind of loss as a result of this murder.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I have no further questions.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Kinsella, just roughly estimate for me how much time it elapsed from the time of the murder until Mr. Goodale was brought to the law center?
From the time of the murder, which was around 4 p.m. on the November 3rd, and he was brought to the law center around 6 a.m. on November 4th.
Okay. So in that short period of time, earlier in your testimony, you testified about reviewing Snapchat images reflecting Mr. Goodale making confessions to different friends, and you testified about that, correct?
I testified in the Snapchat warrants that we received back. I listened to interviews of Snapchat.
Sure.
This kid,
You had testified about reviewing.
this kid was caught in 10.5 hours, but the other one, I probably the same. I'm not sure. Where's Jonathan? Go and listen, get a shower and change. No worries, John. See you in a bit. Don't take pictures of you in the shower, please, on Discord. Don't do that. I veto that. Do not do that. Even though the women want it, don't do it, Jonathan.
Snapchat records which demonstrated that Mr. Goodale was
I don't want to see your butt.
on Snapchat, essentially confessing his involvement in this crime, correct?
There were 3 people.
Okay. Those confessions all came before, obviously, law enforcement had contact with Mr. Goodale, so these confessions will all come really on the very, very soon after the took place.
Yes. From the time stamp, it was basically from about the time he started going to move the body, around 10:58 to midnight. So those confessions were being made.
Even before Mr. Miller and Mr. Goodale acted to try to conceal their crime, Mr. Goodale is making these statements on Snapchat, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down.
Your Honor, barring argument, the state has no further witnesses. Besides victim impact statements, Your Honor.
So you'll want to be heard on your recommendation for a sentence. Are you requesting that be done later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with respect to defense evidence, I was informed that the defense wanted to break early for lunch and then begin maybe around 12:30 or 12:45.
That would be, if that's permissible, that would be what we're requesting, Judge. We've got to make sure our technology's set up.
Okay, we will be in recess until 12:30. Try to get restarted no later than 12:40, but we will take our lunch break at this time.
Right. Don't know what that means, but here we go. Right. That means I've got 2 streams on the go now. 2 streams on the go. The sentencing hearing and the... Oh, I can take these off now. And the Jessy one. I'm sweating after that. So, a lot of you are saying you think it's going to... verdict going to be back after lunch, so we'll see. Oh, hang on, I need to put this closer, don't I? Fuck. What? I look like a fool, but that's probably better for everyone to see anyway. I can just about see the chat. Nooney is saying the murders just prove it's not the weapon, it's the intent. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with you. Oh, boys, beth sy'n na man boys, beth sy'n na ma gwydwch. Right, so, they're on break. Iowa. So they've got another 45 minutes before they come back. There's no sign on these guys going to lunch yet with Jessy and all them. So unless they have a working lunch, I don't know. But there's no sign. They're 6 hours. Well, they're both 6 hours ahead, aren't they? They're both central, aren't they? Right. Well, do you really got to hold that giant thing that close to your face? Hey, Mexi, you know the answer to that, baby. No, I don't know. Everyone tells me if you put it close to your face, the echo should be disturbed. The echo shouldn't be so bad. That's why I'm literally practically in it. I'm literally my mouth is in the box. Mouth is right in the box. I'm literally eating the box right now, or seems like it. You know what I mean? I'm straight in there. So, but apparently it is better. So, well, I'll hold it closer then. I'll hold it closer. I won't eat the box anymore then. Oh, freezing. Oh, that's what she said. Right. No, watching True Trials, I know. Nothing to watch, I know, ridiculous. No bloody echo. But yeah, well, I don't know. Blame Jonathan. 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 I'm not really sure why. That's weird. Well, or distant. Like, it's not echo. It's how do you say it? It sounds empty. The room sounds empty. That's what it is. No echo. It sounds empty. So Katie doesn't want me to eat the box. Maxie wants me to eat the box. Like different women here. What's going on? Nunia wants me to eat the box as well. I know. So I'll hold it here next to the box. Don't know. It's all right. I'll hold it here. So yeah, they're 9 hours 42 minutes. Sorry, in the eye drop trial they've been deliberating for. The state. That's what she said. I mean, no one got there first time. When I was speaking about eating the box, no one was getting it. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Katie. They started deliberating yesterday at 1:21 p.m. Eastern, 12:21 p.m. Central. I swear that joke never gets old in the air. I know. Everyone wants you to eat the box. I know, but no one's commenting. I was like, oh, no one wants it. Okay. Fuck you. Literally, that's what she said. Yes, I did. You're still playing with yourself, Dylan. I was saying about how I was eating the box, and then no one commented on it. Nunia woke up in the end. Mexi taxi. Right, so, yeah. I'm not sure what's happening. What's time now? It's nearly midday in the Jessy Kurczewski trial as well. So they probably stop in a bit for lunch, unless they want to eat or work through lunch. I don't know. Well, you're doing a lot of talking to someone that should be eating the box. I know. But I was told not to eat the box, so I'm not eating the box. No, fuck you. I don't hear well when boxes are being eaten. That's fair. That's fair. That's a bit sloppy. That's fair. Right. I don't want to put another stream on. Damn, that's a noisy box. Jesus, Nunya. Right. What have you had for dinner? I had cowl. I had chicken, potatoes, carrots, parsnips, sweet, and parsley and all that. Because cow I had. My box is nowhere near my ears. It will be when you flip those legs over. Nunya. Yeah, carrot gravy. I will tell you, it's not gravy at all. Stew would be gravy, and I'll give you that. But this is just like clear. It's literally boiling water. Just like boiling water. There's no thickness to it whatsoever. Box is going to put things you're tired of looking at or playing within. Jonathan, don't you bring the jokes because this. Whose fault is this? You. Wow. What did he trip, Katie? Trip. I just spit out my drink. Well, Jonathan says boxes are great. Yummy. Yeah, it is yummy. Yummy, yummy, get in my tummy. 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 Right. You man, because either I'm not able to get the. Yeah, but not on your own. But when you push back there, we'll soon get you back there, don't you? Don't you worry. Like chiropractors. Right. They actually loan crime are fixing the other trial because because there was something went wrong on their end, but I don't know. I was about to say, not sure if I have that flexibility. You need help. That's all. It's called help, Maxi. So don't you worry. We'll help you. It's all good. We'll get you agile. It's all good. Jonathan, you have Chatter of the Month, but it has Comedian of the Month. It has Loveliest Lady of the Month. Well, I'm not sure those awards. Jonathan Chatter of the Month. And Jonathan's Chatter of the Year. I'm not sure on Comedian of the Month. I'm not sure about that one. The nicest person. She's a lot of things. I know, right, Mickey? I'm amazed. Even if naked. It's called Help! Yeah. I got the best sideburns, hands down, too. Yeah, well, I mean, the rednecks love the sideburns, don't they? Love the sideburns. I never let my I never let mine grow. Beyond holding your head on, your neck also works as an ankle hook. There you go. Bob Coverly lady. Yeah, I mean, she's a lot of things. I'm not sure we call her a lady. Naked Nunya, show it and twist it all about. Naked Nunya, put it on show for everyone to see. Oh. Why, Lawcram, why are you doing this to me? Just fix the stream. They should be back in about 35 minutes. So I'm holding on for. I don't know what to talk about. What are we talking about? Not just the flexibility of Nunya and Mexi. What else are we talking about? And not just for the box either. So Jonathan, are you nice and clean now, Jonathan? Are you engaging in conversation now? Mike knows it. Mike knows it. Mike knows it. Naked Nunya, yes. Naked Nunya. Mike's only been here for a few days and he already knows about Nunya being naked. Do you know what I mean? It soon goes around, Nunya. Law and cucks are us. I agree. I agree. Not everybody there, but some are, obviously. One night only, one night only. One night only, one night only. One night only, one night only. It's been lovely to see a lot of people we haven't seen for ages here today. But we haven't seen Hens or Amy here today. Ba, ba, ba. I'm combing my moustache and sideburns as well. What's your tattoo? What is your tattoo, Jonathan? I don't even know what your tattoo is. Emma knows everything about you, I think. What? But you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not. I'm telling you why. I love Christmas, though. I'll be honest with you. I love Christmas. Love Christmas. Probably my favourite season. But I don't like Christmas Day. It's anticlimactic, I find. I like the whole build-up of it. I don't like the shopping. I just like the Christmas music and stuff like that. Obviously, it's better when we were younger, but still, I like it. I think also I like it because my niece is 3 years old, so she's still in the whole Father Christmas stage. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming. That's what she said. To town. So yeah, I think that's why I still enjoy it. For that whole kids being around and stuff like that. So I go to my sister's house Christmas Day morning, watch all the nieces. Well, I mean, all my nieces, the 3 top ones get cash. That you ask them, what do you want for Christmas? Cash. So then, fine, they get cash, and the little one then gets toys and stuff, and her eyes when she, what? Look at all this. What Christmas Day films you want? Nothing. I don't watch Christmas. I like Christmas Day, whatever, but I'm mostly on YouTube, watching YouTube. If I'm being honest with you, I'll be on YouTube watching stuff, not Christmas related really. Just the day itself is a bit, I'm not really fussed on it. The day itself, I think the TV's trash and stuff, so I'll just watch movies that I want to watch, or I'll watch, some of my own stuff, or not my own stuff, but things I don't get a chance normally to watch, really. Oof GP, I watch a bit of that. Violent Night, oh Jesus, is that horror? I don't do horrors. It's one thing I don't do is horrors. I can't bear horrors. I have to hide it. Literally, if I watch a horror, I have to put a blanket over me. I have to put a blanket, I just can't do it. Some of my exes are like, what a wimp. And I'm like, I know, I'm sorry, I just can't. My biscuit crack. Yeah, but what do you call it? I'll have to watch the what do you call it? Will Ferrell, Elf. I watch Elf. I like the Christmas one. I used to love the Christmas Day one, but I haven't watched it for years. There's a few that's funny, and I'll watch, but no, not as much. I don't like Christmas anymore. I'm not into gifts anymore. No, I'm not. I mean, if that's why I don't like Christmas Day. Probably. I don't like gifts. I don't like getting and receiving gifts. I'm a giver, not a taker. Didn't listen to the whole story. I said when our youngest left. I know. But yeah, I know. But it's funny. It's funny though, isn't it? It's funny. It's not horror, it's an action film. Oh, action film, okay. It's Santa kicking out. Oh, yes. I could do that, definitely. Die Hard. Oh, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? I do watch it over Christmas. I love it. I think it's a Christmas movie. For me, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Christmas Vacation, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I've never heard of it before. Violet Night, never heard of it. None, yeah. Elf, love Elf, yes. I like Elf too. Emma's my new favourite to watch at Christmas. I generally think if you've got kids, Christmas is great. If you don't have kids, Christmas is a bit crappy. I just eat a lot and drink a lot. Eat then. I don't drink alcohol now, but just paid for my laptop to be fixed as my Christmas present this year. So, there we are. Happy days. There you go, Emma. Happy days. Die Hard 2, I love. Yes, Die Hard 2, I love it. Love it, mate. Bad Santa, yes. Nice, Emma. Bad Santa, yes. Gotta go. Catch you. Gotta go. See you later, mate. Is that a film? Joking. See you later, Mexi. Mexi, sexy, taxi. See you later. Yay, evolve. Awesome. Mexi, taxi. See you later. No worries, Dandy. See you later. You gotta wanna. You gotta settle down. Da 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 da. Holding me out. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Do-do-do. Santa Claus is coming to town. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Damn, I'm trying to look for stuff here. What's it called? Oh, here it is. Merry Christmas. Everybody's having fun. Look to the future now. It's only just begun. Bye. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Just looking. Okay. Let's go back here. Hello, Kim. Hi, Kim. Happy days. Posted in there. Remind us that. So happy days. Hey, Kim. You better watch out. You better not pout. You better not cry. I'm telling you why. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good, for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not pout. You better not cry. I'm telling you why. Why? Santa Claus is coming to town. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Santa Claus is coming to town. Doo, doo, doo. Santa Claus is coming. That's what she said. To town. Da, 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 da. You're checking it once, checking it twice. Something, something, something. Naughty or nice. Ba, 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 ba. Terry, yes, they are. Both courts. No, actually, the Jessy one's not on lunch, but the other one is on lunch, yes. Yeah, ba, 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 da, ba. Ba, da, ba, 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 ba. The taco wearing hat. Oh, you can put a finger in here, a finger in there. Erin's Taco's open for it. Erin Taco, Erin talks taco. Everyone loves Erin Hacks Taco. Bam 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 bam. Erin Hack is in the house. Hello, Erin. Not seen you for ages, Erin. There. Taco. Erin Taco, Small Bus Paddington. Yes. Uncome gravy. Hey, Dylan's got the biggest mic I've ever seen. I need a big mic for Erin Hack's Taco. I need it for Erin's Taco. Okay. He's making a list, checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Mighty taco from my cake. Mighty taco from my cake. So anyone who wants to know where the taco is from, taco is named after Erin Hack, who is in chat right now. Erin Hack is in chat, and I love Erin Hack. I may have been a bit off. No, Erin Hack, Santa baby, just to slip a sable of the tree for me. Did he steal? Right, fuck me, please. So this Hacky, because he's not been here for ages, I'll tell you. Jonathan made me change all my systems, right? He's basically taking the mickey out of me, right? My mic is in here. Do you see it? It's in there. Hello? Is it even on? I don't know if you got it on. It's supposed to help with the emptiness of the room. It's not supposed to be so empty, but it still is empty. So it doesn't really help. But Jonathan's got me. He said, hold as close to your face as you can. So try. I was eating it earlier on, eating the box. I thought it was Erin's Taco. But now I'm keeping it away a little bit. Because people want to see my face. You better watch out, better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. I saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus under the mistletoe last night. I don't know the words for that one. Don't know the tune, sorry. So this is why I've got a big mic. It's the biggest thing I've ever had. Never seen something so big. I'm black. So, if people don't like it, I like the way Jonathan goes and hides. Whenever people criticise it, I love Jonathan, love him to bits, right? But he goes and hides them. So, right, so we got all of that. You missed it yesterday, Erin. I was trying my new setup yesterday. Disaster. So I have to start again now. I'll probably do a members only stream, guys, with me setting up the new stream, because that was disaster. That was disaster yesterday. So I need to do members only. Hey, Erin Hack. Hey, chat. Good to see you. Chat. Good to see you. What about me? It's good to see me, yeah? It's good to see you anyway, Erin. Always good to see you, Erin. Good to see you, Erin Hack. Oh, what a find it might have been if Daddy had only seen Mummy kissing Santa Claus last night. I don't know that song. So, Thanksgiving next week. I will not be streaming on Thursday or Friday. I think I will be on Saturday, depending. Oh, hang on, there's a shake here. Hang on. Depending on if Matt wants to do it. But on Discord, I will be posting photos of my Thanksgiving effort. It'll be my kind of where's it gone? Oh, well, I need to find this thing. I can't find it. Oh, there we go. I got it. So there was a shake of the camera, so I'll put it up. There was a shake of the camera. I feel weird talking to you when you are holding that giant mic that's holding a little mic. Well, blame Jonathan. Blame Jonathan. I'm sure it's on YouTube. I can't play it though, can I? Copyright. Could you post a show of it in there? Just a quick vid of it in there. We don't do the table. It's just literally going to be a slapdash meal. I'd be honest with you, I'm not going to post anything because I have to distinguish between members, and things. That's what I'm just going to do on Discord. I'm sure you'll see a little few pictures of it after the fact. But on the day itself, I'll just put it on Discord. But yeah, afterwards, there'll probably be pictures afterwards. Just not on the day because I have to keep some stuff for members only. Do you know what I mean? So, but after the fact, then the week after, fine. I can show. I'll probably show it on stream, Katie. Do you know what I mean? It's a cute song for kids. For those of us who don't, yeah, you don't do Discord. Well, that's crap of you not to do Discord. They invited everyone to watch him eat his box. Erin Hack doesn't want me to eat my box. She doesn't like the box. She's jealous of the box. She likes the taco, not the box. He's sharing in spirit. Hope we can take a listen down. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. But I'm not going to look at it now. I've got too many streams open. Gotcha. They are songs other people sing besides yourself. What are you trying to say? Oi! No, yeah, what are you trying to say? Are they better singers than me? Oh! Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at stuff here. Rumble still going. Rumble in the jungle. Rumble in the jungle. Only me watching. That's fine though. I like her box. Well, you like Erin Hack's box. Most people do like her box. Erin's got a nice box. Nolan, some more songs to sing. For fuck's sakes! I fucking sang loads of songs for you. Jesus Christ! Dag nabbit, didn't you? Jesus. I have to sing less, I do. Not more. Nothing happened in this bloody court. I thought it was shaking the cameras, but nothing's come up. Nothing's happened. You go in once, you end it twice. Dee-dee-dee-dee, who's naughty and nice? Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee. Erin Hack's a beauty. She loves his stream along. And Kim has come and gone again. But I think you come back now. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. If you even saw it, would be even. Oh, fucking, I don't know. You poor. I don't know. Right, how do I block Nunya? Nunya, business. Block. Ignore. Put user in timeout. Ban user and delete their comments. I'm joking, Nunya would never block you or ban you. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Well, I don't know what this is, but it's something I think is quite funny. So I've not seen it yet, but I'll put it on screen for you guys to look at. It's something to do with. Right, hang on. Where's it gone? United States Senator.
Everybody knows this here. And the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself. And my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, no, sit down.
Sorry, Eric,
Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
please.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it, hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can't, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough of contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and
You-
bullies.
you have-
And that's
you
what-
have-
I don't like you, because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
What the? What? That's in your Congress. That's the United States Congress. Throwing it down. 2 senators throwing it down. Let's go. What's going on? Let's get it on. Do you know what I mean? What the hell's going on here? Is that Republican against, what's the other one? Democrats or something? Jesus. No idea what's happening here. Say or not, he's human. Yeah, but in a time and place. You don't do that in the Senate. Don't do that in the Senate. Dandy's surname is Rudolph. Dandy the Rudolph reindeer. Wrong place when it's done. No, I don't think it's, yeah, I don't think it's a right place for that. Jesus, I just think that's pathetic. 2 grown men throwing down in Senate. Like, you guys paid for that. You guys paid for that shit. Jesus, I'd be ashamed. I'd be one of them out. What the fuck? Finish reading Downton Abbey. Reading what? Oh, reading. Oh, you put some stuff up here. Do your own 12 Days of Christmas. What's 12 Days of Christmas? Hey, joking, there's a song there, isn't there? That would be fun to collaborate with the chat. How do you collaborate with the chat? 12 Days of Christmas. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any other reindeer games. That's it. Really improve. I think so as well, absolutely. I've seen worse. Well, hang on, I'm going to fight you back here. The United States always says we are #1 country in the world. We set the standards. We do all that. So you might see in smaller countries or countries that don't have any laws, but the United States always profess that they're the #1 country in the world. So they should just be setting a better example. So I'll disagree with you there, Ms. Nunia. That there probably is worse, but you don't see it because no one cares. The political system in the United States, people care about it. So I just don't think you should act like that. I should do more politics. I guarantee you, right? Everyone in my chat is a Republican. I don't know how people, but everyone here is Republican. I know it for a fact. Here she is, talking about licking boxes out. Now this one is, she would love a box. You would love to see me lick the box out, wouldn't you? The guilt. Oh. Be licking boxes. Lady Law loves the box licking. Yeah, okay. I got a text about it like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, but it's crazy, isn't it? She's been arrested. I've never appropriated that Congress. It's never appropriate. We do set an example. The fuck I walked into. Well, we were debating whether I should be eating this box or not. So eating it means being like this, or whether I shouldn't eat it and just leave it like this. I know what your preference is. You don't have to tell me. We disagree about most things, yes we do. But I'm just saying everyone has limits and gets angry. I agree with you that everyone has limits and angry. I disagree with you that what you said about I've seen worse. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've seen worse. You are the #1 country in the world, supposedly. So you should be setting an example, is what I'm saying. I fucking hate politics. Same here, but 100% everyone in my chat, I did put Republicans, everybody is. Are you going back to the Senate? I've got it on here. Well, so this is the. Oh no, I haven't got it. Sorry. Yeah, I'm doing both. I'm doing both, lawyers' doctor. They're just the sentencing one is on a break, and the verdict one is nothing's happening. So yes, I'll be on both. I said wrong place. Tough. Doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter, none here. But tough. Thumbs up. I'm going to do a poll because I think that everyone here, if everyone's Republican, I don't care for politics. It's just I know I've had some Democrats here before that never came back. I'm going to put a poll up. Now we don't have to vote today, and it's all anonymous. Who do you support? Just to see. If you are a Democrat, don't worry about it because no one will know. Well, we've moved on from everything now. Let's go. We haven't. None years back. What? None years that. I said wrong place before I said I've seen worse. Was an excuse, believe me, just saying I've seen worse. No, yeah. Shut up. I know. Why you up? Facts are facts, not excuses. I love debating with Nunya. I love it. I forgot about it, to be quite honest with you. So I moved on, Nunya. I moved on. Neither. Oh no, we can't though because we don't do. I Lady Law. I'm a constitutional conservative. I'm just wondering because it's like, yeah, most people here. And if you are a Democrat, that's fine. Why is that court not? Okay. So let's make the say America was. You guys got words. I wasn't sure how to spell Democrat there for a second. Neither wasn't a choice, but which do you lean more towards? I don't know the difference between them. It depends on the issue. It depends on. I'm just talking about who do you vote for. That's all. Hey, my name's Dillon. You're so correct that we need to act and do better. Certain people, yes. Philly cheesesteaks. I know, Philly cheesesteak. Steak with cheese on it and a baguette. We accept it. We do. We welcome absolutely everyone here. It's just more of a make sure that everyone knows. I know that Sarah P is a Republican now. I don't actually know. I'm guessing. It doesn't matter. Be sure someone was shot and I said, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Lemon meringue. Lemon meringue. That's not American. That's well, we say meringue anyway. Lemon meringue. That's how we say it. Right. Court is back. Let's see this again. Key lime pie. Again, these are not American names. These are just We say all these terms. Key lime cut pie. Key lime pie. So I do not understand it. The one I struggle is names of counties and stuff. Massachusetts. Oh, no one's taking part in the poll. Oh, okay. It was just to try and make a little bit of a point. So for whatever reason, I think most people here, rightly or wrongly, are Republicans. And I've avoided doing politics because I don't want to offend any side. Mark Wahlberg. Liberal, Alice Coleridge intention isn't bad. It's always been bastardized. Both sides suck. Okay. Nah. You can't say that. You can't say that. Well, you can say it, but I just don't agree with it. It might happen, but I'm sorry. America is number one. You're the lead. That I don't. This I've never seen democracy in the UK have a full blown fight. America should never have it. France, Germany, all these places should never have any of that. European Union countries should never. Now, you will have congresses. You will have congresses in like Russia and all that, where there be guns and stuff. Yes, but do you respect the democratic processes? Because I don't. So those I don't even view them as Congress. I don't see them as proper political parties or what they do, because even the ones in Russia and China, they all buy the elections. So I don't count them as political parties, don't count them as Congress or anything. So they could kill each other. It doesn't matter. I just don't view them as anything. Trying to compare the American system to Russian system, I just don't. That's wrong in my opinion. Can you help me with Siobhan? Siobhan? Siobhan. Could never get that. Not compared down, just in fact. Well, yeah, again, fine, but I just disagree with the fact, because I don't think it's not apples to apples. If you're going to compare congresses, I don't think it's apples to apples. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you compare it to the UK, fair enough. I would be like, okay, but you're not. I just support either one. Trump was a libertarian. I support libertarians. But you're just a big Trump fan, Jonathan. Shire, as in Berkshire, yeah. Bedfordshire, Berkshire. 8% of Russians. 8% of Republicans in that country are sellouts. Just as bad. Okay. I'm near New Hampshire. Massachusetts. President Trump has been both. Has he? I didn't know that. Emma is out Berkshire. Pronounced more like Shire, not Shy. Yeah, so Berkshire, Bedfordshire, Bedfordshire. Yeah. How about the Ronan actress? I don't know who that is. Just had 8 rhinos vote against securing our borders. Sir Shan. What's going on? Why can't I hear them? Oh, it can't be on thing. That's it, Thierry. Lol. Oh, lol. No, definitely don't pronounce it right, Emma. Rona Art. Lloyd daughter or someone else. WAUKESHA. Oh, for fuck. WAUKESHA. I don't remember. I've had it written down. I've lost the page now. Wisconsin is all I remember. Did Lady Law just leave then? We're talking about boxes and she just left. That's not like her. She's not normally approved. Would be cool if he wasn't so anti-pew-pew. RFK, I don't know who RFK is. Shaka P. Shaka P. Shaka P. Shake or P. That's your choice. Shake or P. WAUKESHA. Berkshire. We're not Berks. Okay. I was saying Bedfordshire, Shire, and stuff like that. Okay. If you say it Shire or any word using the long drawn out vowels, still in the US States. Can't say that. Cuyahoga Falls. I mean, you're making names up now. Rossi Ronan, you're making names up now. That's not what I want to hear Dylan say. Kuchona, Kayachona, Kuchona, Cowabunga, Jonathan, Cowabunga. Oh, cool, Thierry. Good to know. Shock or P. Or so is women's prisoners. Most people say it wrong, even Siri. I said it right though, didn't I? Shock or P. Saoirse. Close enough. Happy days. Shock or P. Do you want a shock or do you want a P? Erhat, do they have man ladies there? We just made all our words long and drawn out, not just vowels. I know, it's difficult, isn't it? None here. You and me were meant to be, walking free in harmony. One fine day, we'll find a way. Nunya and me naked on the way. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Nunya, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I don't even know, Johnny. Is that allowed? Yes, it's allowed, I think. I think you do have some, if I remember correctly. We have a lot of Native Americans named places. Sox Falls, you name it. Sox Falls. TMNT, Cowabunga, dude. Yeah, one syllable. We do Jonathan in Minnesota. They're one syllable words. Do they do it, everyone here? That's true, yeah. A lot of people say now they're women, yeah. Nobody thought it was deaf because he talked too fast. Sue. Or Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls. Indeed, Sarah P. No, don't tell him. Sioux Falls. Ha ha ha. Sioux Falls, Sioux Falls, Sioux Falls, Sioux Falls, Sioux Falls. Do you know what Worcestershire sauce is? It was hilarious as Anoki hearing me pronounce each and every syllable and vowel sounds though. Worcestershire sauce. It's spice for flavouring for your food. Thierry, I say it correctly though. It's not yellow, it's yellow. Not fellow, it's fella. Fella! It's yellow snow. Remember not to eat the yellow snow. Of course he does it fermented in the UK. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I thought that as well. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Two dozen a hard shell. Till power. All rise. We. Hey,
Seated, thank you.
Jonathan, Erin doesn't like this. Erin Hack does not like this. So explain yourself to Erin Hack.
Okay, we are back on the record
So,
after our lunch break. Mr. Cook, are you ready to call your first witness?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dean Goodale.
Have you raised your right hand? Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Sir, please state your name.
Dean Goodale.
And Mr. Goodale, do you know my client, Jeremy Goodale?
I do.
And how do you know Jeremy?
He's my son.
Does Jeremy have any siblings?
He does.
And can you tell the court the names and ages of Jeremy's siblings and where they're living at the present time?
Hopefully.
Okay.
Jacqueline Goodale is 28 years old. She's a nurse, and she lives here in Fairfield with me. He has a sister also, Camille, 1 year younger, 27 years old. She's a chemist living in Washington State. The next sister is Sophia. She's also here today.
Well, Mr. Goodale, we're having a hard time. At least I think we're having a hard time hearing.
Is that better?
See if you just speak straight into it.
He also has a daughter, Sophia.
Yeah.
She's, where am I at? 25 years old, I believe. How'd I do? She's currently living in Guam. And he also has a youngest sister, is his sister Olivia. She would be 22 years old, and she's currently living with her sister in Washington State.
Okay. Prior to Jeremy's arrest in this case, where was Jeremy residing at?
He was living here in Fairfield with me.
Who was all living at your address on Hempstead Avenue here in Fairfield at the time of Jeremy's arrest?
Myself, my daughter Jacqueline, and her son Dominic, and Jeremy.
What is Jeremy's mother's name?
Christine.
And you and Christine are no longer married, is that correct?
That's correct.
During your marriage to Christine, what did you do for income?
During most of the time I was farming full time.
Did Christine assist you in the farm operation?
It was kind of a split operation. There was my full-time job, and then we had some side operations going for the family. She helped with that, yes.
Okay. Can you describe your respective roles in operating the farm?
I had the primary responsibility. I ran the greenhouses and the field operations, and we had some dairy goats, dairy cows, chickens, things like that, and she helped the chores with those animals.
All of that farm work, that sounds like labor-intensive work, is that true?
Farming is a lot of work, yes.
When you and Christine first separated, did she take any of your children with her?
The kids were mostly teenagers and living 6 miles out of town on a farm, so their proclivity was to go live in town with their mother.
Okay. And after your separation and subsequent divorce, did Christine remain in the area?
For a while.
Okay. Was there a period, at some point, did Christine no longer live in Iowa?
Yes, she, at some point, met a new boyfriend that was very domineering, and he basically dictated what they would do, and she ended up leaving Fairfield,
And where did she move to?
Colorado.
How old was Jeremy when Christine moved to Colorado?
I believe 7. No, I believe 10.
Okay. As I understand things, generally, the divorce would have happened around 7, and she would have moved to Colorado when Jeremy was around the age of 10. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Based on your observations, what was Jeremy's relationship like with his mother after she moved to Colorado?
Well, initially there was some contact, some phone calls and things, but again, it wasn't really a relationship with his mother anymore. Her phone conversations were being dominated and commandeered on the other end by her current boyfriend. So his relationship with his mother, kind of non-existent really. It was with something else.
Okay. After Christine moved to Colorado, did she ever come back to Iowa to visit the kids?
There was one time, I think she visited the one time that Jeremy did visit Colorado, if I'm recalling correctly, she may have been to town and picked him up for that trip.
Any other instances of Christine returning to visit with her children that you can recall?
No.
Did Jeremy ever visit his mother in Colorado? I think you just alluded to that.
But just the one time.
Can you tell the court about Jeremy's one-time visit with his mother in Colorado?
Yeah, with a telling detail. We kind of knew in advance that it could be a sketchy experience for Jeremy, so I actually had a safe word for him when we called on the phone, and the first time I talked to him on the phone, he used that safe word.
Okay. So do you recall originally how long it was planned that Jeremy was going to go visit his mother?
Approximately 1 week.
And did Jeremy stay for the duration of what was anticipated?
No, he did not.
He used his safe word, and you made arrangements to have Jeremy return to you in Fairfield. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have been 10 or 11 years old at the time. They told me they were just going to send him on a Greyhound bus and send him back home, and I said, no, you're not, and to make sure that he flew back.
Jeremy was 12 years old when you sold your interest in the farm 6 miles out of town and you moved into the town of Fairfield. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you moved into Fairfield, who all made the move with you?
Myself, Jeremy, and his sister, Olivia.
How long did the household consist of primarily you, Jeremy, and Olivia?
3 years.
Okay. And then, as I understand things, a few months before Jeremy's arrest, Jackie and her son Dominic also moved in to the family home. Is that correct?
At that time, Olivia had moved out, and yes, Jackie and Dominic moved in, yes.
Okay. What does Jackie do for a living?
She's a nurse.
And what is Jackie's typical work schedule like?
Chaotic.
Was Jeremy involved in the care of Jackie's son Dominic?
Repeat that, please.
Was Jeremy involved in the care of Jackie's son Dominic?
Sometimes, he definitely spent a lot of time with him.
Did you observe Jeremy to have a good relationship with his nephew Dominic?
Absolutely.
In an earlier question, you responded Olivia had already moved out. When did Olivia move out of your house?
She, after graduation, she moved immediately to Iowa City to attend college, and that was 2020, 2019, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was 2019, I believe.
And after Olivia moved out, it would have just been you and Jeremy alone in the house until a few months before Jeremy's arrest when, excuse me, when Jackie and Dominic moved in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In 2020, when Jeremy was 15 years old, the COVID pandemic hit the country. How did COVID impact Jeremy's day-to-day routine?
You know, he was, you know, his mom kind of abandoned him.
You take your time.
Interpersonal relationships were so important to him. And we spent 2.5 years in a global war against interpersonal interactions. It devastated him.
Did COVID play a part in your decision to move Jeremy from the Maharishi School over to Fairfield High School?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Sitting at home staring at a computer screen, there's no point in paying extra money for that, as far as I'm concerned.
Did you feel, well, let me strike that. During 2020, during the COVID pandemic, was Jeremy's entire curriculum based on online classes?
For a good period of time, yes.
Okay. And how was Jeremy performing with his schoolwork when everything was online?
Not very well. You know, I was a single parent at that time. I had to go to work. I had to provide for the family, and I was to leave a 14-year-old kid at home by himself. He had to be online because that's how they were getting their studies. It was an utter disaster, you can imagine. He was not doing his work. He was, no matter what I seemed to do, since he had access to the internet, you know, I couldn't keep him from playing video games, and that's pretty much what he did all day. And it set up a terrible cycle of reprimand and then laying out what I expected from him and trying to support him every way I could, and then realizing he was.
That explains a lot about you, though, Erin, how weird. This explains how much of a weirdo you are. Makes sense.
Wasn't doing what I wished, and the relationship just, it was really rough.
Do you feel that the pandemic not only affected Jeremy generally, but also your relationship with your son?
Definitely.
Yeah, but 1 to 2 fun-sized pieces is like normal pieces to you. Like, a fun size for me is like a normal slice for you. Do you know what I mean? You're tiny, small bus, isn't it? Erin's small bus. That sucks. I know. It's taken a long time, but we still got the sentence in, so it's all good, though, Sam. We still got the stream going. It's good. It's all right.
In 2021, when Jeremy was 16 years old, and I've referenced this a couple of times before, a few months before his arrest, Jackie and Dominic also moved into the house. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the months leading up to November of 2021, did you notice Jeremy struggling?
Yes, sir.
And what were your observations about that?
I knew he was smoking a lot of marijuana. I tried to do everything I could to stop him from that, from sitting with him, talking with him, reasoning with him, explaining to him how it's not good for his brain development, to, trying to go, punish him, ground him, or I was just at my wit's end. I had to go to school every day, and he was, again, during COVID, he was at home by himself, and there was no supervision. It was an utter disaster.
Did you observe Jeremy having any emotional breakdowns during this period of time?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the court about that?
He was very emotional, and he would sometimes, he'd literally break down crying, and it was and screaming some very self-deprecatory things about himself.
And these were all in the months leading up to November of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goodale, if someone were to ask you to describe your son reflecting on his entire life prior to his arrest, how would you describe Jeremy?
You know, he was troubled, but he was also, you know, highly intelligent. He did extremely well at times. So as a parent, you're hopeful, and you kind of focus on the positives and hope to work toward through the difficulties. Realize that in 2021, the year this horrific crime happened, he was student of the month in April. At Fairfield High School, and also the tennis MVP that same year.
Is it a safe assumption that you thought Jeremy was turning a level or turning a corner with his level of maturity?
I was certainly hoping so.
Were you concerned about Jeremy's maturity level?
Yes, it was very clear to me that he was probably, in terms of emotional and intellectual maturity, he was probably at the bottom of the curve for his age group.
What observations did you make that caused you to question Jeremy's maturity level?
Specifics, I don't know if I can come up with a specific example. It's just observing his behavior on a day-to-day basis.
Did Jeremy have a driver's license or a school permit?
No, he did not.
And why not?
I certainly wasn't encouraging it. Based on his behavior and the things that I was concerned about, my primary concern for him leading up to this was that he would commit suicide.
And given your concerns, you didn't feel that Jeremy was mature enough to have a driver's license or put himself in that situation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you be able to describe a fond memory that you shared with Jeremy over the years for the court's consideration?
If I can get through it.
Take your time.
I mean, there were many things. We played tennis, we camped, we fished. One of the things that I was most proud of him for. From an early age, he had school field trips, and then oftentimes they went to Jefferson County Park, and there was a woman there that was in Fairfield, the woman who I'm talking about. They went by Toad, and that's not a derogatory term; it's an endearing term in this case. He loved her lectures and the nature walks and the bird watching and all this. He developed an interest in ornithology. He was.
Okay, verdict reached. Verdict has been reached. We got a verdict in the trial. So let's go over. Share screen. You can see the verdict has been reached. They're probably just going out now, calling people in to get everyone in. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I will thank Erin Hack there. I'll give Erin Hack credit for once. So I have half the screen there. And when she said about it, I was like, I could normally see if somebody's moving. And I just looked over, I was like, why the... Erin asked if there's any questions, and I looked off the screen, and I just noticed the clock has stopped. And then I looked, and it was a verdict reached, so well done to Erin Hack. Erin Hack is the... Well, we would have seen it, but still. Erin Hack, she's my hero. Hello? Danny, I was just talking about you earlier on. I said, oh, we haven't seen Danny today. I hope you're well. I hope the family's well, Danny, or as well as it can be. Lovely to see you, Danny, as always. We've not seen Hens either. You and Hens were the ones that I was like, we've not seen them. You know, people we saw weeks ago, start of this trial, Merlin, Hooch, and all them, they never come back. Merlin never came back, which is a shame. I thought she fit right in. This is probably how much time to give before reading. Hi, Danny. Danny. Trying to find Terry. Is Terry here? Terry. I don't know if she's here or not. Dublin's fair city, where Danny's so pretty. Hey, hey, lovely, how are you? I am well, thank you. No, me Lambo was behind. Well, hey, not in a scary way, though, not in a scary way. It's all good. I think I'm going to be disappointed, but almost every trial since Carl Rittenhouse has disappointed me. Oh, Nunya. Think of the worst and come to the best. I don't know. I think she's going to be guilty across all board. The murder one, count one, is the one I'm not sure about. Oh, gee, singing. Fucking hell, sorry, Lois. I'm trying to sing. I'm trying to be nice. I apologise. I did not know you did not like my singing. No worries, Danny. Danny appreciates my singing. She said she'd be back. Yes. I think she came back, but then she left again. So, no, Smurfs, I don't know. I don't remember the Smurfs, sorry. I generally don't. I can visualise it because I used to watch the Smurf when I was little, but yeah, she doesn't do Discord. My neck, my back, my pussy and my crack. My neck, is it? My back, leg, my and my crack. Lady Law sings that to me all the time. Lady Law always sings that to me. Don't know where she's gone now. What? Here we go, the camera's shaking. Shake, 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 shake. So we needed a love boat, in a love boat, take love boat. I did sing it. My neck, my back, my pussy and my crack. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now you're singing the Love Boat. Partington joins in. Partington will join in. Come aboard, respecting you. Three's company. Three's company. pause the crowd. Da 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 da. Da, 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 do, 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 da, 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 da. Still rocking the mic. I am Danny. I am rocking it. Well, because Jonathan's massively fucked me over here with this mic. I try and leave it over here, but then it's, I don't know. What about Paddington? If Paddington was eating the box, was that better, Erin? Paddington? Come on, I thought we were here. You said that even with a boom arm, it needs to be in your face. So that's why I'm doing it in my face. Hello. It is a bit of a thing. I don't notice it, you see. Can you imagine me going out for interviews? Hello, how are you, sir? What's your name? Great. Next question. Great, sir. Thank you. Can you stop licking it, please, sir? I'm flicking it. Terry is here. Terry is here. We can all relax. Terry is here. Love Shack. My favourite to get me on the dance floor as well as teardrops on the dance floor. Oh yeah, reminds me, baby, of you. Teardrops reminds me, baby, of you. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't believe I've never heard it before, Erin. Puddington, yes. Oh, really, none yet. He has had it a long time. Sing Spice Girls. Spice Girls on the spot. Trying to think of Spice Girls song. Oh, I can't think of a Spice Girls song. And I sing it. I normally sing it as well. Oh, I can think of one, but I can't get a tune in my head. I can't think of it. I was thinking later on when I don't put pressure. It takes some dancing before they just cry every time. Tell me what you want. What do you want? Tell me what you want. What do you really, really want? I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want. I wanna. Da, 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 da. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Since I've been watching Erin. When two become one. Oh yeah, this. To become one. I need somebody like I never need a girl before. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Samuel, welcome back. Well, never heard of Australia that with that mic long. Dandy's back, look who's back. Rudolph's back. Dandy Rudolph. He's a hero. Who do you support? Why isn't myself a choice? Oh, so okay, that's a good point. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair, Mecky. So right, everyone, Mecky's not red. Red alert. She's not red. I'm joking. Hey, think tank. I popped into your stream to give you a like earlier on. Brian Kohlberger. I didn't see what you were speaking about because I couldn't. Because obviously I'm streaming. But yeah, I saw your stream. I need to do more episodes on Kohlberger as well. I'm doing a little bit on Turtle Boy now at the minute as well. But hope you're well, Frankie. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going for. I was a bit disappointed. Reptilian overlords was not an option. Spice up your life. Hey, shake it to the left, having a good time. Shake it to the right. Take it from the shake it to the left, you're having a good time. Shake it to the right, something, shake it to the left. Mrs. Frankie, hello Frankie. You would think Bigfoot's mic would make his singing a little bit better. Fucking hell, Erin. Do you want me to get Paddington to lick the taco? Would that make you better? To lick Erin's taco? The think tank. Erin had Bigfoot's left nut, maybe. Nadia came close to running to the store, but can't change my mind. Thank God I can't wait for this verdict. Hi, Nadia. I want to be the countdown clock. What? I love the way you ended. Want to be with the countdown. I don't know what that means. Thank you so much, Ace. No worries. So I didn't chat. I've got 2 streams going and my own chat here. I knew you were going live because Mecky and Dandy both went, see you in a bit. I'll be right back. I was like, well, that means Frankie's streaming. So that's how I popped over then. Glad you joined us instead, Sam. I am. Yes. Erin Hack, you'd think. He used to jam the shit on Spice Girls. I was like, take that Spice Girls at the same time. What? Mecky? You're too young, Mecky, for Spice Girls. I don't believe that. I think you're too young, Mecky, for Spice Girls. Not too young, but I thought you were like 32. Welcome back, Mecky Techie. Hey, Think Tank. Love the video. There we are. Welcome back, Dandy. I love that mic. Thank you. Thanks, Evolve. Yeah, Jonathan got me the mic. Well, I paid for it, but Jonathan got me. But I think he's fucked me over a little bit. But thanks, Evolve. Nunya, I would have been so damn mad if I went. Yeah, can you imagine if you'd gone and missed it all? Nunya, glad I didn't miss the verdict. Hello, Frankie. Erin Hack. Ride it, my pony. Oh, Jesus. Frankie, wait until he holds Joe Black. Right, no, hang on. You girls said that you didn't want me to lick the box anymore. So I'm not licking the box anymore. I'm here. I'm holding it to my side. So give me credit. Give me credit. I'm no longer eating the box. I've got it here. Just be you, Mexi. That was just you, Mexi. Biggie, 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 biggie. Can't you see? Biggie, 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 biggie. Can't you see? New Year, that's a good one. Agree, Sam, I am. MacArthur Park. This judge better not talk for an hour. No. She's beautiful, though. Judge said she would give everyone 45 minutes to get back to... Did she? Well, I hope that everyone would be there now. So, anyway, it doesn't matter. We got Spanish one afterwards, so it's fine. Me too, Dandy. Hey, Sarah. Sadie's waiting. My Sadie... I don't know that song.
Okay, I found this on the web for sale. Check it out.
What? What's it called? Mercedes waiting. She can't help it, Erin. Sarah P. Yes, regulate by Warren G. He should learn it. Sarah P. If I could turn back time. If I could turn away. The Spice Girls song Wannabe. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Tell me what I want, what I really want. I wanna, oh, 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 oh. Tell me what I want. All I want this Christmas, someone to get my friend. Making it too easy. Never, never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to be friends with my friends. That's made up of me. Is the box or Bigfoot's giant foam overall? Wouldn't you like to know? Would you like to know? That. Can you imagine that accent and all? The song My Pony, I don't know the song for that. I don't know what the song for that one is. For the longest time, every time you said Sarah P, all I heard was therapy. Right, let me just tell you, right? Working with Sarah P, Len's in the same way. You have to have therapy when you're working with her. Jesus Christ. Not your best work. I know. I forget the words. Hey, Becky, how old are you? Are you right? All I want to know, are you over 40 or under 40? I have you as under 40. Don't say your age. I think you are under 40. But you said he's like Spice Girls, so that's why I'm like on the edge. I know, right, Sarah P? Sarah P therapy. Shut up, Lord Andy. It's dirty. Okay. Hello. Here we are. You're not 26. No way you're 26. No way. You're too mature for 26. You're too mature. And I saw you give a joke the other day saying you're always 26. So that's why I know you're not 26. Hey, Mickey Techie. Under 40, but older than 1. That's fine. That's fine. People throw me when they say this. They're like, so Emma is 42, and she knows the Spice Girls. So that's why I'm like, no, I think Becky's younger than Emma. So how does she know about the Spice Girls as much? That's why I'm a little bit confused with that. That's all. Bah. Do you know Family Guy? Yes, but I've not watched it for years. I'm old. You're only as old as...
8 p.m. we were notified that the jury had reached their verdicts. Without anything else, then I'll have them brought out.
Here we go.
Please rise.
Verdict. There we are. She's my naughty child. Mexy, sexy, texy. Here we go. Right, we're back. Let's go. Let's see the verdict. She is shitting a brick right now. I do not blame her. I do not blame her. She's going to jail, prison, but for how long? That's the question. How long is she going to prison for? And I do wonder, what was she offered? She was offered a deal. She was offered a deal, but she turned it down. No, you know what? They probably didn't give it to her. Just take it off every time. So they probably didn't get a chance to give it to her. Jessy looks sick, she does. She looks like she's very standing, yes. Constipated. Bye, girl. She's gone. For how long?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached their verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please hand them to Jennifer, and she'll hand them to me. And we'll first verify that there are 3 signed and 3 unsigned.
Here we go. Here we go.
Right, I have confirmed there are 3 signed and 3 unsigned verdicts. I will read as to each count. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Signed by the foreperson, juror number 24, and dated today's date, the 14th of November, 2023. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of theft of movable property as charged in count 2 of the information. Signed and dated by the foreperson, juror number 24, this 14th day of November, 2023. As to the special verdict questions, if you find the defendant guilty, answer the following question. Was the property stolen more than $100,000? Answer, no. Was the property stolen more than $10,000? Answer, yes. No other amounts were answered. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of theft of movable property as charged in count 3 of the information, signed by the foreperson dated today's date, the 14th day of November 2023. Was the property stolen more than $100,000? Answered, no. Was the property stolen more than $10,000? Answer, yes. No other special verdicts questions answered. Is there any request regarding polling the jury from the state?
No, thank you.
From the defense?
Yes.
All right, then I know we have our alternates, so these will not apply to you. I will go through just by number, and I will ask each juror in turn, when you hear your number, just to stand. I will ask you the verdicts that were read in court. Were they and are they your true verdicts? Starting with juror number 4. The verdicts read in court, were they and are they your true verdicts?
Yes.
There.
Thank you. Juror number 5. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 8. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 12. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 16. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 20. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 23. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 24. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 27. There you are. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Juror number 29. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Juror number 30. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. And juror number 32. Were these and are these your true verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Is the defense satisfied with the poll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your services in this case is now completed. You do not have to answer questions about the case from anyone other than the court. There is no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it. On behalf of myself, my colleagues, on behalf of the state and the defense, we thank you for the time and attention that you gave during this trial and for reaching your verdicts. You are now excused. I will be back there shortly just to meet with you briefly. All rise for the jury, please. Here are the instructions, the sign, and I was gonna wait till the door closes, but are we good?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, there you go. All right, any requests at this time from the state?
The state would request entry of judgment on the verdicts.
Anything from the defense?
We'll reserve any argument for later.
All right, thank you. Court will enter judgments of convictions as to all 3 counts. I will revoke bond at this time, given the convictions, and then we'll look at our calendars to schedule sentencing. Any request for a pre-sentence investigation?
No, not from the state.
You'll be able to provide me with all of her correctional experience that normally would be in there?
Yes.
All right, how about from the state, from the defense?
Do you want a PSI?
Oh, this defense.
No, we don't care for one. No, thank you.
All right, thank you then.
No, she wasn't on bond. She was.
Any specific requests as it relates to timing?
She could have been on bond. She was offered bond, but she didn't take it. So yeah.
For sentencing and when the state and the defense can be available and ready. Attorney Kukler, I know we were chatting off the record about your upcoming trials calendar and some personal things. I certainly can get this in before yet in November.
I'm looking at the first week of December, if the court would have that available.
The first full week or the first? I know I have the first in the afternoon available.
At the 5th, the 6th. You're saying December 1st?
I would have the 7th. I have one final pretrial at 2. I can either move that or we can schedule it to start at 2:30.
On the 7th?
Yes, if that works for the state.
It works for me. Let's see how it works for others.
December 7th works for the state and victim.
What time will that be at? On the 7th?
So I'm going to direct Madam Clerk to reschedule that 2 o'clock hearing that I have. And we'll start at 1:30, so I have the full afternoon, okay?
Okay.
If there are any requests of family members of either side who would like to appear and make a statement by Zoom, I certainly would allow that, or anyone else that you think is appropriate. I would just ask that you make that request no later than Friday, December 1st, so that I can approve of that. Otherwise, I presume that it will be live streamed by one of our media outlets and covered that way.
Understood.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
See you, MILF. Right. What time is the sentencing? What date did you say? What date was it? Hey, right. Also, where's my secretary? Where's my secretary? Sarah P. I know that we put down, or you put down your calendar, something for a date to remind us, but I don't remember what it was. What was it for, Sarah? We put something in the calendar. The 7th? Fine. Sarah, so that's in our... Sarah is my calendar girl, so happy days. Can you put that on the calendar, please, Sarah? What's the other thing that we got coming up that's in your calendar? What did you do, Sarah? Fucking loads. I'm joking. No, she put something in the calendar for me. I don't remember what. 7th, 1:30, yeah. We need to remember. You wrote it down. I watched you. Since you wrote it down, I didn't. It's fucking here. But you said that you were going to do it. You see? Ask me again, Josie. What do you do on Sarah? Fucking loads. Joking. No, you said you put it in your calendar. It's something this month. But I don't know what it's for. I know. I know what it is. Thankfully, I'm organised. Thankfully, I'm organised, people. I remember you worked out because you made a big deal about writing it down, wasn't it? Fucking bitch. She's right as well. Thursday, November 16th, 13:30. Boy in the box trial sentence. So yeah, you were right. But I thought that you said that you could have put it down. That's why I was like, shut the front door. Right, we go back to the other one now then. Okay, so that's exciting. So that's done now. I knew it, but you said that you could have put it down. So in my defence, I thought that you said that you could have put it in your calendar. I bet if you check your calendar, it's in there. Every boy aspires to be the box one day. Yes, Jonathan. I love that. I love that. We do. Here we go. Everyone picking on me again. Everyone picking on me again. Fucking hell. Right, let's present this then. Right, so, also, I need to find out about this Alejandro trial. Danny going. She with Danny. I must go now to play Cluedo with my son. Ah, okay. See you later. Well, we'll still be streaming because we're streaming another thing here. We're streaming the Spanish teacher killer sentence. But if we don't see you, hopefully see you tomorrow. So Thursday we got the boy the box thing. Right, hang on. Let me share that one first. I also need to find out when Alejandro is on. No, I wouldn't have said that, Sarah. I would never have said that. I need somebody to remind me. I would remember. Now, right, can we just confirm now? I have not written down the sentencing for Jessy. I have not written that down. Sarah P, you've got that. You need to tell me a week ahead schedule. So you've got it, Sarah, yeah? You got it? Because I ain't got it. It's not written down. It's not written down. So I presume Sarah P's got it. Sarah's got it. Sarah's got it. Terry, take care, sleep well. Take care, Danny. Hit the like, folks. Yeah, please hit the like, people. I wrote that one down. Happy days. Thank you, Sarah. Bye, everybody. See you, Sam. Hope to see you all soon. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Dylan. This was no problems. Thank you for being here. Sam, see you soon. Night, lovely. Joy, Danny. Sam, I am. Bye. There we are. Yeah, please like on your way out. Also, please consider becoming a member as well, please. Thank you. And have a look at the merch store. Thank you. Right, let's go back to this trial then. Sentencing. Jonathan, it's not over yet. We've got another one. Let's go.
He's quite fascinated with birds. And of course, I encouraged that. I bought him some books, gave him material to learn more. And also, he, there's this, Fairfield's an amazing place with some very interesting people. There's a woman in town by the name of Diane Porter, and she's a world-renowned naturalist, photographer, and she doesn't have the technical title of ornithologist. She's a bird expert extraordinary, and she would give birdwatching tours and lectures in town as well. And I began to attend some of those with Jeremy. During the lectures, she would often engage the audience in questions, and people would raise their hands and she'd call on someone. Well, Jerry would raise his hand after almost every question. And usually there'd be several other hands going up. Sometimes there would be no other hands going up. And he was called on several times over different lectures that he attended. She was so impressed with him that she gifted him a very expensive pair of field glasses.
Mr. Goodale, since Jeremy's arrest back in November of 2021, have you maintained contact with him?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court generally about that?
Usually once a week. That's pretty much when he was at the juvenile center. It was about 8 minutes. The driving distance and everything, and it was nice. That was where we tried to hit the weekend, so we'd have an hour with him. And then since he's been in Fairfield, the visiting's been a little less flexible. Not quite every week I've seen him.
You also maintain phone contact with him as well?
Texting a little bit, yeah.
Mr. Goodale, as you know, Jeremy is going to have a lot of rehabilitation ahead of him while he's in the prison system. Will you continue to be a major support system for Jeremy as he works to improve himself?
Of course.
Mr. Goodale, you've expressed to me previously that you haven't had an opportunity to make any public comment on this horrific event before. Is there anything that you would like to express here today?
When this first happened, my first instinct was to reach out to the Graper family. Upon receiving advice from legal counsel, I was advised not to do that. I'm just so sorry.
That's fine. We appreciate you being here today, Mr. Goodale. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll have you turn the mic, or the mic with you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Goodale, you had mentioned that Jeremy Goodale spent 9 or 10 years in the Maharishi School here in Fairfield. Is that correct?
I did not mention that, but I think that's correct.
Well, I guess I was kind of deducing that from you saying that he went to public school starting in 10th grade. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
So kindergarten through 9th grade would have been at the private school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he attended school there consistently through those grades, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Were there ever any behavioral issues with Jeremy while he was at the Maharishi High School?
I haven't seen the official record or anything, but you might have had a couple of minor, scuffles or something. I'm not sure what's written up, but maybe not. It didn't seem, he was in a class with a bunch of rowdy boys, and he was one of the rowdy boys.
Okay. And was how would you characterize his academic performance while he was at the Maharishi School?
All the way up until the pandemic hit, he was nearly an A student.
Okay. And did Jeremy want to stay at the Maharishi School, or did he want to switch to the public school and go to public high school?
I remember having a conversation with him. I don't think he was averse to it, and he certainly wasn't that attached to Maharishi School.
And was he friends with Chaden Miller while he was at the Maharishi School?
He'd been friends with Chaden Miller since he could walk.
Okay, so how would you characterize their relationship since that time? Were they close friends, best friends, part of a friend group? How would you?
I'd say part of the friend group. I never thought of Chaden as being his best friend or anything, but they've just known each other forever. Jeremy was more of an athlete, and I didn't do Chaden like that.
Okay, and did Jeremy participate in sports from the time he was young?
Yes.
What kind of sports?
He played soccer, he played softball, he played tennis.
Okay. Was he always able to be a member of a team?
Yes.
Were there ever any behavioral issues that you noticed or that were ever reported to you by his coaches?
During sports, no.
Okay.
Sometimes perhaps when he was in coaching situations, it was a little difficult.
But for the most part, he got along with coaches, could participate in sports. Would that be true?
During his year playing with Fairfield High School tennis team, he was shining. He was a great leader for the team. He was an exemplary tennis player and was quite a team player, popular with the team, good with the coach, loved the coach.
I think Jeremy at one point in one of the interviews indicated that he had planned on playing possibly collegiately. Is that correct?
If he would have worked at it, he definitely had the ability to do that, yes.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this. The way that I understand your testimony concerning the COVID issue was that was kind of a turning point for him. Would that be true?
It hit him pretty hard, yeah. We were, there's struggles, and then there's things that exacerbate struggles and things that alleviate struggles, and that was definitely an exacerbating effect, yes.
And in November of 21, had Fairfield High School returned to in-person learning?
In when now?
In November of 21, or that semester, had Fairfield returned to in-person learning? Do you know?
In my mind it hadn't, but I believe it had. But there was still social distancing. This is a great term for what he didn't need. There was masking and other things still going on, but I believe they were back in school full time. And I guess part of the reason that my memory's confused is that they weren't in school that day, but I guess that was a teacher thing going on.
And at the time that Noe McGregor was killed, had Jeremy been doing well in school for the most part, or how else would you characterize it?
Struggling for the most part.
Okay. Was he failing classes?
I believe he was.
Had his teachers reached out to you?
No.
Had you had any communication with his teachers or made any attempt on your part to reach out to them?
I had not.
Whenever you indicated that Jeremy was a student of the month in April, that was April of 21?
Yes, sir.
And what would qualify him for student of the month in April?
Like I said, he had the ability to excel, and I think he had a good month.
Okay, so it'd be grades and possibly participation in other extracurricular activities or doing well in those. I assume that's what would qualify him for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was a little surprised because I thought he was, I know he's capable of being a straight A student, and he wasn't quite there, but he was doing a little bit better at that point.
And would a teacher have nominated him for that particular recognition, or do you know?
Was it the principal? Well, I'm not sure.
That's fine.
I'm sure there's a teacher involved somewhere, yeah.
You indicated that you had a primary concern that Jeremy might harm himself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever reach out to a mental health professional to seek out any assistance for him, or did you take any step along those lines?
Thanks for asking that question. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on that. Is that okay?
That's fine.
So he'd gone to Optimate when he was younger for apparently 6 months or so.
What is Optimate?
It's a local place here in town. They have counseling for all kinds of things.
Okay.
Then for a while, maybe a year or two, he didn't really do anything. But then I noticed he was struggling. But it was more than struggling with there's always he had these abandonment issues, and so emotionally he was hurting. He was psychologically not doing well. But also there were some physical manifestations. He's kind of had a chronic cough and couldn't do things with his athletics like I thought he should be able to. Like I thought there was something wrong with his health. So there's a functional medicine clinic in Iowa City, and I took him up there, and they had a multifaceted approach, kind of a holistic medicine approach. The doctor up there did a complete exam. They did a blood exam. They looked at things, as many health metrics as possible. Then the treatment that they advised. So I went ahead and signed him up, and then the way they do it, he paid a very healthy sum of money up front, and then he goes for like 6 months of treatment. Primarily after the doctor's visit, and then diet recommendations and supplement recommendations. The treatment was every week I drive him to Iowa City, and once a month he was to meet with a mental health professional, psychologist, I believe. So we started going up, and primarily what seemed like they were doing was some kind of biofeedback, and he started getting that treatment up there. And so he'd go up there and do that once a week. Eventually he ended up getting a home kit, and he wore it at home. And it was basically just kind of he'd watch something on a screen and then get biofeedback. And they did EEGs and monitor his progress. And based on what they showed me, it looked like there was some EEG verified progress he was making on that. The other aspects of the treatment up there, again, were visits with the doctor and diet and supplements. And then once a month, he was to meet with a psychologist. The first month visit with the psychologist was, when it came up, we went up, did the regular EEG, and it was just a tag on to the regular treatment that he did every week. The psychologist didn't show up. That's kind of weird. Kind of a profession, business, a medical health institute doesn't have somebody show up for their appointment with a patient. It seemed very bizarre to me. So, obviously I complained to the staff and management about that, and then still continued with this treatment. So, and again, they didn't like put it in the next month. They said, well, let's just pick up with the next scheduled appointment in the following month. So we continued with his biofeedback and everything else. The next month came, and it's time to meet the psychologist, and the psychologist did not show up. This happened 3 times, and they were billing me, by the way, for these consults. So obviously, I did not continue with that, and we got into a spat with getting money refunded. And that, so that didn't work out. So I knew a wonderful woman in town that was quite brilliant, extremely compassionate and highly intelligent. She was a counselor in town. Her name was Julie Bloom, and so I was working to get an appointment with her, and she was traveling in and out, so it was hard to set something up. I finally had a tentative appointment for him to see her, and it was a couple of weeks out. Before he was able to meet with her, she passed away from cancer. So I'm not one to give up, so I kept pursuing things. I also had a friend that I knew from college that was a well-known psychiatrist in town, and I was reaching out to him to see Jeremy when he lost his license for some malpractice business. I didn't give up then either. I kept looking for local people to be able to work with Jeremy, and the caliber of counselors varies, but primarily I just didn't find anyone that I thought would be a good fit for Jeremy. And I was continuing to look to the day this happened.
So the first series of treatment that you tried to get him, that were either psychologist or psychiatrist did not show.
Psychologist, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, the psychologist. What was that time frame?
In terms of how old Jeremy was?
No, well, let's take it from November of 2021. So back up from there. How long before Noe McGraver's death would you have attempted that counseling with Jeremy?
3 or 4 years.
Okay, so he would have been around the age of 12?
Roughly, yeah. 12, 13 maybe, I'm not exactly sure.
And you may have been asked this, that you've continued to have regular contact with your son since his arrest, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a brief follow-up, Mr. Goodale. You were asked about counseling efforts that you made on behalf of Jeremy, and related to that, those efforts were back when he was around age 12. I think perhaps just to clarify for the court, those efforts at counseling had a lot to do with the abandonment issues that Jeremy was dealing with at the time, correct?
Yes, and one more clarification. I mean, the functional medicine clinic might have been 12, but the other arrangements I was making were later, 13, maybe 14 as well.
Okay. And ultimately, as you described, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like essentially Jeremy didn't get any counseling due to the difficulties that you described, correct?
It's surreal, yeah.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Ready for the next witness?
Thank you, Judge. We're called Jacqueline Goodale.
His mother, then. Right. I think we're going to do a trial tomorrow, but
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
but not like you're thinking of.
Can you please state and spell your name?
You got Jacqueline Goodale.
JACQUELINE, Goodale, GOODALE.
You go by Jackie, is that right?
Yeah, you can call me Jackie.
And Jeremy is your brother?
Yeah,
What's the age difference between you and Jeremy?
10 years.
You're older than him, is that correct?
Yes.
When you were younger, your family lived on a farm here in Jefferson County?
Yes.
What was life like on the farm?
It was a lot of hard work, and we had a lot of animals and a lot of kids.
His sister, whoop whoop.
Specifically, what were your duties when your family lived on the farm?
I helped take care of Jeremy a lot. I changed his diapers when he was little and fed him and did his schoolwork with him, and while my parents were doing a lot of the physical farm work.
How much time did your parents spend tending to the farm?
With the 5 cows and 40 goats, they milked them early in the morning and then milked them again late in the evening.
Did you also help with farm work?
Yeah, here and there. We had the brunch, weekend brunch. I think I partook in that a lot. Otherwise, food processing from the garden, canning, not so much milking animals or feeding animals.
You were primarily useful to your family by taking care of and supporting Jeremy, is that right?
Yeah, I watched all 4 of my younger siblings.
And I think you mentioned some of these things, but at least at your time on the farm when Jeremy was young, how old would he have been at that time?
From the time he was born until the time he was 5, and then he spent time in Fairfield with my mom in town.
Do you know how old Jeremy would have been when your parents separated?
5.
And you would have been 15 then, is that right?
Yeah, I was 15.
So when they separated, but before they formally divorced, your mother ended up moving away from the farm into town, is that right?
Correct.
And it's my understanding all of the girls moved with your mother, Christine, into town?
Yes.
Did Jeremy still live with Dean at the farm?
Half the time. I think they had a 1 week with Dean and 1 week with Christine.
So they alternated weeks?
Yes.
What was life like at your mother's house in town?
It was pretty chaotic at first because we were starting from scratch. We had to get all new furniture because everything else stayed at the farm. I had also dropped out of school at that time, and my mom and I opened up the Quick Escape, so we were opening up a new business at the same time as well.
Did your mom also still help with some of the tasks at the farm?
Yes, she still had to go milk the animals.
And you mentioned the restaurant that your mom opened. You said that's the Crepe Escape?
Yes.
And you dropped out of school to help her with that business?
Well, I dropped out of school because I wanted to, and she let me, and I think she was okay with me dropping out because I knew I'd be able to help her.
Did that business keep Christine pretty busy?
Yes, it did.
So what were your responsibilities then while you were living with your mom in town?
I continued to help her with the kids, and I helped her with paying some bills every once in a while, and I worked. I did eventually go back to school though.
Were you responsible for cooking dinner while at your mom's house in town?
Yeah, and at the farm, and yeah, I would make sure the kids were always fed.
How about getting Jeremy up and out the door for school?
Yeah, we would all get ready, and I would have to make sure everyone was ready, and we would walk to school.
Did you help Jeremy with schoolwork?
Yes.
And did you ever put Jeremy to bed?
Yes, I helped put him to bed because a lot of times I was still milking animals, and that continued in town. Jeremy and Olivia both shared a room, and I would put both of them to bed.
How consistent were you doing these things, helping him get ready for school, putting him to bed, cooking dinner? How regular was that in the house?
I guess every week when he was at my mom's.
Several nights of those weeks?
Yeah.
Were you in charge of supervision while Christine was out of the house?
Yes.
Would you say Christine had a strong focus on supervision or parenting of her children?
She did have rules, but she didn't quite enforce rules, and she was very lenient, and I think that's one of the reasons why all three of her oldest daughters ended up dropping out of school, because she didn't really enforce school or other rules and boundaries.
So at least coming from her, it sounds like there wasn't much structure. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
After your parents formally divorced, your mother ended up dating a man by the name of Jeff Griggs.
Yes.
Is that right? How did your life change once he came in the picture?
He changed everything. He controlled everything. He changed the way we were allowed to eat. He locked the doors at 9:30 every night, so if we weren't home, we were locked out. He moved in. My mom let him move in without even telling us. So I think we were a house full of girls, and this strange man came in. I think they were maybe dating for 3 months. And then he took over our house. He took over our bathroom every morning. None of us could get ready for work or get ready for school. Wouldn't let us eat pork or beef. He started doing all the cooking and choosing what we were allowed to eat, and locking the house at 9:30, which didn't bode well for my sister Sophia, because she was working a waitress job at George's Pizza, and then I would have to let her in when she got off work, because she got locked out every night.
So it sounds like he came into the picture and then very quickly took control over everything.
Yes.
And your mom went along with that?
Yes.
You and Sophia were eventually kicked out of the house. Can you tell the court about that?
Yeah. Well, Jeff had it out for Sophia. I think I remember there were times where Sophia would bang on the bathroom door while he was doing whatever. She couldn't come back home before 9:30 because she had her job. And then eventually he told my mom to call George's Pizza and get her fired from her job. And that's when I think Sophia came home and was very upset and confronted my mom. And Jeff had himself in the car outside, and my mom would go back and forth from the car to talking to us, and she kicked Sophia out pretty much right away. And then I got very upset that she kicked out Sophia, who was only 16, and told her, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you listening to this guy? I've been at your side and raised these kids with you this whole time. Why aren't you listening to me? Taking my advice. And then, she'd go back and forth from the car to confronting me, and then she said, oh, well, now you're kicked out. So then I got kicked out of the house as well. And I think that would have left just Jeremy and Olivia at the house with Jeff and my mom.
Were you afforded any time to get your belongings?
No, we were not allowed to get our stuff.
Were there several items, important items that remained in the house?
Yeah, everything.
So like a license,
We got
passport?
licenses, passports, birth certificates, and we still never got those. We had to get copies and get new passports and new licenses.
Where did you go when you were kicked out of Mom's house?
I went to my friend Phoebe Hare's, and I kind of got shopped there, and was living on the car a little bit until I got a new job, because I was still working at the Crib Escape, so I got fired and got kicked out of the house all at the same time. So I needed a new job and I needed a new place to live, so then I wanted a nannying job and ended up living with the Clevelands and took care of their grandkids.
And Mom didn't seem to mind that you were essentially left to couch hop and live in your car because of this?
No.
Do you know how your leaving affected Jeremy?
It probably really sucked. I'm pretty sure he was there for Sophia and myself getting kicked out. He was in the living room with us, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we kind of lost each other after that.
He didn't have you cooking for him, helping him with schoolwork, helping him get ready anymore?
No.
Did you get to see Jeremy much after that?
A little bit when he was with my dad.
When did Christine and Jeff move to Colorado?
I don't know the exact year, but it would have been when Jeremy was 10.
Did you have any contact with your mom after she moved to Colorado?
Yeah, I reached out a lot, specifically when I got pregnant. And then after I had my son, I wanted her to meet him. And I had sent her pictures of Dominic growing up. But she never responded.
Did you ever offer to travel to her so that she could see her grandson?
Yeah, and she didn't want me to come.
At what point did you move back in with Dean and Jeremy?
I separated from my husband and moved away from Davenport back to Fairfield in 2021, August.
So just a few months before everything that happened and what led up to his arrest?
Yes.
When you were living there now in August of 21 with Dean and Jeremy, did you take on some of the household responsibilities again?
Yes, well, I was a mom at that time, so I was definitely going to cook for my kid, and of course I was going to cook for the whole family. And I definitely wanted to help Jeremy. So Sophia and myself, we redid his whole room. We bought him, because we wanted him to have his own space where he could work on his school, so we bought.
Right. I wasn't paying attention to anything, so I literally came back to that comment from Erin Hack. I'm just setting up tomorrow's stream. We've got a trial. Now, none of you go look at it, because it's with Judge Boyd, it is. And it's happening right now. So we're playing catch up. I'm going to do it in about 3 days. And yeah, so it'll be a nice trial with Judge Boyd. Chill out trial for the next 3 days. So, yes.
Him a new dresser and a rug and a desk and a chair. And yeah, we just wanted him to be successful at school. I mean, it was hard, and him having his own space would be important.
And it was you and Sophia who went out and got on those things?
Correct.
You just mentioned you have a son, right?
Yes.
He was also living with you and Dean and Jeremy?
Yes.
His name's Dominic, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What was Dominic and Jeremy's relationship like at that time in August?
It was very, very good, very beautiful. I really enjoyed seeing Jeremy be the older sibling type of person where he would play and take care of my son. Very different.
Blame Jonathan.
Helped me a lot.
Jonathan set me up.
A lot for me too, because I was working
Just say it.
12-hour night shift week in Dockridge and Davenport and commuting back and forth to Davenport and Fairfield. So every Monday, he would definitely help. He would babysit. He would make sure that we were fed and would get food for us. And he had all that energy to roughhouse and throw Dominic around. And yeah, they played a lot.
Would you say Jeremy's a good uncle?
Yes, Jeremy's a very good uncle.
I think it's evident that Jeremy views you as a mother figure for him, that you've taken care of him, you've taken on some of these motherly duties. What do you think of that?
That's accurate.
I asked you to bring a project that Jeremy made about you when he was younger. Did you bring that with you today?
Yeah, I did.
How old would Jeremy have been when he made that?
He would have been 9 or 8.
And ultimately, this is a photo that he created of you and just a description about you. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you want to just go ahead and just show it to court, I guess.
Sorry.
Can you go ahead and read what Jeremy wrote about you when he was 8 or 9 years old?
All right. Jackie Goodell by Jeremy. Her name is Jackie. She is my sister. She lives in Iowa. She was very interested in Native Americans. She's very athletic. She found a perfect skeleton of a deer. Jackie loves the sea. She's very creative. She's also very happy and intelligent. Jackie once slept in a teepee. Every day she would fix her teepee. It was made out of grass and sticks. She was becoming a nurse. She is doing a lot of studying of the human body. Jackie likes helping people. Jackie is a great cook. Sometimes when my mom is at work, my sister will cook for me. I like how she cooks eggs. She cooks them all the way through, then puts lots of barbecue on it. She is a great sister. She's always looking after me. Sometimes she drives me to the park. We make leaf piles together. Jackie goes to school. She is in college studying medical nursing. Jackie practices very hard. She is memorizing where all the bones and muscles are. She reads a lot. Every night she is studying in her books. She learned a lot of things from her parents. She learned to cook from her mom. Sometimes she cooks me bacon burgers and hot dogs. Jackie has many inner qualities. Jackie's very persevering. She never gives up on her homework. She is very clever. She made a really nice clay pot. She knows how to knit sweaters and scarves. She is very peaceful. Whenever my sisters and I get in a fight, Jackie stops it. Jackie is always happy. I never
We'll catch you afterwards. It's fine. We'll catch you.
She is also smart, brave, and wise. Jackie is an amazing sister. She is the best sister anyone could wish for.
Where do you usually keep that project?
I keep it in my dresser at home.
Since Jeremy was arrested, have you made contact with him?
Yeah. I see him whenever I can.
And are able to communicate with him over the phone as well?
Yes.
Will you continue to be a major support system for Jeremy as he works to improve himself while in the prison system?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Couple questions. You are a nurse, is that right?
That's correct.
Are you an RN?
I'm a licensed practical nurse.
And where do you work?
I'd rather not share that just because I have gotten some really bad death threats. And
Okay, that's fine. Do you work locally here?
Within my travel, and I also work within 30 minutes of the Fairfield.
That's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the questions.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Are you ready to call your next witness?
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Defense will call Dr. Mark Cunningham.
Dr. Cunningham, if you raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, please state your name.
Mark Douglas Cunningham.
And Mr. Cunningham, what is your occupation?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist in private practice and also an independent research scientist.
Can you tell the court how long have you been a licensed psychologist?
I've been a licensed psychologist for 43 years.
Can you tell the court about your educational background?
Certainly. I did my undergraduate work at Abilene Christian College, now Abilene Christian University in West Texas, and graduated with high honors with majors in psychology and also in mass communications. I did graduate work at Oklahoma State University in a clinical psychology program accredited by the American Psychological Association as a doctoral training site, and received both my master's and doctorate degrees in clinical psychology. I then did a one-year clinical psychology internship at the National Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. That internship was also accredited by the American Psychological Association, and I was an active duty naval officer and clinical psychology intern. I was then assigned as a staff psychologist at the Naval Submarine Medical Center in Groton, New London, Connecticut. At that time, the submarine base at Groton was the primary submarine facility on the Atlantic coast. And a psychiatrist and I responded to the mental health needs of about 15,000 active duty and about 40,000 dependents, to the extent that we had an opportunity to after we addressed the active duty needs. While there, I did 2 years of part-time postdoctoral study at the Yale University School of Medicine, where I was given an award as the outstanding trainee.
Yeah, the other kid got life, yes. The difference is, I believe, that this kid agreed to a plea deal where the other kid didn't. Oh no, the other kid did. I don't know. Yeah, but apparently this kid was a lot more helpful than the other one.
I left the Navy and took a full-time academic position for a couple of years back in West Texas, began to practice at the same time, resigned that academic role after a couple of years, and since then have been very active in participating in continuing education in clinical psychology and in forensic psychology, and also being a provider of continuing education to psychologists and attorneys.
Doctor, can you tell the court what is clinical psychology?
So clinical psychology is what you would expect a psychologist to do. That's the evaluation and treatment of psychological disorders, things like psychological testing and counseling and perhaps hospital consultations with children, adolescents, adults, couples, families.
Can you tell the court what is forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is any way that psychology as a science can be helpful to some issue before the court. That's all the way from evaluation of parenting capabilities in child custody cases, or psychological injuries in civil cases, or in criminal cases, things like competency to stand trial, or mental state at time of offense, or sentencing considerations such as are being heard today.
Do you hold any licenses or certifications?
I do. I'm licensed as a psychologist here in Iowa, as well as in 11 other states. My practice is national in scope.
Dr. Cunningham, prior to today's hearing, you provided me with a current copy of your curriculum vitae, is that correct?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham, I'm handing you what has been previously marked as Defense Exhibit I. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I do. This is my curriculum vitae, which is a fancy word for a resume that reflects my education and professional involvement, publications, honors, board certifications.
And I believe the first page indicates that your CV is current as of August of this year, is that correct?
August 24th.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit Defense Exhibit I.
No objection, Your
Honor. Defense I is admitted.
Dr. Cunningham, I want to briefly review with the court some of the highlights of your CV, if that's all right with you.
Certainly.
As outlined in your CV, Dr. Cunningham, you've received numerous awards for your scholarly contributions and exemplary professional practice. Most recently, you were the recipient of the American Academy of Forensic Psychology Award for distinguished contributions to forensic psychology in November of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the most recent recognition.
Okay. And that is, in fact, the highest honor bestowed by the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that correct?
That's correct. The American Academy of Forensic Psychology is the scholarly association of board-certified forensic psychologists. There are only 350 board-certified forensic psychologists in the United States. It's an extraordinarily arduous credential to obtain, and those individuals represent the practice at the highest levels, and those that are responsible for a good deal of the scholarship and research regarding forensic psychology. So for my colleagues to identify me with this award, which is given to one psychologist annually or less often, for them to recognize me is particularly meaningful.
In January of 2019, you were recognized with the American Correctional Association Peter P. Leggings Research Award, which is also the highest honor bestowed by the American Correctional Association for a corrections researcher. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that was in recognition to numerous research projects that my colleagues and I have conducted in prison systems around the United States, with samples ranging from dozens to 50,000 inmates.
And in 2012, you were the recipient of the National Register of Health Services Psychologist A.M. Wellner, Ph.D. Lifetime Achievement Award, which was, again, the highest honor bestowed from among 12,000 registrant psychologists. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Cunningham, do you hold any fellowships?
So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. That means I'm board certified in forensic psychology. I'm also a fellow of the American Academy of Clinical Psychology. That reflects that board certification in clinical psychology, both of those by the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the board certification organization that's recognized by the American Psychological Association. I'm also a fellow of the American Psychological Association. That's a distinction that requires election by the Council of Representatives of the American Psychological Association, and it reflects unusual and outstanding contributions to the practice and science of psychology on a national level.
Dr. Cunningham, you are the author of 58 professional publications, including 2 books or edited volumes on capital sentencing and a chapter entitled Miller Evaluations, which I think is particularly pertinent in this case, in a book, The Rutledge Encyclopedia of Psychology in the Real World, Psychology and Law. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir. Actually, I'm the author of one book, and then I was the editor of a special edition of a peer-reviewed journal examining capital sentencing issues. So it's kind of like a book, but not quite. And then that book chapter on Miller evaluations is among my scholarly publications.
During the course of your distinguished career, Dr. Cunningham, you have twice provided testimony to the Texas State Senate Criminal Justice Committee, and in addition to the Illinois Governor's Commission on Capital Sentencing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the course of your career, Dr. Cunningham, how many capital or murder cases have you worked on?
So I've worked on over 500 murder cases. I've testified at sentencing trials in about 240 death penalty cases around the United States. I've testified at various levels in appellate proceedings in capital cases well over 100 times, and then there are numerous other cases that were not death penalty in nature, still homicides, that I've worked on as well.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask the court to recognize Dr. Mark Cunningham as an expert in the fields of clinical and forensic psychology.
Judge, I don't think that's actually necessary under our rules. I mean, he's qualified by his own background. I don't know that the court needs to recognize him as such.
Well, in case I do, I will recognize him as an expert in those fields, Mr. Cook and Mr. Brown.
Dr. Cunningham, earlier this year I reached out to you to see if you'd be able to offer your expertise in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on June the 6th of this year.
And we'll detail for the court the specific work that you did in the case here in a moment. But as part of your work, did you author a report regarding an evaluation that you conducted on Jeremy Goodale?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham, I'm handing you what I have previously marked as Defense Exhibit H. Would you take a look at that document, please?
This is the report that I prepared of my findings in this case, dated October 31st, 2023.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit Defense Exhibit H.
Any objection to Defense Exhibit H?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit H is admitted.
Dr. Cunningham, as part of your testimony here today, I understand that you've prepared some PowerPoint slides to assist the court in understanding your expert analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Dr. Cunningham's slide deck as a demonstrative exhibit at this time and request permission to publish to the court as we go through direct testimony with Dr. Cunningham.
Any objection from the state?
Is this derived from something? Is this derived from his report?
Yeah, it's everything coming from the slideshow from the report here.
No objection.
Mr. Cook, you may publish and use as demonstrative those exhibits or those slides.
Okay. Dr. Cunningham, let's start with the focus of your evaluation. What were you asked to do in this case?
So I was asked to evaluate two issues. I was asked to evaluate the implications of his immaturity, and that's more broadly a concept called mitigation or moral culpability, the raw materials that one brings to decision making. So I was asked to evaluate his immaturity and the implications of that. I was also asked to evaluate his likelihood of a successful adjustment to the community someday when he's released. The formal discussion of that, or the formal title of that, is parole recidivism. We could also think of that like rehabilitation. What's the potential that he will be rehabilitated such that on release to the community, he will not engage in criminality or criminal violence?
Immaturity and rehabilitation, are these the only two issues? Are these two issues, I should say, the totality of sentencing considerations as understood by forensic psychologists?
No, they're not.
Please describe the others and why, as you sit here today, you are not addressing those other issues.
Certainly. So as understood by forensic psychologists, there are four primary sentencing issues. The first is retribution. What's the consequence or punishment for a given offense? A decision about what's the appropriate punishment. What are the needs of justice? That's a social value that a psychologist has no particular expertise in. And so because that's not an issue that can be informed by psychological methods or science, then I'm not speaking to that. That's an issue before the court, but not one that I can address. Then the second sentencing issue is general deterrence. That's the message that's sent to society about whether a given act will be tolerated. Again, that notion of general deterrence is a social issue. It's not one that a psychologist has particular expertise in. And so I'm not going to be responding to that. The next two, the ones I am responding to, what resources can be brought to decision making, and essentially a violence risk assessment projected into the future. What's the likelihood that Jeremy Goodale would commit acts of violence in the community someday if released? Those can be informed by psychological science and methods.
Dr. Cunningham, in obtaining the history that informs this evaluation, please detail the interviews that you performed in this case.
Certainly. So I talked to Jeremy Goodale on 3 occasions. I talked to Jeremy for 4 hours on August the 10th, just under 4 hours on August the 17th, and for 3.5 hours on September the 1st. Those interviews were performed by video. Then I interviewed his father, Dean. I talked to him for 106 minutes by phone on August the 26th. The next day, I talked to him for just over 2 hours by phone. I then interviewed Jackie, talked to her the first time for 2.5 hours, 155 minutes on August the 26th. Talked to her for about an hour and a half several days later on August the 29th. And then I also interviewed Sophia, another older sister, for just over 2 hours on September the 20th.
Did you also review records in this case?
I did.
Are those detailed in the sentencing report that you filed?
They are.
Dr. Cunningham, let me turn to the first arena or focus of your evaluation. Is moral culpability as a sentencing consideration discussed on pages 8 and 9 of your report?
Yes, sir.
Please explain what you mean by moral culpability.
So moral culpability is a term of art that captures this idea of the resources that one brings to decision making. And by term of art, I mean it's a concept, it's a term that's understood by the combination of the words. It's not about morality per se, and it's not about culpability per se, like is he guilty or not, or does he face punishment or not, but instead it's a combined term, much like my highest degree is a PhD. That's a doctor of philosophy. That's a term of art. I've actually never even had a course in philosophy, but a PhD or a doctor of philosophy degree is the highest degree given in any specialty area, in any academic area. So you get a doctor of philosophy in chemistry, a doctor of philosophy in mathematics, a doctor of philosophy in English, doctor of philosophy in psychology. So it's a term of art. You're a Juris Doctor. Don't treat me patients, but that JD is a term of art. And that's what moral culpability is. It's best understood, or we understand it not from the separate words, but from the combined meaning that those give.
Dr. Cunningham, from your scholarship and experience, is it important that the mental health expert to have, mental health expert to have an understanding of the relationship between developmental factors to choose and the moral culpability?
Well, absolutely, and this is something that is fundamental to what psychology can illuminate in a sentencing proceedings. And that's how were the resources that this individual brought to his decision-making, to his self-control, to his moral reasoning, how were those impaired or lessened or impacted by the life events and resources that he brought to that decision-making? It's what the Supreme Court has referred to as the diverse frailties of mankind. In other words, that a given offense by two separate individuals, as we look at moral culpability, is not the same, because those two individuals may differ significantly in their diverse frailties and the raw materials they brought to that decision making. So moral culpability, or immaturity for that matter, is not something that's either present or absent. It's what psychologists would say, it's not a dichotomous variable. It's not two different things. Instead, it's not either or, it's on a continuum of capability that's brought to decision making.
Dr. Cunningham, as understood by a forensic psychologist undertaking an analysis of moral culpability for sentencing, what factors are fundamental to the moral culpability of a youthful offender?
Well, those have to do with the relative degree of immaturity that may be present, as well as adverse factors. I mean, so there's a certain level of immaturity that may be a function of age alone, and then there's also what adversities may have happened in this individual's background that would act to reduce the functional maturity that individual can bring to bear.
Dr. Cunningham, it appears that you have a model that perhaps reflects the relationship between developmental factors of immaturity, choice, and moral culpability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe the model for the court, please?
Certainly. So in this graphic, there's a scale of moral culpability from high to low. And then we have a horizontal line that has choice on it. And then we have immaturity and adverse factors. Well, the relationship of these is that as the immaturity and adversity increases, that choice is increasingly pathologically inclined, and moral culpability is correspondingly reduced. So greater immaturity and adversity steeper angle of the choice, the lower the level of moral culpability. There's still a choice, but clearly the person who has a choice on this line is very different than that individual whose choice rests on a flat line in terms of the resources they brought to bear.
Dr. Cunningham, as we consider Jeremy's youthfulness and the presence of adverse developmental factors in his background, can you please explain the nexus between adverse developmental factors and bad outcomes in adulthood, including criminal violence and even murder?
Certainly. So there are two ways that we might think of that, two analogies. As we think about the relationship between childhood and then teen and adult outcomes. So one perspective is that it's like a gunshot, where there is a clear and very obvious trajectory between the events that happened in childhood and the outcome that this person expresses. So for example, Johnny sees his father beat his mother in a very particular way, saying particularly demeaning things. And someday Johnny grows up and he's violent with his partner in a very similar way and saying very similar demeaning things. So that's an example of like a gunshot trajectory. You can easily see the relationship between those. Now you see that sometimes, but that's not the primary way that adversity in childhood affects outcome. More often it's like radiation. So it's like the child is getting a massive dose of radiation from these traumas or deprivations that they're experiencing as a child, and they may show some reactions at the time, but then things seem to kind of be okay. And then years later, tumors begin to grow. Now those tumors look nothing like the radiation. They're what happens in response to the radiation. Now different people grow different types of tumors in different places, and so it may vary in terms of the harm that it causes. The way that we know that those two things are connected is because those children who got that radiation have a much higher incidence of cancer than the kids who don't. That's how we know that one thing is connected to another. And so as we try to understand anybody's life, and in this instance Jeremy's life, it's helpful to have this perspective that we've got two different ways that these things, that his adversities may end up impacting how those are expressed.
Can positive childhood experiences also have this gunshot connection to constructive outcomes in adolescence and adulthood?
Well, that's what you're hoping. I guess the reverse of these is that positive experiences have a gunshot trajectory with positive expressions, and that instead of radiation, you're giving the kid a lot of vitamins, and those end up promoting a better outcome. So yeah, both of these work in reverse, but positive experiences can have a positive gunshot effect.
Doctor, is there another concept that is important in understanding the connection between adverse factors and bad outcomes?
There is. And that I call the 100% penetration theory versus cigarettes and lung cancer or Superfund sites. And here's what I mean by that. So someone could pose, well, Dr. Cunningham, everybody who has a lot of deprivations in their childhood doesn't end up being criminally violent, much less killing somebody. As if that in order for one thing to be connected to another requires a 100% connection between stimulus and outcome, between adversity and criminality. Now, if we use that metric, then it would be clear that cigarette smoking has nothing to do with lung cancer. Because see, only about 1 in 4 lifetime heavy smokers get lung cancer. So I guess that means it has nothing to do with it, since 3 out of 4 do not. Now, the way that we understand this is by the difference in penetration, not the 100% penetration. So the rate of lung cancer among non-smokers is about 1 in 90. The rate of cancer among lifetime heavy smokers is 1 in 4. That's how you know that what the cigarettes are doing is not by the 100% penetration, but by the disproportionate outcomes. And in a similar way, sometimes a neighborhood is built on top of a toxic waste dump. And part of the way that comes to someone's attention is that children in the neighborhood begin to get cancer. Now, they don't all get cancer. Only a few do. Maybe only 1 in 100 do. But see, the rate of that cancer in the other neighborhoods is 1 in 5,000. And that's why you know something is coming out of the ground here, because of this disproportionate incidence. And that's also an important concept to have in mind as we're thinking about how to evaluate how deprivations in childhood affect outcomes in adulthood.
Doctor, what was your first finding regarding developmental limitations in Jeremy's life and their relationship to this offense?
So the first finding is that the brain immaturity implications of Jeremy's age of 16 at the time of the offense are fundamental to understanding the poor judgment and the faulty values that are reflected by his participation in this offense.
Does your discussion of this finding begin on page 11 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, I'd like to discuss with you the primary brain changes in or during adolescence and the effect of these on brain functioning. What is the first major feature of brain development across the teens to mid-20s?
So the first feature are major changes in the incentive processing system. That's the evaluation of risk and rewards as in terms of how the wiring of the brain evaluates these. And those major changes in the incentive processing system begin soon after puberty. They start in early adolescence, and they involve the chemistry of the brain. They involve neurotransmitters like dopamine. And what happens is that the reward regions of the brain and their neurocircuitry are undergoing marked developmental changes, where the gas pedal comes online before the brakes do. And so that accounts for the willingness of teenagers to engage in risky and in socially motivated behaviors that promote friendship or acceptance, or that help them fit in, that kind of thing. And so teenagers then are particularly vulnerable to risk-taking, reward-seeking, peer-influenced behaviors.
Doctor, what's the next primary aspect of brain development in adolescence?
The next major change is synaptic pruning. So the synaptic pruning involves a reduction in the neurons and connections in the brain. So the synapse is the space that is between two nerve cells or neurons. And the way a neuron works is it has potentially a large number of axons. Those are receiving fibers. And then it has a cell body that's taking care of this neuron. And then it has a single transmission fiber coming out of it called an axon. And that axon comes right up against the dendrites, the receptive fibers of other neurons, but it doesn't touch them. Instead, there's a space between them called a synapse. And all a neuron can do is fire or not fire an electrical impulse. So depending on how these dendrites are stimulated, that may cause this axon to either be inhibited from firing an electrical impulse or facilitated to fire it. That electrical charge moves down that axon, gets to the synapse, and releases chemicals into that space, neurotransmitters, close to the dendrite receptacles of these other neurons that cause them to either fire or not fire. Okay, so that basic description of what's happening at a cellular level then orients you to that with the beginning of adolescence, those synapses that aren't being used are being pruned away. So you actually have a reduction in neuron volume in the cortex associated with this synaptic pruning. And essentially what that's doing is the things that you already know, you learn how to do much better. The language that you can speak, you become even more capable of speaking. But learning a new language after the age of 12, that's not going to be so easy to do. So before the age of 12, while you've got lots of flexibility in these synapses, you can learn a foreign language just by being exposed to it, just to live in that culture. You don't have to study or memorize anything. And you gain native speaker fluency. After the age of 12, you're going to have to study and memorize, and you'll probably always have an accent. Well, what's happened is that the synapses that were not being used associated with that other language acquisition have been pruned away. And that pruning process occurs from the back of the brain to the front of the brain, where the frontal lobes are among the last to undergo that full synaptic pruning.
Dr. Cunningham, do you have a graphic reflecting the synaptic pruning and reduction in gray matter?
I do. So in this graph, you see the blue arched line. This is reflecting frontal gray matter, total volume of neurons. And notice that volume peaks at age 12, and then you see the effects of synaptic pruning as that total volume is reduced. Well, ultimately, even though you have reduced volume, and the negative part is you don't have the flexibility you had before, the good part is that you're so much more effective and efficient with the synapses that you have. So the net effect is being smarter, not on acquiring full adaptation necessarily, but on what you already know.
Dr. Cunningham, has this progressive brain development from the back of the brain to the front of the brain been demonstrated in any imaging studies?
It has, and this I'm going to be showing a time-lapse imaging of brain maturation between the ages of 5 and 20, and this is constructed from MRI scans of healthy children, and this time-lapse compresses 15 years of brain development into just a few seconds. The red indicates more gray matter, and the blue less gray matter. And that gray matter then wanes, in other words, it's reducing from the back of the brain to the front of the brain, So the areas that are performing more basic functions mature earlier. Just a little addition.
Sorry.
Those areas, for example, that are affecting your coordination come online before the areas that control your emotions and self-control. And this prefrontal area, prefrontal cortex, that handles reasoning and other executive functions, it's among the last to fully come online in terms of that synaptic pruning. And here's what that looks like, is you see that synaptic pruning spreading across the surface of the brain.
And I think, as you indicated just a minute ago in your testimony, this shows the progression moving from the back of the brain
back
towards
to the front, the higher order functions. That's correct.
Dr. Cunningham, what is the next primary process of brain development during adolescence?
The next primary process is substantial myelination. So myelin is a fatty sheath that develops along that axon to insulate it, like you would insulate a wire. And with that fatty sheath that's developing on that axon, it makes the transmission more efficient as it promulgates down that axon. And so that's also occurring in the axons of the cortex, going from the back of the brain to the front of the brain. And it results in much more efficient brain processing. And again, your frontal lobes, the command and control center, are among the last to myelinate. They're coming online later. Now, with this progressively improving connectivity and speed, that supports a lot of different features of executive functioning. Those are things like inhibiting things that are a bad idea, planning ahead, weighing risk and rewards, and simultaneously considering multiple sources of information on the fly. So you have more resources available to you more of the time.
So generally speaking, what abilities come online, for lack of a better term, first in teens?
Well, so for example, the physical coordination of a teenager, which largely comes out of the parietal lobes, those capabilities of exquisite coordination are demonstrated pretty early in this adolescent process. That's what accounts for a teenager's skill on a skateboard or on a bicycle or that kind of thing, while the higher order demonstrations of maturity and an effective weighing of risk and rewards, that comes on much later.
Can you provide an anecdotal example of this progress from back of the brain to the front?
I can. So this has probably been 15 years ago. My wife and I were on the North Dallas Tollway after dinner, headed north. It's about 10 o'clock at night. I'm speeding. I'm going 75, maybe 80. And flying by...
Remember, you're under oath.
I think the statute of limitations has passed. So flying by like a high-pitched swarm of mosquitoes are 4 or 5 teenagers on ninja bikes. Based on the speed they're flying by, they're doing over 100, and they all have their front wheel in the air. Well, that's a demonstration of extraordinarily developed parietal lobes, tremendously capable coordination, and almost no frontal lobes at all in terms of the hazard that they are, the life and death hazard that they are, each of them is creating for himself and his fellow riders and maybe other people on.
Where did you post it? I can't see my last message. This is Ace's, which I said to check out my video. Where did you put it? I don't know where you put it. I haven't seen it.
On the road. Now, all of these guys have a choice about doing this. They aren't popping their wheels in the air accidentally. They are deliberately doing this, exercising choice, but with a very impaired calculus about the risk-benefit. Now, I'm sure it's thrilling. I'm sure the reward part of this is powerful. But it's so profoundly defective in its judgment against what the potential cost of that are.
Doctor, you had mentioned the frontal lobes, what you termed to be the command and control center of the brain. Can you please describe what the frontal lobes of the brain do for us?
Certainly. So the frontal lobes are responsible for much of what you think of in terms of personhood, problem solving, spontaneity, memory, language, motivation, judgment, impulse control, higher expressions of social and sexual behavior. So those are all emanating out of this command and control center that's among the last to come online.
Doctor, can you please describe the fourth major change with brain development across the teens and into the early mid-20s?
So the fourth aspect of brain development is an increase in connections between the different layers of the brain, between the cortex of the brain and deeper emotional levels. And this is important in regulating emotions. So, for example, you're not surprised when you see a 2-year-old or 2 or 3-year-old have meltdowns and tantrums and throw themselves on the floor. To pretty easy events. I mean, either it's been they're a little bit late on getting a nap, or it's been a little late since they ate, or they're just frustrated with something, and they have such limited control that they just fall to the floor and have a fit. Now, if you saw somebody who was 30 years old do the same thing in the response to the same situation, you'd say, oh my gosh, what in the world is going on with this person? Why don't they have better ability to modulate their emotions as compared to this 3-year-old? Well, that's what this deeper level of connections that has been progressing across childhood does. As Jeremy is having his meltdowns that his father Dean testified about and that he talked to me about on the phone, where things would build up and he would go into the bathroom and bawl for 2 or 3 hours, and in the midst of this sobbing be speaking about all of this self-derogatory, I'm such a loser, I'm so stupid, I'm, this self-recrimination. That reflects very inadequately developed, along with depression and some other things that are happening, emotional crisis. It also reflects the limited degree of emotional modulation that his cortex is able to provide for him at that time.
Doctor, is there a simplification or analogy that summarizes this brain development and the vulnerability that it creates in teens?
There is. Most simply, it's the idea that the gas pedal comes online. The gas pedal comes online before the brakes do, and that's particularly a vulnerability for middle adolescence, which is like 14 to 17. So it's the concept that if you were going to leave a kid unattended overnight, it might actually be safer to leave an 11-year-old unattended than a 15-year-old. Because the 11-year-old has 11-year-old impulses, but 11-year-old brakes. And the 15-year-old has 15-year-old impulses, or maybe even those impulses on steroids, and 11-year-old brakes. And so the potential for that kid getting into mischief is actually enhanced.
Dr. Cunningham, do these changes in brain physiology and processing have implications for the behavior of teens as opposed to adults?
It does.
What is the first of these implications?
So the first of these is that as they are working with this immature brain, that they are less capable of mature judgments. And that has several sub-aspects to it. There's a tendency, a propensity to engage in risky and even illegal behavior. And that propensity is related to having less mature judgment, which is a direct outgrowth of inadequate physiological support. That's the nature of the brain apparatus that this individual has. Risky and illegal behavior is virtually normative among adolescents. Virtually normative. And that risky behavior frequently includes criminal activity. It is so normative that it is statistically unusual or aberrant to not engage in any criminal activity as an adolescent. But you're kind of an outlier if that's what happens. Both violent crime and less serious offenses peak sharply in adolescence and then drop precipitously in young adulthood. So again, the criminal behavior is entirely in sync with what's going on with brain development, which is really the foundation of the Miller decision, as the Supreme Court cites all of this brain science. That as the functional expressions of that immaturity peak, so does crime. And as that more mature brain comes on board, crime drops off.
Dr. Cunningham, do you have a chart illustrating recent data regarding this age crime curve?
I do. So this is data that was published just last year. And it's a graphic that reflects how old the individual is across the bottom. So that ranges from age 10 to 60. And in this chart, all of the increments across that horizontal axis are not the same. So notice that beginning, we go with the first one is a 5-year increment from 10 to 15. Then we start taking it year by year, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, out to 25. Then we go to 5-year increments again. Well, that allows us to see in much finer detail the curve that's happening between the ages of 15 and 25. The vertical axis, that's the rate of violent crime per 100,000 persons. This is violent crime we're talking about. On the, at least the purple graphing is violent crime. The dotted green line is property crime. And notice that those are peaking between the ages of about 15 and 19, both the property crime and the violent crime. And notice that by the time by the time we're looking at a population that's 25 or more, their incidence of violent crime is less than half of what it is among individuals that are age 17, for example. And so you see this crime-related curve that is happening inversely to what's going on in the brain. As the brain is getting more mature, crime is dropping off.
Doctor, is this same finding demonstrated with historical data?
It is. So on the left, you see a similar graphic where there's age across the bottom axis and criminal activity up the vertical axis. This is data from England and Wales in the 1840s. And you're seeing the same thing. 180 years ago in another country, they're looking at the same thing, that crime peaks here in the mid to late, across the mid to late teens, and then falls precipitously across the lifespan. Now this looks like a steeper curve because they haven't given year by year for 15, 16, 17, 18. So that pushes that shrinks this. If you spread this out, it would look just like the current data. The data on the right is U.S. Justice Department data, arrest records in the United States in the 1970s. So we're looking at the same thing historically because human brains are maturing in the same way across these centuries.
Dr. Cunningham, when you say that teens are less capable of mature judgments, how would you disaggregate this immaturity? What components does this have?
So yeah, you could break this down as we think about less capable mature judgments into being less capable to exercise self-regulation, which means that they're less able to resist their social and emotional impulses. They have less ability there. They use a risk-reward calculus that emphasizes the rewards of this over the risk and neglects long-term consequences in favor of immediate rewards. So Shaden Miller has a very temporary problem of failing Spanish that he is attempting to address. And there's an immediate reward that would come from not failing Spanish after all, with the neglect of the profound cost of this for himself, for Ms. Graber, for Jeremy, for the community as a whole. And so it's a calculus that neglects that extraordinary cost. And so they have less ability to foresee and take into account the consequences of their behavior, or to take into account the perspectives of someone else, to appreciate that person's personhood.
Doctor, can you provide the court with some examples of this reduced capability in the behaviors of Jeremy in this offense?
There are so many. So consistent with the testimony this morning from the detective, the planning of this was the planning for how to carry it out. That's what the planning was for. And once that tragic...
Right, whose idea was this to watch this? Whose idea? Jonathan? Nunya? Erin? Sarah P? Dundee? What? Whose idea was this? Emma's? I'm bored shitless. I'm bored shitless. I've just been on Discord. I'm creating videos. I'm not even looking. I'm not even paying attention. Fucking hell, dude! Get to the fucking point. Can we just get the sentence in? Fucking hell!
Been carried out. It's like now they're improvising about now. What do we do? That the planning of this over that 2 weeks had not actually gone more than a few minutes beyond the offense. So they didn't think about that the ground was going to be too hard, or that that there might be a problem with confessing to some other people that you have done this, in terms of them not being prosecuted.
It's just too much, Thierry.
There's this improvisation that's occurring after the fact that neglects the extraordinary cost that it has.
Okay, good, yeah, you're off.
In this offense,
you're off the hook.
Out of loyalty to a friend and to maintain that friend's approval and be seen positively in Chaden's eyes. So that small social reward for this enormous cost to Ms. Graber and to him and Chaden, and again, and there's so many others that have been impacted by the reverberations of this. And so it's a failure to give weight to these costs as if they're not even on the screen.
Doctor, in your response, you indicated that there was essentially 2 weeks that Chaden and Jeremy were planning this out. From your perspective as a psychologist, is that accurate? Was there two weeks of planning that these two had engaged in?
Well, two corrections that I would make with that. First, that largely Jeremy seems to have outsourced the planning to Chaden, as if somehow, since he's there to assist, he doesn't actually have to be engaged in thinking this through, even though his own life is profoundly in jeopardy. As best I can tell from this plan, this is more like 15 minutes of planning that occurs recurrently over a 2-week period of time. And that planning is only about how to do it, not about how to get away with it. Now, the challenge in a murder is never to carry it out. That's a relatively, it's a profoundly serious thing, but it's a relatively simple thing to kill somebody. The problem is to do that and not be apprehended for it. That's the challenge. And so a plan that only carries you through carrying this out, but doesn't extend through how you actually avoid apprehension in a significant way, is an example of this. It's an example of an adolescent approach. If I give an analogy, it's like you spend 2 weeks planning to run away as a teenager. And that involves securing your parents' car and getting it down the street. And you and your girlfriend spend 2 weeks talking about how each of you, how you're gonna get your parents' car and you're gonna go by and get her, and she's gonna crawl out her window and go down the street. And so there's a plan for how we're gonna run away together that only goes as far as getting about a mile down the road. That doesn't then involve, so how will we live? Will we ever see our parents again? Will we even still like each other in 6 months, since we're only 15 years old now, or 16 years old? And so it's a plan that's elaborate up to carrying it out to driving away, but that's as far as the plan goes. That's a classically adolescent plan.
Dr. Cunningham, what's the next major implication of brain immaturity at age 16?
So the next is that out of that brain immaturity, adolescents are more vulnerable to negative external influences. And so they are much more susceptible than adults are to the influences of neighborhood or family, or as in this case, their peers. And because they are socially dependent, and Jeremy, out of his own self-esteem, vulnerabilities, and his mom's abandonment and other deprivations that I'll talk about, Jeremy is unusually socially dependent as a teenager. And that makes it difficult for them to extract themselves out of a corruptive situation or even out of a plan like this, where once he said yes, extracting himself from this would require some degree of ego strength and autonomy and independence, which he is sorely lacking. And so the other thing that happens from a simply physiological standpoint is that that even beyond this social dependence, that a teenager's brain actually percolates, processes information differently depending on whether another teen is present. So, for example, they do in the lab, they would do functional imaging like a PET scan, where you're measuring brain metabolism as somebody is actively thinking about a task. And so you're doing that, and one area of the teenager's brain lights up as they're working on a task. You bring another teenager into the room, and different areas of their brain start lighting up trying to process the same task. Now with adults, when you do that same thing with adults and an area of their brain lights up, you bring in adults or children, they keep using the same part of their brain. It's not affected by it. But teenagers actually are activating their brain differently depending on just the presence of somebody. They don't have to be coercing them, just their presence. So we have some public policy expression of this. In some states, a 16-year-old driver is not allowed to drive at night with another teenager in the car unless there's an adult in the front seat. So that's a recognition that this other teenager doesn't have to be directly coercive, just their being there causes this kid to act and think, actually think differently.
Dr. Cunningham, can you again please provide some examples of this reduced capability in the behaviors that you observed in this offense?
So as we look at this being subject to influence, this is an offense that by my analysis, neither Jeremy nor Chaden could have carried out independently. They needed the borrowed ego strength of another kid to be there. So Jeremy tries to recruit, Chaden tries to recruit Dill before he approaches Jeremy. Dill, whose functional maturity and maybe ego strength is a little bit better, says no. Now, Chaden, out of his limited understanding of the magnitude of what he's proposing and his limited theory of mind, his limited ability to be in the heads of somebody else, he doesn't realize that once he's floated this issue to Dill and Dill says no, he can never now go through with it. He can't now go forward to kill Ms. Graber because here's Dill, who first thing upon this is likely to then inform law enforcement, gee, Chaden was talking to me about this. But Chaden is not snapping to that. So he's attempting to recruit a Confederate to kind of shore up his own ability without realizing the implications of what he's done as he makes that overture. So that would be one example of this participation in it. And Jeremy similarly has never been engaged in serious violence before this. I had a fist fight in the jail, but nothing like this. And so it's difficult to imagine that Jeremy is ever in this situation, but for a good friend who's there with him in it. And you get this synergy. My father has a saying about this and about what happens is you add another kid to the mix, and that is that one boy is a boy, two boys are half a boy, and three boys are no boy at all. And that's the idea that as you add in additional immature brains, the net quality of judgment is subtracted. Now, you may know this from having a latchkey kid, that the rule is that your 13-year-old can come in the house, but nobody else comes inside. Because if you have another boy come in, the likelihood of misadventure quadruples, and if three boys come in, anything can happen. And so it's this, again, this idea that the net quality of functioning is reduced as you add another boy to the mix.
Doctor, are there additional components of this vulnerability to negative external influence?
There are. So we could also identify that there is a developmentally based desire for approval. That's normative. That's supposed to happen, that you want the approval of your peers. And then along with that, a fear of rejection. And so, as Jeremy in his proffer says that he didn't want Chaden to view him as a pussy. Some of that is this fear of rejection, this fear of being viewed in a negative way. Now remember, Jeremy already is deriding himself and has such seriously flawed self-esteem coming out of the deprivations and abandonment of his childhood, that he is acutely vulnerable to this notion of being viewed negatively by somebody who's been his friend for a long time. And of course, that approval part of it is only a part of it. It's also this experience of having a friend and the developmental focus that makes that agenda primary on top of everything else. Because of these dynamics, teenagers are far more likely to commit crimes in groups or in a context where they experience peer pressure as being part of the motivation for it. One of the things that happens with brain development and also the accrual of functional maturity, we all develop the social skills to resist those influences, to tolerate some disapproval, to swallow a rejection, as we would maintain our own view of our own interests and our own view of what's the right thing.
Doctor, based on the best available research, when is adult brain development achieved?
Best available research says that brain development is not achieved until age 25. So as we think about where Jeremy is at age 16, it isn't that he's right up against 18, so he's almost there. No. This started when he was 12 or 13, and it will continue out to him being 25. So the difference between a 25-year-old and a 16-year-old is not 9 years of accumulated experience. The 25-year-old has a fundamentally better wired brain than the 16-year-old.
What capabilities develop in sync with the brain maturing?
Well, the things that we think about as reflecting maturity, good judgment, impulse control, where an idea occurs to us and we say, no, I'm actually not going to do that. Delay of gratification. Jeremy at 16, he works part-time with a construction company his father worked with on school breaks, and whatever money he gets, he blows right away. His ability to delay gratification is so limited. With time, he'll develop an ability to delay, and with brain development, he'll develop an ability to delay that gratification, to save up, to think of long-term goals. Appreciation of consequences, empathy, where you authentically identify with and experience the personhood of someone else. That also is related to this development of the frontal lobes. It's not simply that lack of empathy that Chaden and Jeremy expressed toward Ms. Graber is not a sign of somehow being fundamentally pathological or depraved. It's an indication of immaturity in their brain development that sharply limits the empathy that they can bring to bear.
Doctor, what types of research support the finding that brain development continues to the mid-20s?
So there are 6 different lines of research that demonstrate brain development continuing out to the mid-20s. We can look at psychosocial behavior and what underlies that. We can look at statistics on who is getting hurt and killed. We can look at autopsy and pathology tissue studies that are done after people die. There's also neurochemical and pharmacological research. Neuroimaging, we saw some of that on the time lapse, for example, MRIs and CT. And also functional neuroimaging during task performance, things like those PET studies that I talked about a minute ago.
Doctor, I want to briefly explore a couple of these arenas of research with you. Let's start with the psychosocial behavioral assessment research. From this body of research, what functional capabilities are continuing to develop to the mid-20s?
So you can see these in an array of what's emanating out of the growth and capability in the prefrontal cortex, this front part of the brain. And as we look at those, it involves things like considering the future and making predictions. Like, if I tell my good friend John Burnett all about this, John Burnett is not in the mafia. He is not a hardened criminal. He's just this.
My issue with this is, right, I'm not saying it's anything wrong. Hi Kimmy. Kimmy said he was interested more than most doctors. Yeah, I get it. My issue with this is, it's not nothing to do with the trial, whether he's guilty or not guilty. If this was part of the trial, I wouldn't mind. This is just sentencing. This is only the judge that's it. I just think he's going in too much. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. The judge knows what he's going to give. So, well, maybe not 100%, but come on. Let's get it done, people. It's just getting too much. Like, I'd say if this was part of the trial, I'd be fine with it. But it's not. It's not. It's just sentencing. I just don't know. Oh, I don't know. I wonder if this guy tested the first one as well. In the Miller guy as well. No, he hasn't testified in here. He hasn't testified. There's been no testimony, I don't believe, in this trial. I'm just like, genuinely, like, I'm sure he's interesting, but friggin' Nora. You know, we've covered so much. It's interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's fine. But I just want to know the sentence. I mean, I'm not committed to this trial. Do you know what I mean? So, Doc, as much as it's interesting, please just get to the fucking point. Let's just finish today. Do you know what I mean? Today's been drawn out a little bit too much for my liking.
Frontal lobes are undergoing the developmental processes that I described.
Doctor, do other scholars also address psychosocial capabilities that continue to develop as the brain matures during the early to mid?
No, there's no jury. There's no jury, guys. There's nothing. This is just sentencing. This is just the judge. This is just to decide what sentence he gets. So basically, it's, is he still a juvenile type of thing or whatever? There's no jury. There's nothing. It's literally just the judge, the same judge that sentenced the other guy. Just him. No one makes it. It's only the judge that makes the decision. There was no trial. As far as I'm aware, there was no trial.
They do.
And can you describe these perspectives?
So these come out of a research project that the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, was undertaking. Is they looked at what is developing from the late teens out into the mid-20s as the brain matures. And similarly to this other line of research, there's
no jury. There's no. It's just the judge. It's just the judge. Yeah, no, guys. Whoa, I understand that jury sometimes decide it. Very rarely, but I understand, this is just the judge. There is no jury. There's no jury.
Find that with that capability is more complex thinking, an appreciation of diverse views, mutuality in relationship. That means that you have this sense of reciprocal social obligation to everybody else in society, that we're kind of all in this together, and you're oriented toward our joint welfare, not just your own. Emotional regulation, risk-taking and decision-making, and progressively having these capabilities available to you, even under stress.
Yeah, this is the guy that took the plea deal. So there was no trial. This guy took a plea deal. I think they're looking at 25 years to life or something. He took a plea deal. So the judge now decides what sentencing he gets. So this was the guy that took the plea deal, essentially. That's why I know there is no trial being. There's nothing. It's just a judge deciding on sentencing. It's the attorneys asking the questions.
Is the relationship between brain development continuing into the mid-20s and moral reasoning?
Well, the quality of moral reasoning that someone can bring to bear rests on some of the same development. So moral reasoning is not just, do you know right from wrong? So a 7-year-old could tell you that it's wrong to kill someone. But the moral reasoning that a 7-year-old can engage about that is very, very different than the moral reasoning that a 30-year-old could bring to bear. So this isn't so simple as just, didn't you know it was wrong? But instead, what's the quality of understanding and moral reasoning that you can bring to bear about that? And the subcomponents then that are a part of adult-like moral reasoning are having a moral code or faith that you're operating from, and a sense of personal ethics. And then your behavior is guided by empathy that you experience and resonate what somebody else will feel or experience, and sensitivity to having your antenna out for those experiences. And then a recognition of the personhood of others, that this other person is this unique individual who has his or her own history and story and drama and fears and relationships and significance, the extraordinary significance of somebody else's life. And being able to take the perspective of that person as well.
I mean, I get the point of them doing it, because there's been no trial. So, they want to get some testimony in there. I get that. But, I think the judge knows by now what's going. And also the guidelines are there. The guidelines are there for a reason. I don't remember what it was. I think it's minimum 25 years to life. So he's under limited because this is a plea deal. So essentially, so this guy's got a plea deal. The judge only has to decide if it's going to be 25 years or life with parole. I think it is the agreement. But if it's life with parole, what is the guidelines in 30 years, 35 years, stuff like that. Which I think he's probably going to go 25 years, I imagine. They both took a deal in assessors. They both pleaded guilty. He just pled guilty. He's offered a deal, so he just pled guilty.
Being able to consider the magnitude of consequences for yourself and other people, and this sense of reciprocal social obligation that I talked about. So as we talk about or think about the ability of adults to do the right thing and to desist from crime, what we're looking at in that curve that we saw, those are based on more than just intellectual or cognitive recognition of right and wrong, and instead are based on these abilities that are on this continuum, that are steadily developing from middle childhood out into your mid-20s.
Dr. Cunningham, now I'd like to briefly explore the research utilizing morbidity and mortality data to reflect brain development.
Certainly.
What large-scale morbidity and mortality data demonstrates continued brain development into the mid-20s?
So,
well, the plea deal is 25 years to life. That is the plea deal. So, and I imagine with that there's going to be parole. So that's the plea deal. 25 years to life. That's the deal. But if there's any specific, obviously the judge can obviously decline it, whatever. But yeah, but the deal's in place. It's 25 years to life. 25 years to life. But whether the judge decides to go for life without parole, that's up to him. But the prosecution are going after 25 years to life.
A classic
That's the plea
example
deal.
of this, in terms of large-scale data, are driving fatalities. This graph is like the others you've seen. Across the bottom are the age of the drivers. The first bar is 15 to 20, then 21 to 24, then 25 to 34, and so on. And then the vertical axis are the number of drivers that are involved in fatal crashes per 100,000 drivers. So you can see that that rate of driving fatality peaks for the group that are 15 to 20, who have the more immature brains. The group that's 21 to 24, still working on their brain maturity, but as they've advanced in that sum, notice that their fatality rate drops. And then the group that are 25 to 24 only have about 55% of the fatalities of those 15 to 20-year-olds, and so on down the line until you get out to age 69. Then you get a little bit of an uptick with the impairments of age that occur. But up to that time, you see the benefits of increasing maturity, and particularly you note the difference between 15 to 20 and 25 to 34.
Doctor, what about homicide data? Does this also illuminate brain development considerations?
It does. So we see a similar sort of thing in terms of homicide offending. The homicide offending rate for males age 18 to 24 is 29.3 per 100,000. That rate is double that of persons that are 25 to 34, where it's 14.9 per 100,000. So not only do you see the effects of brain development and age in driving fatalities, you also see this in terms of crime and even homicides.
Dr. Cunningham, to simplify for the court, what is the functional implication of being 16 years old?
That you are immature. You're immature in your brain development, and you're immature in the functional capabilities that are an outgrowth of that immature brain development.
In addition to findings associated with Jeremy's brain immaturity at age 16, did you also make findings about his functional maturity?
I did. I found him to exhibit particular functional immaturity. In other words, that he is less functionally, at that time was less functionally mature than most 16-year-old age mates.
No, he's getting parole. He's getting parole. Well, unless the judge says no. I think it's 25 years to life with parole after 25 years. The other guy got life in prison with, I think it was parole after 35 or 40 years. So he didn't take a plea deal and he went guilty, but tried to go as a minor or something. But he got life with parole after 35 to 40 years. Where this guy, wherever his name is, Jeremy, worked with the prosecution team, so he's getting 25 years to life with 25 years probation is what they want him to get. So he's gained, 10 or 15 years. A little bit better, essentially, is what I'm led to believe it is. So the other guy is going to be in the prison for 35, 40 years before he's released, and this guy, they're hoping, will be 25 years until he's released, essentially. This is the best evidence I've heard for a minor. Yeah, no, it is. It's a shame that it's in this trial. It's not even a trial. There's a lot of good stuff here. You're right. This one in Iowa is Iowa. But the RSPAC was, I've heard of sentencing here, but never anything like this. Yeah, I don't think I've seen much of this. I think he's locked in for 25, Terry, is my understanding. I think he's locked in for 25, but he's not locked in because the judge can overturn it. But I think the terms were that he gets 25 years. 25 life, but 25 years parole. I believe. But I could be completely wrong. Fuck it, I don't know.
What is the most glaring demonstration of Jeremy's particular functional immaturity?
His participation in this offense. In the contrast, an overture is made to Dill. He has enough functional maturity to say no. An overture is made to Jeremy, and he doesn't have it. And I think that's part of what is disturbing about his involvement in this is, my gosh, how could you step in to do this for something that wasn't your agenda, wasn't your problem? And I think it goes to this particular functional immaturity.
Dr. Cunningham, what factors may result in particular immaturity exacerbating the brain immaturity shared by all 16-year-olds?
So there are 4 different areas of adversity that may end up affecting functional maturity, the ability to take advantage of at least where you are at age 16. There can be issues that are a function of the wiring of the brain, neurodevelopmental factors that may result in somebody operating with lower functional maturity than their age mates. There may be psychosocial adversities. That's what's going on in your family and community, and what traumas and deprivations that are there that are undermining your developmental progress. Then it may be that there are psychological disorders that may be present. Those psychological disorders also act to reduce the functional maturity that you can bring to bear. And finally, there may be substance abuse. Substance abuse that acts to undermine the development of coping capabilities and psychological health.
Doctor, and you may have included this in your explanation, but I'll just go ahead and ask, and just let me know if you've already answered the question. The first arena of maturity delaying factors, neurodevelopmental deficits, what is that?
Well, that's anything having to do with the wiring that you have. That could be attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, such as Jeremy exhibited. It could be learning disabilities. It could be deficient intelligence. It could be neurologically adverse events like huffing glue or paint, or anoxias that have occurred for one reason or another. It's anything that negatively impacts the wiring of the brain.
Dr. Cunningham, were such neurodevelopmental deficits in Jeremy addressed in your next finding?
They are.
What was that?
My second finding is Jeremy's functional maturity was delayed by untreated attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Does your discussion on this finding begin on page 19 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, what is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a disorder that's made up of a triad of symptoms. Inattention, difficulty focusing, distractibility, inattention, impulsivity, that's acting with insufficient forethought, and excessive motor activity, that's being hyper, that the kid seems to always be on the go. Now, these are all thought to be related to a common process, which is an inadequate activation of inhibitory neurons. The inhibitory neurons are the ones that would put the brakes on your nervous system, on your brain. And because those inhibitory circuits are not functioning adequately, the child is less able to focus his attention because, you know, something happens over here, kind of squirrel, and so he's then diverted because he can't inhibit that to focus on this. The same thing with responding to impulses, of not putting the brakes on those. And even the excessive motor activity is about those inhibitory neurons not slowing down the circuits.
Doctor, does the presence of ADHD place a child generally at greater risk for other disorders?
It does.
Can you explain that for us?
So this is based on large-scale data, over 61,000 children, including 5,000 with ADHD. And we're examining comorbidity. Comorbidity means one disorder is there with another one. And 4 different categories were examined in this study. And we've got the kids with ADHD and the kids with no ADHD. So for learning disability, the kids with ADHD were 9 times more likely to have a learning disability. 46% versus 5%. They were 13 times more likely to have conduct disorder. That's a pattern of more serious behavior disturbance in childhood. They were 9 times more likely to have anxiety, and they were 14 times more likely to suffer from depression. Now, they didn't all suffer from depression. Only 1 in 7 suffered from depression. But see, that's 14 times the rate of depression among the kids that don't have ADHD. Often there was more than one disorder present. So 33% of the kids had 1 additional comorbid disorder, 16% had 2, 18% had 3 or more.
Doctor, did Jeremy exhibit any of these comorbid disorders?
He did.
And which ones?
Anxiety and depression.
What childhood behavior issues are associated with ADHD?
So again, from the same study, the kids with ADHD were 4 times more likely to be placed on activity restrictions, 5 times more likely to have school problems, and were more often observed to repeat a grade, have poor parent-child communication, and lower social competence.
Dr. Cunningham, were any of these increased risks realized in Jeremy's childhood?
They were.
Which ones?
So his father has him on chronic activity restriction, and he's getting in trouble at school periodically. There is poor parent-child communication between Jeremy and Dean, and his social competence is lower, particularly in terms of his low self-esteem around that and his social anxiety. As he's observed from the outside, other kids don't seem to see him as being socially incompetent, but his experience of that himself is of being socially incompetent, and that then interferes with his ability to relate.
Doctor, is there a symptom of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder that is particularly implicated in this offense?
There is.
And what is that?
That's impulsivity.
As we consider the role of planning in Jeremy's behavior in this offense and whether this was impulsive, what considerations are important to bring to bear?
So it's critically important to understand that there are two types of impulsivity. There's reactive impulsivity and judgment impulsivity. Now, reactive impulsivity is an immediate response to provocation, opportunity, or urge. Somebody bumps into you and you shove them. So that's spontaneous with little planning or preparation. And that reactive impulsivity is most characteristic of preschool-age children or adults who are angry or intoxicated or are suddenly confronted with a situation that they didn't expect and now are reacting to it. That's reactive impulsivity. That's not the type of impulsivity, though, that's most common with teenagers or among kids with ADHD. Their impulsivity is more likely to reflect judgment impulsivity. So judgment impulsivity is like, I meet a woman today, and we spend the next 2 days planning our lives together, and on Wednesday we get married. Now that's profoundly impulsive, even though we spent the last 2 days talking and thinking and planning for it. That's judgment impulsivity. So there's planning, but it's ill-conceived, with an inadequate weighing of consequences, and very often a curtailed future projection. It's like the projection is only as far as we get married and we ride off into the sunset, or we get down the road in the car, or in this instance, okay, now tragically Ms. Graber is down. Okay, now what? That's that curtailed future projection.
Dr. Cunningham, later in your testimony, will you be detailing illustrations of judgment impulsivity in the offense planning and conduct in this case?
I will, and those are numerous.
What was the next arena of maturity delaying factors in Jeremy's childhood that exacerbated the brain immaturity shared by all 16-year-olds?
So the next factor is psychosocial adversities.
What categories of psychosocial adversity did you find in Jeremy's background?
So I found 3 of those. There are family dysfunctions and deprivations, and then there are social divisions in school and community, and then third, there's the pandemic.
Let's begin with the first of these psychosocial adversities, family dysfunctions and deprivations. Which of your findings addresses this psychosocial adversity?
So this is finding 3. Jeremy Goodale's childhood was characterized by chronic family dysfunctions and deprivations, acting to delay age-expected autonomy, ego strength, and functional maturity.
Does your discussion of this finding begin on page 21 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, please list what you've learned about the family dysfunctions and deprivations in Jeremy's background.
I seem to have lost the screen, but I have. There it is. So I identified 9 of these. I identified that there is transgenerational family dysfunction and distress. That's family dysfunction that goes from generation to generation. There was his mother's increasing failure to foster emotional autonomy with each successive child that she had. That being the worst with Jeremy, who was the last of the 5 children. There was his mother's emotional detachment from and neglect of her children when they were no longer babies. It's characterized to me that it's like the child was a baby doll. And after the child wasn't a baby doll anymore, then she was done with it. There was broader parental neglect in addition to these features. There was the parents' excessive work hours, and not just their hours, but their focus on work that was given primacy to the detriment of the kids. Parental care and nurturance was abdicated to Jackie, as she testified. There was chronic marital dysfunction between Dean and Christine. That was then followed by separation and divorce. Christine then abandoned her children for Jeff Griggs, her boyfriend. And then there were Dean's interpersonal limitations and his attitudinal rigidity. And those were all synergistically interacting dysfunctions and deprivations that were undermining Jeremy's development.
Dr. Cunningham, your first factor is transgenerational dysfunction and distress. What's the relevance of the relatives in Jeremy's family system to his decisions and outcomes?
Well, there are several processes by which generations influence each other. Very importantly, the child is predisposed through heredity. So the likelihood of substance abuse and dependence has a very significant hereditary element to it, even if you're adopted at birth. Similarly, the likelihood of mood disorder, anxiety disorder also has a significant hereditary component. Even personality traits have significant hereditary aspects to them. Now, again, these things are not based on your interactions with these people. This is what you're getting genetically. It's like your risk of heart disease or high blood pressure or some forms of cancer. It's not about your interactions, it's about what's happening at a cellular level that you have inherited. And so that's a major way that generations impact each other is through heredity. Then there are some other mechanisms that are based on what's happening psychosocially in a family. The first of these is scripts. Scripts are the unwritten story of how your life is supposed to go. And that story is based on, that self-created story is based on your observations of your parents and siblings and stories about your grandparents or extended family, to some extent, perhaps on the community around you. And on the basis of that, a script for your life is developed. So for example, in my clinical practice, I've had a 16-year-old girl who in front of me who was pregnant and unmarried, whose mother was pregnant and unmarried at 15, whose mother was pregnant and unmarried at age 15. Well, there's more going on here than just this little girl's decisions in the backseat of a car. This is a script about how your life is supposed to go. Now, those scripts may either be positive or negative, depending on kind of what the raw materials are. For example, I have interviewed a school teacher in the inner city on a case that happened there, and she was talking about sitting her class in small groups where there was a discussion about what they wanted to be when they grew up. And some of the little boys would say, when I go to prison, because everybody in their life has gone to prison. This is part of the script of what happens to you. Or alternatively, it never occurred to me not to finish high school. It never really occurred to me not to finish college. That's just kind of what you did. And so those scripts may be functional or they may carry someone in harm's way. Another multi-generational process is modeling. Modeling is where you catch yourself doing the thing your parent did that you swore you never would. So that's imitation whether you wanted to or not. And that modeling may be based on what you see your parents doing or sibling, or it could be your siblings and what you observe from them. And then there's a third process called sequential damage. Sequential damage means that Christine was damaged as she was growing up by an alcoholic father, by the divorce of her parents, by being tasked with raising her own younger siblings. Christine was damaged by her own developmental experiences. She becomes an adult and begins to have children, but she is a damaged person. And so she loves her children, but she loves them badly, and she damages the next generation. Dean is damaged by the alcoholism of both of his parents, by their chronic conflict, by their domestic violence, by his father's womanizing and even involving him as a subterfuge for pursuing that. Dean is damaged by that and by, I think, some hereditary interpersonal disfluency that is in his family system. And so as he goes about parenting as well, he comes into that being a damaged person. And he loves his children, but it's in the face of those impairments that limit him. So that's this notion of sequential damage.
Doctor, as we talk about this first factor, transgenerational dysfunction and distress in Jeremy's family system, have you prepared a family tree to assist the court's understanding?
I have.
Can you share that with us now?
Certainly. So on this family tree, the females are ovals and the males are squares, or rectangles. Everybody that has a genetic relationship with Jeremy has a solid line around their shape. If there's a dotted line, that means they're part of the family system, but there's no hereditary relationship. And so at the top, we got the paternal family on the left and maternal family on the right. The very first level are the grandparents. So you have Richard and June Goodale, Dean's parents, Jeremy's grandparents. They're married to each other and they have 4 children. Richard is subsequently married twice, and June is married once. So that's at the grandparents level. Then on the maternal side, the maternal grandparents are Bernard and Heidi Boyer. They have 2 children of their own, Christine and Eric. Then Bernard is with Yolanda and has 2 children with her. And Heidi is with Sylvan and has 2 children with him. Then we're pulling Christine down with a dotted line so that she is then married to Dean. And they have 5 children. Then she ultimately has another common law, at least, a partner, Jeff Griggs. And then the dates of birth of the years of birth are also reflected. Dean is the third of 4 boys. He is 11 years older than Christine as they get together. And then Jackie's born in 95, Camille in 96, Sophia in 98, Olivia in 2001, Jeremy in 2005. So that's kind of our family system as we would map it in a family tree, or what psychologists call a genogram.
Doctor, using this family tree, can you please describe some of the transgenerational dysfunction and distress in Jeremy's family system?
I can. So first, the shapes that are shaded in gray, I just don't have information about. So I don't know what their outcomes are. So that's why they're shaded in gray. Everybody who is shaded in yellow has a history of drug or alcohol abuse. Now, that's important because the most powerful risk factor for drug and alcohol abuse is heredity. And so, as Jeremy has a significant marijuana dependency, then the presence of alcohol and drug abuse in his family background becomes really important to understand how he came by that and what his own choices have to do with it. Now, the presence of alcohol or drug abuse doesn't just affect the likelihood of that outcome, it also increases the likelihood of mood disorder. So these 2 things are they're linked with each other, where either substance dependence or mood disorder increases the likelihood of either one among family members. All right, so everybody who is in yellow has a history of drug and alcohol abuse. Everybody with a heavy red line around their shape has a history of mood disorder. So that includes the paternal grandmother and Christine and 2 sisters and Jeremy. Everybody with a heavy blue line around their shape has a history of interpersonal disfluency. And that includes Richard Goodale, the paternal grandfather, Neil, the paternal uncle, and Dean. Those that have the dotted field in their shape have a history of criminal activity in their youth. And so that's 2 paternal uncles, Dean and Jeremy. And then those that have the circle with the have both disorder, given the loading that this has in his family system. And interpersonal disfluency also has a hereditary aspect to it. And some of Jeremy's social anxiety and lack of confidence and that sort of thing, as well as even his navigating of this situation, reflects some social disfluency.
Doctor, are there broad scientific findings that support the role of heredity in substance dependence, mood disorders, and psychological disorders, and even personality characteristics?
There are.
From your analysis of the family deprivations Jeremy experienced, how would you explain the parenting dysfunctions of Christine?
So it's kind of an overview. We've listed out, here are the deprivations that Jeremy experienced. How do we understand how these occurred in his family of origin? And we'll begin with Christine. So Christine exhibits a broad parenting disfluency. It's as if she doesn't really understand how you go about the process of raising an emotionally healthy child, how you go about equipping this child to leave you someday and optimally go out into the world as a healthy, functional person. She seems not to have much of a clue about exactly what that involves. Her approach to parenting is egocentric. That means that she experiences it in terms of herself. So that's this notion that her children are objects. And as long as that little object is gratifying to her needs, then she's on board with it. But as that object is no longer meeting her needs, or as there's even some tension or inconvenience, or it interferes with a relationship, then she jettisons that. Instead, her own dependency needs are primary. What makes her feel significant and cared for, as opposed to what will help this child feel significant and cared for. And then she's also prone to depression. And out of that, there is an abdication of care to Jackie, for example, and the other older sisters. There's a general disinterest in the child and the child's activities and creating a sense of ongoing significance for the kid, and abandonment. The abandonment is grossest for Jeremy, who's abandoned at age 10. But she actually abandons all of her children. That her relationship with the girls largely ended as she was expelling them from the house as teenagers. And even as they have reached out to her in young adulthood, she has not responded by restoring that relationship. So that's ultimately the most profound injury that's done to Jeremy's childhood, is that abandonment that she broadly then exhibited to the family system as a whole.
Doctor, earlier we had heard testimony from Jackie describing the incident in which her mother kicked her out of the house during her teenage years. Is that an example of Christine sort of weighing her dependency needs and making a choice? And can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So Jackie described Christine going back and forth between Jeff, who's in the car, and Jackie. And as she goes back and forth, trying to figure out how is she going to negotiate the supports for her. So Jackie, at this point, has essentially become her mom's friend and confidant. They work together in the restaurant. They sit and smoke cigarettes and drink together. Jackie is the primary parent, not just a co-parent, but kind of the primary parent for Jeremy. And so Christine is significantly relying on Jackie as a source of support for her. She's letting Jackie drop out of school to help her in the restaurant, not what is it that best serves Jackie's future. And so here's Christine, who's caught between her dependency needs. She's got Jeff over here, and she's got Jackie over here, and she's going back and forth, and ultimately she resolves that her dependency needs are best met by kicking Jackie out and having Jeff. And so that story kind of captures her dependency vulnerability and her resolution of that at great cost to Sophia, who she's gotten fired and she's kicking out, Jackie, who's living in a car, Jeremy, who loses his primary mother figure in that household. And then ultimately she expels Jeremy by leaving herself.
Dr. Cunningham, what about Dean? How would you explain the parenting dysfunctions you found exhibited by Dean?
So Dean also exhibits significant parenting disfluency, even though he's well-intended. Jackie characterized that her father was better with plants than he was with people. That there's something about the process of relationship that he doesn't entirely get. And he's also egocentric in a different sort of way than Christine. Where Christine was egocentric, oriented around her dependency needs, Dean is egocentric about his ideas, about his ideology, about what he thinks, what his ideas about the smart thing to do, what other people should do, the vaccine, schooling, food, politics, woke, transgender. I mean, these ideas that he has within his own head end up being more important than the relationships of engaging, which he has had great difficulty doing with his children. And is semi-estranged from several of his daughters. Or they've agreed not to discuss anything except a narrow range of topics. And then Dean was heavily oriented toward his work and was a hard worker, but heavily oriented toward that work and toward contributing to this kind of food aspect of the Maharishi movement. You get a sense of Dean's parenting in his response to seeking treatment for Jeremy that he testified about to today. So as I understand Dean's kind of orientation toward psychological and physical health, so you need to be physically and spiritually centered by meditating, and then you need to keep your body well integrated with all of that by eating properly, eating organic foods and avoiding vaccines and medicines and that kind of thing. And that's what will make you happy. That's what will create, attending to those things will result in everything being good. So he takes Jeremy to a functional medicine specialist. So Jeremy is devastated by the abandonment of his mother and by the other neglect that I'll talk about. He desperately needs someone to talk to relate to give him some sense of connection as he is just lost as a goose as an early adolescent with carrying all of his history. And Dean takes him to a provider whose primary focus is going to be on getting his body balanced, and where the consultation with the psychologist is a part of it, but it's like once a month. Now, admittedly, even that didn't happen. But it's as if Dean doesn't actually have a good grasp of what it is that's happening to somebody who's hurting, and how do you relate to them about that. And so as a result, he ends up being emotionally detached. He's plugged in on prescribing what you need to be doing, or what you need to do to fix this, or what the ideals are. but he's detached from actually relating. Jeremy described that there was a period of time where they went camping some, and then that stopped. It's like then it was that wasn't sustained. He was also unreliable out of his work focus. So Jeremy is supposed to be picked up from the Maharishi School, and he's still there waiting for his dad after all the other kids have been picked up, and even all the teachers have gone home except one, who's not allowed to leave while a student is still here. So the school talks to Dean about that. You really need to get here to pick him up. And it still happens after that. Eventually, the last teacher just says, so Jeremy, is your dad coming? Yeah, I think he'll be here. Okay, see ya. So there's an unreliability aspect. Even as Dean talked about securing counseling services for Jeremy across a 3 or 4 year period of time, but actually we had to be talking about a 5 year period of time. That needed to start when mom left when he was 10, out to age 16. That's 6 years of risk. Jeremy's having these meltdowns along the way at 13, 14, 15. And I heard him describe some attempts that were made, but not actually making it happen. Going to the counseling center and making that happen, securing those resources. And then it also has been characterized by estrangement. Jeremy and Dean were estranged within the household because Jeremy was unable to structure himself, and their relationship turned increasingly punitive. And then Dean has been somewhat estranged from his daughters as well, closest now to Jackie, but has some degree of estrangement with the others.
Dr. Cunningham, several of the parenting dysfunctions you've identified involve parental neglect. What different forms of parental neglect did you identify in Jeremy's childhood?
So there was neglect of autonomy, of helping create somebody who could be a portable person with ego strength and the ability to say no and to recognize himself as being separate. There was neglect of nurturance. There was household neglect, just in the general conditions of the household. There was hygiene neglect on making sure that Jeremy got a bath regularly and put on clean clothes. There was neglect of structure, even things as simple as like getting picked up from school. There was neglect of social engagement. They lived 6 miles out of town. Jeremy might have a friend come home from school once or twice a month, but there was not a sense of the importance in childhood of routine interaction outside of school with your peers and having a best friend and what that does in development. Similarly, he played a little bit of sports. He did a season or two of Little League and a season of soccer over here. His Little League experience was unsuccessful because he was always afraid of the ball, because nobody had played catch with him enough for him to get the skill of not being afraid of a fly ball descending on him and hitting him in the face. There was neglect of medical care, neglect of mental health care, and a neglect of emotional support. So there are many different types of neglect that he suffered.
Dr. Cunningham, you specified neglect in fostering autonomy. Please describe the role of fostering autonomy in effective parenting.
Sure. So the job as a parent is to work yourself out of a job. So you are increasingly equipping this child and helping them grow the muscles to take care of themselves. And are titrating kind of what you provide in the service of helping them steadily gain independence, and also making sure that they are absorbing enough love and support that they actually have those inner resources inside. And that aspect of fostering effective autonomy was one that was negatively impacted in some pretty primary ways early in Jeremy's childhood and in fact continuing on out into his adolescence nearly.
What happens when autonomy is not fostered or supported in childhood?
Then you have someone whose ability to stand on his own feet are not at an age-appropriate level. His ability to exercise boundaries about what's his problem and what's not. About saying no to things that are going to be destructive. So part of what happens with insufficient autonomy is something like this offense.
Dr. Cunningham, what was the first way that Christine, Jeremy's mother, undermined her children's autonomy and how this fit into her parenting dysfunctions?
Okay, so one of the first expressions of autonomy in childhood is feeding yourself. And you'll see kids trying to demonstrate this when they're, even a year or so old. At some point, they start trying to take the spoon out of your hand and say, "Me do it." And so as you equip them to feed themselves, that's an early practice in the development of autonomy. So Christine, by contrast, as we think about this very early fundamental way that autonomy is encouraged in a child, Christine was continuously breastfeeding for 15 years. It's this baby doll notion. So she nurses Jackie for a year until we have Camille. Then nurses Camille for 2 years until we got Sophia. Then breastfeeds Sophia 2.5 to 3 years till we got Olivia. Then breastfeeds Olivia for over 4 years till we have Jeremy. Jeremy is still being breastfed at age 4 to 5. Now, you might say, well, isn't this evidence that she is just really tied into nurturing these kids? How can you talk about neglect? Well, because of what she does after they're not a baby and she's not nursing them anymore. Well, then there's a general disinterest in the child. And so this is an expression of Christine's dependency needs, that she is significant as she keeps her baby doll. So this is a very early kind of primary autonomy eroding family behavior, parenting, mothering behavior that's occurring here.
Can you explain how weaning a child helps foster autonomy for a child?
Well, sure, because now they are putting food in their own, the child is putting food in his own mouth. He's not getting it from his mother's body. He has that much separation from her. I'm here and I feed myself, and you're here and you feed yourself, and that is no longer something that is fundamentally in common where I'm dependent on you. So that's an early expression of autonomy.
Dr. Cunningham, was there another way that Jeremy's parents failed to foster developmentally appropriate autonomy?
There was.
And what was that other arena?
That was co-sleeping. So Christine's pattern was that until the child was weaned, that child would share the marital bed, be in bed with her and Dean. Now, Jeremy then was sleeping with his parents until the separation, until he's 5 years old. Then after the separation, when he's with Dean for that week, he's in Dean's bed nightly until he's 7 or 8, and then about half the nights on out to age 9 or 10. With Christine, he's sharing her bed until he's 10 years old, until she leaves him. Now at times, he slept on a futon in Christine's room. There was also a period of time where they moved to a house where he slept in a bunk bed, I think with another sibling in that bunk bed arrangement. But primarily to age 10, he's sleeping with an adult.
Doctor, can you explain the role of child sleeping in his own bed as that helps foster autonomy?
So one of the things that happens is the child is in his own bed, is that then he has to deal with his own fears. He has to soothe himself from his anxiety. He has to manage his own experience separate from the parent. And that, as that is exercised on a nightly basis, the child is developing the capabilities to be an independent being, to tolerate some discomfort, to soothe themselves. That's one of the experiences that is that's providing that. When that doesn't happen, then when the child doesn't have those experiences, then those autonomy muscles don't grow. When I was primarily in clinical practice, I would periodically treat a child with school phobia who was terrified to go to school for fear something would happen to the parents while they were at school and was refusing to go. Might even be talking about running in front of a car if you make me go to school. As I took a history in those families, invariably the child was sleeping with an adult. They were sleeping with their parents, or they were...
Sorry, Hans, for your... I was looking at somebody else. Hello. How are you, Hans? I was speaking about you earlier. I said about you, Danny. I was like, I've not seen Danny or Hans today. But here you are. So, hello. Hope you had a good day. This is boring as shit. I mean, it's interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's interesting. Don't get me wrong. But just wrong child. Jesus Christ. But anyway, hope you're well, Hans.
Sleeping with grandma. And that was a factor that was feeding them the degree of insecurity in those cases that drove that school phobia.
Doctor, I think we discussed this a few minutes ago, but how were deficits in autonomy reflected in Jeremy's participation in this offense?
This is not Jeremy's problem. Chaden is failing Spanish, not Jeremy. Chaden may be impacted on going to an exchange program, not Jeremy. So this is not Jeremy's problem, it's Chaden's problem. Well, that's a boundary issue about who does this belong to. Then that Jeremy is so dependent on a friendship with Chaden that he can't tolerate being separated from him on this agenda, lest Chaden disapprove of him in some way. That's a boundary issue, an autonomy related issue. He outsources the planning to Chaden. Wait, Jeremy, your whole life is in the balance here. This is about you and your life and your outcome. You can't outsource this to somebody else like it's not yours. So that's an autonomy related issue. Subsequently, Chaden has Jeremy push the tarp in the wheelbarrow across town in the middle of the night, which is certainly going to be memorable to anybody who happens to observe that. So Chaden isn't pushing the wheelbarrow and the tarp. He has Jeremy doing that. Well, Jeremy doesn't have enough theory of mind to be questioning, so how come I'm the one who's doing this? And then he doesn't have enough autonomy to say, wait, I'm getting loaded up with this responsibility. Then even as Jeremy is talking about this to peers, both making a statement to Zoe in advance of the offense, would you still care about me if I killed somebody? Then informing John Burnett all about it, and then his two gaming friends. Even that compulsion to talk about this reflects an adequate autonomy of being able to hold this within himself. Just not enough sense of autonomy and boundaries even to hold his own story without compulsively needing to tell other people about it.
Doctor, did you observe any deficits in Jeremy's autonomy reflected in his behavior following the offense?
Well, that's what I just described about his telling people about it. Again, that he couldn't, well, both Chaden involving him in a major way in the after action behaviors, and then also his compulsively having to share it with other people.
Does Jeremy continue to be delayed in developing age-appropriate autonomy? And if you believe so, can you provide an example of that?
Sure. So, so being arrested would not be expected to somehow fix Jeremy's immaturity. There's nothing about being arrested that would suddenly advance you from 16 going on 14 to 16 going on 30. So we would kind of expect to see that he is still immature and that he still has issues with autonomy, that's going to be a vulnerable spot. And in fact, there's an instance in the jail that happens where there is an inmate who's put in with them who is not bathing and who is being disrespectful in other ways, allowing his pants to sag so that his genitals are exposed at times, and then, smells really bad because he's not bathing. And this inmate has been moved from one spot in the jail to another as inmates complain about him. And so the staff then moves him to another section of the jail. This is a typical kind of inmate situation where inmates will advise staff, if you don't move this person, they're going to get hurt. So then they'll move him to someplace else. Well, they moved him around. Finally, they put this guy in the small area that Jeremy and a few other inmates are in, and his guy's still doing the same things. And Jeremy asked the staff to address it, asked them to move him, speaks to him about it several times, and nothing happens. Asked the guy to take a bath, and the guy's unresponsive, the inmate's unresponsive to that. So there's an older inmate who is talking to Jeremy. He's kind of schooling him about how custody works and prison works. This guy's been to prison before. And that what needs to happen is you got to assault this guy. You got to hit him. And then after you do that, then the staff will move him because you've demonstrated he's going to get hurt. So, and that this is what stand-up inmates do, is they take care of business. Jeremy ends up then taking that on, even though his own sentencing case is only 3, 4, 5 months away, even though there's such jeopardy that he's facing, and even though there are other inmates who could certainly do that instead, Jeremy takes this on. So they decide that they're going to both run out of the cell when this guy's out and begin hitting him. The other guy fades and doesn't do it. Jeremy goes anyway and goes out and punches him. That's an example of continued immaturity about looking down the road at how this might really go badly for you. And also that that somebody is talking you into something.
Dr. Cunningham, as we continue to illustrate the neglect characterizing Jeremy's childhood, please provide some examples in the arenas of household and hygiene neglect.
Certainly. So in the household, there were mountains of dirty laundry. The kitchen was always infested with flies and bugs. There were cobwebs in every corner of the room when they were out on the farm. The floor was always dirty. And so the household is in this status of neglect. There was neglect of Jeremy's hygiene as a kid. Until he was an adolescent, he was bathing once or twice a week. Now, it's not the kid's job to decide they need a bath every night when they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. That's the parent's job. And he's only bathing once or twice a week. He is often sleeping in his clothes and then wearing them again the next day. There's neglect of just basic child hygiene.
Dr. Cunningham, was there a contributing factor to Christine neglecting the household and to Jeremy's hygiene?
I think there is. I mean, part of it is her own egocentric focus, but additionally, she was depressed. Sophia recalled that her mom would have periods where she wouldn't get out of bed to help with what she would get out of bed to help with the livestock, but that's all she would do. She had a garden, did a farmer's market, but there were days that she just wanted to lay down and be left alone. That's a classic depression presentation.
Doctor, can you please illustrate the emotional neglect Jeremy suffered?
So I've already talked about that his practical care and his nurturance and supervision was abdicated to Jackie. He got little affection after his preschool years. There was inconsistent and only partial support for positive peer involvement. He did have some teams that he played on, but not the routine kind of social engagement that a kid needs. Christine infrequently interacted with him, rarely attended one of his games, and I described Dean was chronically late in picking him up from school.
Doctor, can you please illustrate the physical and emotional abandonment that Jeremy had suffered?
So first, Jackie is amputated from his life as Christine gets involved with Jeff Griggs, and that involvement apparently lasts a couple of years. And over that period of time, he expels Jackie and Sophia from the household. And with that, now Jeremy's primary emotional support person in his sister has been amputated from his life. Jackie tries to make it up to Christine. She sends her flowers. She writes her notes. She's doing things to see if they can't restore communication, both to have a relationship with her mother and also to be able to still be available to Jeremy. And Christine rebuffs all those efforts. She's not having it. And again, likely Jeff is a driving force in that. Then she abandons him for Jeff Griggs when he's 10 years old. And this very precipitously. Jeremy remembers that about 6 months before his mom left, she said something about Fairfield was not a good place to live, and she didn't think she wanted to live there. And then one day she invites him to come over for lunch, and when he gets there, the house is being boxed up. And so he eats lunch with her and Jeff, and then he helps them put things in the boxes and describes that it was pretty surreal about what's going on. That was the last time he saw his mother for a year and a half or 2 years, when he then went for a weekend visit down in Colorado and has never seen her since. So that's what's happening with Mom. And then Dean is disfluent about emotionally connecting to Jeremy. He creates aspirations for him and tells him about what he's supposed to do and why, but has difficulty actually relating to him and talking to him. So the characterization was that nobody talked with Jeremy about his emotional experiences.
Dr. Cunningham, how significant is the emotional nurturance from a mother in childhood?
So that emotional nurturance is foundational. That's the foundation that the rest of this person's life and personality will be built on.
Can you provide the court with an anecdote to illustrate this?
So yeah, in terms of a foundation level kind of thing. In my oldest son's first year of life, he had a lot of ear infections. And those would tend to flare up in the night, and he would awaken from sleep crying as his tubes got stopped up, I guess. And so my wife and I would take turns, 2 or 3 hour turns, and would go into the bedroom and pick him up, and if you picked him up and put him on your shoulder and leaned your head over against him, as long as you were up with him and walking, he would stop crying and go back to sleep, but lightly asleep. Because if you just kind of lean back against the dresser trying to take a little weight off your legs, he starts crying again. So just hour after hour, walking from one corner of the room to the other, patting him to help him sleep. So then he was about 15 months. He had not been walking very long. And he walked over and he picked up the little stuffed monkey doll off his toy chest, and he put it on his shoulder, and he cocked his head against it, and he started walking from one corner of the room to the other, patting the monkey doll. And I turned to my wife and I said, when he has children who cry in the night, and he reacts with nurturance instead of rage, he will have no idea where that comes from. This is where it comes from. This is that foundation that nurturance gives you. That you will later, he doesn't remember that, you will later draw on that foundation long after the linoleum covers it up and you can't remember it. But that's what you're still drawing against.
What happens when a child instead experiences emotional neglect?
That has an effect of shattering this foundation and creating fundamental vulnerabilities that they will struggle to recover from, that will slow the progression of maturity for them.
How does neglect compare to physical abuse in terms of the emotional injury in childhood?
So neglect is more damaging than acute instances of abuse. And this kind of makes sense if you think about it. The child that is abused potentially may get pretty good nurturance along the way. It's just that their parent periodically loses it on them. With neglect, that's more like chronic emotional malnutrition. You just never do get the groceries. And that ends up being more damaging than those acute instances of abuse. From one corner of the room to the other, patting the monkey doll. And I turned to my wife and I said, I consider in
terms of the emotional injury in childhood.
So neglect is more damaging than acute instances of abuse. And this kind of makes sense if you think about it. The child that is abused potentially may get pretty good nurturance along the way. It's just that their parent periodically loses it on them. With neglect, that's more like chronic emotional malnutrition. You just never do get the groceries. And that ends up being more damaging than those acute instances of abuse. And what happens from that is that there's inadequate stability or security and parental attachments because the kid recognizes their parent is not plugged into them. There's inadequate stability or security in daily life or practical care. You're not getting baths. The household's a mess. You're not picked up on time. Basic physical and emotional needs go unmet. And it ends up distorting the primary structures that childhood is supposed to develop. Kids are very egocentric, and so they experience the world in terms of themselves. And so if there's nobody plugged in to actually be looking after me, then the world seems out of control. And the child feels incompetent. The child is not experiencing his significance in the dedicated minutes and hours that their parents spend nurturing and structuring his experience. It isn't that they're inadequate parents. I must be unimportant. I must be defective. When mom leaves him, that doesn't mean there's something wrong with her. It means he's unlovable. So they're creating these very significant self-definitions. And also, as there is not this external structure that's so important to move from the outside to the inside during childhood, then this individual ends up not having sufficient internal controls about who they are and what they're doing, which is part of what happened in this offense as well. So these kids are at markedly increased risk for psychological disorder, and they're at markedly increased risk for behavior problems in childhood and violent and criminal behavior in childhood and adulthood.
Your Honor, before we get into the next topic, I don't know if it would be appropriate to break for the day or take a short break, but we've been at it for a while.
Any objection to breaking for the day?
No objection. I would just ask about how much time we're estimating remaining with the direct examination of this witness.
We are about 2/3 of the way through the direct examination.
So no objection to breaking then.
Okay, we will recess and reconvene at 9 o'clock sharp.
Right, I'm sorry. I ain't streaming that tomorrow. I ain't streaming that. Good luck to you guys if you want to watch that. I cannot watch that. I will point out theory in the sense of the result sentencing, but I'm not going through that. I can't do it. It's just too much. I can't do it. And there'll be more witnesses as well. Can't do it. I'll keep an eye out for the sentencing, but obviously, guys, 9 o'clock Central. Please go watch it. If you want to go and watch it, fuck my life. I'm not doing that again. We got a new trial tomorrow. Well, it's not a new trial. It's a trial that's happened before, but it's I don't even know what I'm saying. What am I even saying? What? I'm sorry, guys. This stream and a few of the other streams have been horse shit. Boring as fuck. I do apologise. Maybe I'm just doing too much, I don't know, but I've got no life in me for this. That ended me. That ended me. We've got a new trial tomorrow. Here we go. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Kim. Thank God. After this witness, maybe. Do you know what? I don't want to slander this witness. He's obviously knowledgeable, very, very good. If this was a trial, I'd be all over it. But for sentencing, where they basically agreed on the sentence already, like, I just no interest. So we got yes, no, it's fine. I just feel I've been a little bit lumber. We got excuse me, got Judge Boyd tomorrow. We've probably got Judge Boyd for the next 3 days. This trial with Judge Boyd, let's have a look. It is a doozy. Let's have a look here. It's a trial from San Antonio, obviously. Content. It is Vernon Dixon. So just to give you context, I know nothing about this trial. All I know is it's a current trial. So they had closing arguments today. So I presume it's either a verdict be today or it'll be tomorrow. Which means we could finish this trial in plenty of time by Friday, essentially. Also, it gives us time to watch the Tim Ferreter sentencing on Thursday as well. So that's why I thought, you know what, it'd be nice to get things fitted in. And then we got Matt's trial on Saturday. Then obviously new week. The week after is Thanksgiving week. So we'll have a stream on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But I won't stream on Thursday, Friday. And we'll see what happens on Saturday with Matt. And then back to business as usual. I need to look at some trials. Do you remember the ballerina trial? I'm not sure what's happening with that. That's coming up. So we might cover that, you see. I think I'm going to be a bit more fussy about what we cover as well now going forward, because, do 6 days a week is a lot. And to having to sit through that bullshit was a lot. So, defence should have just agreed the 25 the prosecutor suggested. Judge will go, yeah, I thought that theory. I don't know what this is for. Are they hoping for less than 25 years? Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe the defence go for 25, but maybe they're hoping for... I have no idea. I thought it was done. Do you know what I mean? But... So... Yeah. And if we enjoy the Judge Boyd ones next week, I might just do the following week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There's other trials we can watch as well. Or, I know that you guys did not enjoy the deep dive. I know. People don't enjoy my deep dives. I get it. I understand. Well, they might enjoy it if I was actually prepped, but I don't think people enjoy it when I just do it live. So I'm not going to do them live anymore. I love it. I give them an insight into what I do and stuff, but most people don't like it. I thought 25 was a minimum. You're probably right. No, you're probably right, Thierry. This is why I'm a little bit surprised myself, to be honest. I don't understand enough about it. All I was pleading 25 to life, and they suggested 25 years. So I don't know what we're doing. Do you know what I mean? What are we doing here? So yeah, we'll. I hope you guys enjoy my little 5-10 minute daily videos. I hope you enjoy them. I enjoy doing them. You try giving yourself a hard time. No, I'm not giving myself a hard time. I enjoy it. The thing is, I do it anyway. I enjoy it. I just know that people don't enjoy it, which is fine. Not everyone does enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. It's not a hard time. I'd be doing it anyway because I have to research for stuff. So it's all good. It's all good. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss on stuff, and as long as I know, it's fine. I do like short vids. Yeah, fucking done. Hey, none yet. Missy, naked. I've been doing a lot shorter views lately. My last one's 4 minutes. But they don't seem to be watched. People aren't watching them. To check out my spare time. Yeah, I'll be doing them. I'll be doing more of them. I enjoy doing short ones. Just giving opinion pieces. There we are. I enjoy it. I've got more to come. Anything that over 2 hours hides you when you are live from, there you are. So I'm hidden all the time because of all of my videos. Like this is today's 7.5 hours. So yeah, I want to do shorter videos as well. I just need to get them out there a little bit more. Yeah, but I don't think it works. I did that for months. What are you saying? But it doesn't work. No, do you know what people don't want is they don't want to watch trials. They got particular people to watch trials with. They like recaps, but I haven't got time to do recaps and trials. And do you know what I mean? So I'm going to have to look at what I do. I'm going to be busy for the next week or two hunting. Loves it. So okay, I'm going to close down because it's 10:30 here, so I need a bit of a break. So 9:45 tomorrow Eastern, 7:45 tomorrow. Central, 2:45 UK, 4:45 European. We'll have Judge Boyd, a trial on. It's don't look it up because the result might be out, but it's the Vernon Dixon trial. I have no idea what it's about or if it'll be good. I hope it's good because we can squeeze it in over 3 days. So, and I think that'll be better. I can play 1.25. and it means we can watch Tim Ferritter without worrying about everything else that's going on. I might even do in sport 1 day a week something a little different, kind of like you might could see a game. Yeah, it is, but then you're behind on trials then. That's the only problem, and people don't like that, so they then go and watch trials with someone else. Sports a big one. Yeah, I love sports. I'll have to see what tomorrow brings. I hope I'll be... Terry, look after yourself. Don't worry about it. As you know, Judge Boyd, pop in if you, and say hello and stuff, but if you're around, but don't worry about it, Terry. It's all good. Rest up. Look after yourself, do you know what I mean? Not necessarily 4 minutes. You like the 8, I know, and the 8, you like it longer, I know you do. You like it longer, an hour minimum for you. I was thinking 4-minute jokes, didn't you? Right. I don't know. We'll leave it there for now. I'm enjoying myself, don't worry. I did enjoy today because of that. I enjoyed Verdict Watch. I didn't enjoy the last 3 hours, I think, of this stream because it was too much. But apart from that, I always love you guys. So appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to end the stream. And again, don't think I underestimate all of you. I really do appreciate you being here. I know, right? It was pretty boring. It was, I sometimes need to be able to go, I'll pull it. We're not doing this. I know. Have a good night. And you, Terry. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good luck, everybody. Go and check Jonathan out on Discord, all his disgusting stuff. With that, you know what's happening. Free Zachary Anderson. Love you all. Love you, Emma. Take care.